Hello, hello. Can anybody hear me? My wife says, hold on. So I'm holding on. What's up? So, anyways, we had this live stream going earlier, man, and I saw something that really kind of disturbed me. And I'll kind of break it down for you. There's a buddy of mine was on here talking, and he's a Canadian. He's a hardcore conservative. Uh, he's a good dude. And we had some kids jump on here that were obviously from the West, the Western Hemisphere. They were from Western society, and these kids were um, self-proclaimed socialists. Uh, One of them had an avatar of some the Russian sickle and hammer. Another one had a flag of the North Korea. Another one had a symbol of Nazism, and they were proclaiming socialism is their platform, and they were arguing about the different tenets of socialism. And you know, you're less socialist than I am because um, North Korea isn't real socialism, or Nazism isn't real social. Well, whatever. Okay, it's just different forms of socialism and fascism all wrapped up into one. So I'm sitting here, and I say kids in a relative sense. I'm 34 years old, so I'm sitting here, and to me, as a 34-year-old, these are kids. You know, I'm sitting here watching this, and I'm like, these kids really think that socialism is the answer for society's problems. They fully and wholeheartedly believe in redistribution of wealth. They believe in taxing the wealthy. They believe in the government running the economy. And I'm sitting here looking at this, and I'm like, where have we gone wrong in Western society, where our children believe that socialism is the answer for society's problems? The thing about America, something we need to get clear, is that America was not built on equality, it was built on liberty. There's no equal outcomes in this country. There's no equal outcomes. You understand? Nobody is entitled to an equal outcome. This country is built on liberty, meaning that all men are created equal. Okay, and we're getting to that point. We've been working to that goal, and we've been getting to that goal of all men are created equal with inalienable rights. All men, right? No matter sexuality or race or uh, ethnic origin or country of origin or language of origin or whatever the case may be. Everybody from around the world knows that you can come to the United States of America and you can have this thing called liberty. Liberty is very rare on this planet. It's a fact. So I'm sitting here looking at these kids and I'm trying to figure out where they got off thinking socialism was the answer. Redistribution of wealth, big centralized government. It's like they haven't been paying attention to history. Either that or they've been lied to by the people that are supposed to educate them. Okay. I'm trying to figure out which one. Maybe a combination of the two. I don't know. We've seen over and over again throughout history where socialism and communism have been utter failures, where tens of millions of people have been murdered. I mean, bodies stacked upon bodies, stacked upon bodies, mass graves, gulags, concentration camps, work camps. They still exist to this day, the work camps and the gulags. Getting thrown in prison for speaking out against the elected officials. Who wants to live in a country where you get thrown in prison for speaking out against elected officials? I see these kids on here supporting these socialist avatars, speaking out against the system that we have here in the West. Yet none of them are being thrown in prisons. None of them are being thrown in gulags for their freedom of speech and freedom of expression. In a socialist country, that's what happens. In a socialist country, speaking out against the state, it causes the state to come against you. Okay. I remember a few years ago, there was a punk rock band in Russia. And this punk rock band, they were protesting Vladimir Putin. He threw them in prison for 2 years for protesting against him. Go look it up. That's socialism. A man recently came back from North Korea. He was from America. He was from the West. He came back lobotomized in a coma from North Korea. This is socialism. They will lobotomize you and throw you in prison for speaking out against this. This is not hyperbole. Okay, we see this. We've seen this. But these kids here in the West, I believe a lot of it has to do with the educational system. I remember when I was in high school, many years back, I was in high school. And growing up here in California in high school, I was taught that I'm supposed to be a Democrat. Even by my teachers, they weren't supposed to be teaching those kinds of politics in school. They were supposed to stay away from that stuff, but they did anyways. They slipped it in there when they could. And they made it clear, well, you're a Democrat. You're supposed to be a Democrat because Democrats are they're for the working man. They're for the poor man. And growing up, we didn't always have a lot of money. There was times we did okay. There was other times where we were very, very poor. So that kind of hit home for me. They're for the working man. They're for the poor man. And I related to it, And I thought that I was supposed to be a Democrat because that's what a teacher told me in high school. Well, first of all, where did this teacher get off thinking that they had the right to try to indoctrinate me with a political view? That's not their job. Okay. Second of all, now that I'm older and I actually work and I have a career and a family and kids to support, I understand that the Democrats of 2017, of the modern era, they are not for the working man. Okay. And I'm not even saying that the Republicans are either. There's a lot of snake in the grass Republicans as well. But what I am telling you is that the Democrats definitely are not the party of the working man. I was lied to. I think a lot of this indoctrination comes from school. I think it comes from the teachers at school. It comes from the liberal professors pushing their Marxism, pushing their political agendas on the kids. And I think a lot of these kids are brainwashed. They think that socialism is the answer. It's the answer to all of life's problems. And what you see coming out of our society now, instead of people that are ready for work, people that are ready to be productive members of society, you see a bunch of social justice warriors. You see a bunch of SJWs running around out the streets. Here in California, throwing a hissy fit because they lost an election, burning down buildings and assaulting people. And coming against people because we want the rule of law in this country. And they say the rule of law is racist. They say the rule of law is fascist. They say the rule of law is Nazism. I disagree. How can you say the rule of law is fascist, racist, and Nazism? It's the rule of law. None of the laws here in this country are designed to specifically oppress certain people groups. Not anymore. There was a period in history where there were laws meant to oppress certain people groups. And I got news for you. Those laws at those times came from the Democrats. They are the party of slavery. They're the party of the KKK, and they are the party of Jim Crow laws. Okay? That's a brutal little history fact for some of you youngsters that may not know that. Go look it up. It was the conservatives of those times that were coming against all of that. Okay, they wanted real liberty for people, not the Democrats. The Democrat Party, they have become the party of handouts. They've become the party of entitlements. They are the party of welfare, the welfare state. And I've heard these socialists over and over again say, well, welfare is not even a tenet of socialism. Maybe not on paper. But what you fail to realize is that there are unintended consequences tied into your theories. That's what you fail to realize. One of the unintended consequences that ties into your theories is a massive, gargantuan welfare state. That's just a fact. The same people that hate capitalism, they hate capitalism as they sit here and they tweet and they Facebook and they YouTube and they do all these other things on their devices. They hate capitalism. They hate it. These are the same people. They love socialism, which leads to communism. They love socialism. And what they fail to realize, a very, very, very important point that they fail to realize, is that without our capitalism, your socialism ceased to exist. Let me ask you a question. Where do you get the money for all that free stuff that you want? You want free schooling. You want free health care. You want free housing. You want free everything. I got news for you. Nothing in life is free. Okay? So where does all the money for all this free stuff come from? Where does it come from? The government taxes working individuals. The government taxes the working class. Whether it's the middle class / upper middle class like myself, or the business owners, or the producers that own farms or factories or whatever the case may be, the government taxes them to create a revenue to feed the massive welfare state that your socialism unintentionally creates. My point is without this capitalism that you hate, the socialism that you love does not exist. Where does it go? You get rid of the capitalism, your socialism collapses. It collapses into anarchy. There's nothing left. You understand? That's just how it works. You know, and a lot of these socialists want to bring up these countries like Norway. Well, Norway is a perfect example of socialism working. Norway also has some of the highest tax rates on the planet. Okay? Go look it up. I'm not making any of this up. They got some of the highest tax rates on the planet. The people of Norway are de-incentivized by welfare because nobody can get ahead of anybody else. Doesn't matter how hard you work. It's like working for a union. I'll kind of compare it to working for a union. I'm a union member. I don't believe in unions. The job that I had, just the job that I got, just happened to be a union job. Okay? Working harder than the next man gets you nowhere. It doesn't matter. Everybody gets paid the same. Doesn't matter if you're in maintenance like myself, risking your life every day, or if you're sweeping floors. You get paid about the same. You have the potential to get paid the same. It de-incentivizes people. That type of environment de-incentivizes people to do better because you can do no better than your peers. This isn't hard to understand. You know, it's just like the $15 hour minimum wage. We need a $15 hour minimum wage. To do what? Sweep floors, flip burgers, clean toilets. Hey, I got news for you. Those jobs were not meant to support a family. And by charging $15 an hour to do that job, okay, what you are doing is you are creating a burden for the consumer. Because the consumer is going to be the one that has to eat that cost, me and you. You want to pay everybody that flips a burger $15 an hour. Guess what? The price of your burger is going to go up. Who's going to eat that cost? It's going to be me, the consumer, who's buying that burger. That cost has got to be made up somewhere. And you know what a lot of these places are going to do? They're just going to automate even more. Just like at Walmart, when you go and you got your self-checkout, that little robot that checks all your shit out for you. That's what that is. Guess what? That's a job lost. Okay? These policies, these socialist type policies are failures. It goes back to the housing crash here in the United States. In the Western Hemisphere was very, very heavily affected by it. The housing crash, and I did a video on this. I covered it extensively. It was caused by the Democrats and their terrible, terrible socialist type policies of subsidized housing. They wanted subsidized housing for lower income people. Okay? So they forced institutions who make loans, that would be banks and the such, to make loans to people who couldn't afford to pay them back, creating a market bubble. And when the bubble popped, there was nowhere for the market to go but down because they didn't have the money to pay these loans back. This was the Democrats. Barney Frank admitted on live TV that they were forcing banks to make loans to poor people. And it was the wrong thing to do. And it crashed the market. Go look this up. I'm not lying to you. I'm telling you the truth. Go look it up on your own by yourself. Go look it up. Go Google it. It wasn't deregulations of the banks. Those are liberal talking points. It was Democrat policies under Bill Clinton that wrecked the housing market. Socialist type policies, subsidized housing. That's as socialist as it gets. It's like subsidized healthcare. Completely destroyed the United States economy within 15 years. Okay? I'm telling people the truth, but they sit there and still call me a liar, which is fine. I really don't care. It doesn't matter. My point is that the youth is being indoctrinated. They're being told lies. And it really, really blows my mind when we have all the history. And a lot of this is coming from youngsters, man. I mean, dudes that are like in their late teens, early 20s. And I'm sitting here, I guess you would call them millennials. Really, I'm a millennial also, just on the older side of millennials. I woke up out of my liberal Democrat trance because I realized it was all bullshit when I got older. You know, when I started having kids and I started having a career and raising a family, and I looked and I said, why am I paying for all this? What's wrong with these people? You know, when you go to the store, when you go to the Dollar General to buy diapers for your kids because diapers are so expensive, and you see a free phone, an Obama phone tent set up by the Dollar General over by the welfare office, and you walk over there and you say, hey, where's my Obama phone? Can I get a free phone? And they say, no, you make too much money. It's like, really? I'm over here buying diapers at the Dollar General because diapers are so goddamn expensive, but I can't even have a phone that I'm paying for? Wow. You know, they want to talk about social justice. They want to talk about income inequality and all this other stuff, yet they're raping the taxpayer. Literally raping the taxpayer out of their bottom dollar to give away free shit to people who don't want to get up and do anything. And I'm here in California. It's 10 times worse here than everywhere else in the country, except maybe New York. This state right here spends $30 billion a year on illegals, taking care of illegals, illegal aliens from all over the place. I'm not just picking on Mexico, all over the place. Latin America, Asia, the Middle East, Europe, Africa. Okay? $30 billion a year. Yet our governor has the nerve to call the taxpayers freeloaders when we don't want to pay an extra gas tax because he blew all our goddamn money. You understand that? I didn't get to vote on that gas tax. They didn't take that to the ballot. They just passed it and said, guess what, suckers? You bunch of idiots, you're paying extra now for your gas. Why? Because our governor is a crook. That's why. because he blew all our money on bullshit that nobody wants. High-speed rail that nobody wants. Taking care of illegals that shouldn't even be here. Yet I got to pay more for my groceries. I got to pay more for my gas. I got to pay more for my housing because a whole shit ton of people are here illegally. You know? I mean, what the fuck? What about my kids? What about my family? What about all the hours that I spend at work? And I can't even get ahead because we're dumping billions and billions of dollars on illegals. And when we run out of money to take care of our infrastructure, what does Jerry Brown do? He crawls to Donald Trump, who's not his president, and begs for more money because he ain't got the money to keep our infrastructure up. We were driving through the Bay Area the other day, the South Bay. We weren't up in the Bay. We weren't up in Frisco. We were in the South Bay, San Jose, Monterey. The roads and the infrastructure are so terrible. You literally have a 30 to 45-minute delay between Hollister and Monterey because the infrastructure has not been built up to keep up with the population growth. Where did all our money for that infrastructure buildup go? I could have swore that I've been paying tax dollars to keep that infrastructure up so that we didn't have to deal with these problems. Oh, that's right. I know where it went. It went to take care of illegal aliens. That's where our money for infrastructure went. So what am I supposed to do with that as a tax-paying citizen? Just bend over and take it? Apparently I am. Because Jerry Brown keeps going with his bullshit. What's going on, man?
Wait, what are we talking about?
I was just kind of ranting. You talk about whatever you want.
Oh. I came here from like 5 hours ago, I believe, or around that time. So, yeah.
Right on, man. Thank you for coming back. That's cool.
Yeah, I don't know who that other guy was who was on here at the time, but but there was this other guy, I can't remember his name. But yeah.
Yeah, there was a few guys on here. There was LaSurge, there was Bob. There was
LaSurge.
Yeah, LaSurge was on here. He comes on here quite a bit. He's from Canada. He's not bad.
I know a lot of socialists that are from Canada.
Yeah. There's a lot of socialists in Canada and as well as the United States.
I even heard on the news that they're starting to rise because of Trump.
The socialists are starting to rise because of Trump?
Yep, that's what I heard for news.
I think they were probably on the rise way before Trump, to be honest with you.
No. Yeah, I know they're on the rise, but they're starting to increase a lot, is what I'm kind of meaning, I guess.
Such as like here in the West or what, like worldwide, or what do you mean?
I'm just saying for the U.S. of right, they said that, but I don't know if there's like other places of rise of socialism.
Yeah, a lot of your Bernie Sanders supporters are socialists as well.
Even I know a Democratic socialist YouTuber who even said that I think he said that Bernie Sanders was Democratic socialist.
Yeah, that's what Bernie Sanders said that himself. He claimed himself to be a Democratic socialist.
But I heard that people say that he can't really do much of dealing with the capitalism.
Like as far as I mean, that's kind of a vague statement. I don't understand as far as how.
I might need to look back at the comment, but I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, he was Bernie Sanders. He claimed himself to be a Democratic socialist, and I mean, he stood on that platform. Really, I mean, if you look back at the election, it was his own party that kind of sabotaged him out of being elected as their nominee.
That's why he should have been part of the Democratic Socialist Party USA then.
Oh, is that a separate party from the Democrat Party?
Yeah, this is a different party. It's an actual party. It's actually really socialist and stuff. They want a radical change of with like, I guess how the economic economically change and governmentally change and all this other stuff.
Well, can I ask? I mean, can I ask you a question? I mean, because I'm assuming you're a socialist, right?
Well, necessarily, I'm thinking of making my own form of socialism. My other friend has made his own, but I'm more of a market socialist with like democratic socialist stuff with it.
Well, could you do me a like kind of explain to me what that means? Because I'm not real like I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, with market socialism, it's kind of different, but Yugoslavia sort of had this kind of socialism, I would assume, but my friend explained it to me very well how it would work. So, for example, you got for economically. So he says, well, he's using a restaurant for example. So you work for about, well, I mean, you work at the same time that you need to work, but the thing is that you got to get this set of goal where you got to get about let's say about 70 burgers, and the person needs to watch this other person and making sure they get to that goal. So when they get to that goal, they get their same money, paid wage, and all this other stuff. But if they go over 50 burgers and they make like 60 burgers, for example, then they get sort of a little bit of a pay raise. And if that keeps happening, it sort of keeps on increasing. But the thing is, if the person doesn't reach to about 50 burgers, then it starts to decrease. He starts to kind of lose as wage money. So, yeah.
Okay, I think I kind of follow what you're saying. So you're saying that pay is based on production.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, you know what? There's actually companies here in the United States that already pay people like that. I've worked for places like that where they give you an hourly base wage, and then they raise your pay based on your production. Say, for example, if you get X amount of product out per 8 hour shift, then we're going to give you X amount of extra dollars for that extra labor. I've actually worked places that set up their system like that.
Hmm. But I mean, I guess people, some of my fellow comrades and some other fellow people call Mr. Tito a revolutionary Marxist because he kind of made a different form of socialism in his form.
What's his name?
Tito.
Tito. Okay. Oh, you know what? I'll look him up because I'm not familiar with who he is, but I
What?
will look him up.
Hold on, let me say his exact name. It's Joseph
What?
Broz Tito.
Good. Wicked.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I'll check that out. Yeah, that sounds pretty interesting. I'm kind of interested in what he has to
He
say.
kind
That's
of
cool.
he kind of pretty much had more of a better socialism than the Soviets even did.
Yeah, because there's been a lot of experiments. I guess you can call it experiments with socialism throughout the years that have been utter failures.
But I would say Yugoslavia
So
was probably a really successful form of socialism.
yeah, and I guess like so the socialism you're talking about is basically a mix of socialism and capitalism, right?
Yeah, sort of like a Nordic state, I guess.
Okay.
What type of
Yeah, I mean,
What, Jiggle?
so it's almost really kind of like what we already have here in the States. I mean, we have some tenets of socialism here mixed with capitalism. I mean,
But mostly
so
the
it's
thing
kind of
that kept
similar to
the
that. Is it kind of
but
similar to
the
that, or am I kind of off the base there?
what the
but mostly the Yugoslavia did is that they had pretty much trading, which kind of pretty much did keep the country alive and was more efficient of living. But I don't really say that would be much of capitalism because Cuba did that with
maybe that
it
is a
traded with
lie.
other nations, with the Eastern nations and stuff.
And what hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh,
Hi, how are you?
He's Bulgarian, FYI.
Oh, okay, cool.
me?
Yeah. Okay, so what you were saying was Cuba was based more around trade.
Well, necessarily, pretty much trade kept it alive because soon as the Soviet Union and some other Eastern countries fell, it kind of fell with them in a way. economically just
Yeah, no, that's right.
went pretty downhill.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. So I'm kind of interested, like this whole version of socialism you're talking about. I'm kind of interested because I've heard so many different versions of it. So, like, let me ask you a question: what would be the difference between Russian socialism and socialism in Norway? What's the difference between the two? Like, educate me on this.
Well, probably with Soviet socialism, as you're saying, but I mean that's probably more of a that's market. So not yeah. What am I saying? I'm trying to think of it's Marxist Leninism. That's the
What?
Soviet Union's socialism of back then. But with Nordic states and stuff, they're kind of a combination of capitalism and socialism, I guess. But mostly, they usually give free health care and free education and social for the
Right?
Nordic states. But they keep, and
The
even
ball
some companies are
the
private
year
are owned. What?
is over here,
I can't hear you.
but the Dutch
Hey,
end the
hey, hey, Jigo, we're having a hard time hearing you. You're breaking up a lot.
oh,
But otherwise, yeah, pretty much. Um, there was a big difference. There's a big difference with having a
oh,
combination like with the Nordic states of having their form of social.
this,
Necessarily, it's kind of a combination,
this,
but Marxist Leninism for the Soviet Union was pretty much all socialism. There wasn't necessarily like capitalism in it. Within
Soviet Union break apart and
even Castro was a Marxist Leninist. He even said once.
So would you be of the opinion that without capitalism, the socialism would fail, like it would collapse in on itself?
Pretty much, yeah. I have to honestly say that without trading and all that, it's gonna collapse. Even for me, people say the Soviet Union was communist and all this other propaganda. It wasn't. It was socialist. But communism, there's not like the true or real communism. Communism is pretty much an anarchy in a way because in the
every
theory,
day
Yes.
Karl Marx said that it's supposed to be stateless, moneyless, and all this other stuff, and classless. So it's kind of more of an anarchy if you say communism.
Yeah, well, you know what? I mean, I thank you for being honest. When you said that without capitalism, socialism would fail. I've been trying to tell people that because I've dealt with some like hardcore socialists that are so completely anti-capitalist on here at times, and I've tried to tell them like, hey, without capitalism, socialism fails. It won't work.
But
Not,
necessarily
not,
not all form not well I'm not saying it's all going to help the country because if you look at China right now and some other
the first
socialist nations that have sort of
day
put capitalism into their like nation, it kind of tore them apart, pretty much just tearing the economy
for
apart because if you look at Venezuela, they are starting to be more being a fascist government, and
yes.
capitalism is not really helping it because with socialism before all this other stuff with the new leader of Venezuela, he kind of is pretty much tearing it apart and all this other stuff.
Well, the leader of Venezuela, he's a hardcore socialist.
No, he's not. Actually, Venezuela isn't really socialist. It's pretty much not. It's turning to a failure state.
Yeah, well, yeah, it is a failed state. Yeah, I agree with that. As far as China goes, China's their GDP has been like 6 or 7%. I mean, their economy is expanding and it's booming, and they've been traditionally
Uh,
communist, but they have been adopting capitalism over the last few
no,
years. They've been
no.
expanding profoundly.
But thing about that is that experts and other people have been saying that China's economy is going to collapse in 2020.
Well, I mean, that's just kind of speculation. I mean, we won't know till 2020 comes around. I mean, I've been hearing that since here in the United States since 2007, since the last collapse. I've been hearing every year we're going to collapse again. It hasn't happened. You know what I'm saying? So it's just kind of all I'm saying. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying it's speculation until it happens.
But I mean, even Comrade Doan, he says that you see the guy with the Vietnamese flag, he's actually Vietnamese, and he says that since capitalism came within and, is kind of changing Vietnam, and he says it's not doing really well as it used to be.
Okay, well, yeah, and I'm not very familiar with the economy of Vietnam, so I can't really talk about that a whole lot. I'd have to educate myself on it. I have known people from the Philippines. Actually, I've known quite a bit of people from the Philippines, and they've all told me that socialism completely wrecked their home
Well,
country. They hate
there's
socialism.
there's different countries that have helped it more than others, but I mean, if you look at East Germany, that pretty much was an improvement. Hold on, I'll send you something.
Go ahead, Jigo. Hey, we're having a hard time hearing you, Jigo. I'm sorry. I'm having a really hard time hearing. I want to hear what she has to say, but I can't hear her.
What you?
So wait, are we like all political, like and all that?
Yeah, pretty much at this point, it's just all politics, and I like to start these streams up and just to
So are
hear
you
other.
a centralist at all, or no?
What was that?
Are you a centralist? Because you seem more centralist and kind of
Uh,
stay in the middle.
yeah. Like a central. Okay, yeah. You could say that I am in a lot of ways I'm centrist. In other ways, I'm to the right. In some ways, I would be considered more liberal. It just kind of depends on what you're talking about.
Okay.
It depends on the topic, I guess.
But most likely, I'm not really. In some parts of topics of socialism, I kind of disagree with, but I'm still have like a lot of ideals that I still kind of believe in.
So can I ask you, as far, okay, so like I said, you're being honest, and I thank you for that because a lot of people that I talk to won't be honest.
Well,
Can I
mostly
ask
I'm like
you?
the most non-biased. Well, I'm pretty much like the most non-biased socialist. So if you say something about the USSR with imperialism, yes, I have to agree with that. Some of my fellow comrades even said that it was imperialist. Even Castro even said that the USSR was imperialistic.
Yeah, and that's cool, and I appreciate your honesty. Like I'll even tell people that I'm pro-capitalist, but capitalism isn't perfect. It's not the perfect system. But what I would like to ask you is, what tenets of socialism do you agree with, and what tenets do you think should be applied?
I'm really more of like workers' like rights and conditions should be upheld with work. Um,
North Korea is not
because I'm
good.
kind of more of the person working for the working class. I'm like, and even I want to help people out with humanity, and I like to be more. I'm more of a conservative. I'm pretty conservative, like what we do with our money and all
I
this other
can.
stuff.
Yeah,
And
because I was
even
going to say, with what you just said right now, I was going to say that you sound more like a fiscal conservative to me.
but I mean, I'm more well, I can't remember what the word would be called for me, but I'm more, I'm for the like the worker class, but I'm more for humanity and all this other stuff.
Interesting. Yeah, no, well, I'm for the working class also, and I consider myself, like I said, I believe in capitalism. I consider myself pretty conservative for the most part. Some things I'm leaning a little more liberal on, but I'm for the working people also. I believe that working people should be treated with dignity and respect, and I think there's been a lot of laws passed in this country to ensure that. Do you think something different or?
I don't really think it's been fully successful, and I kind of, in my opinion, I just like the thing of socialism that the workers own the means of production and it's efficiently worked for some countries, and some countries have not worked efficiently with it. But I mean, if you look at some Eastern nations that had it were pretty efficient than most other nations. And even with the free healthcare and free education, Yugoslavia had that, and they were pretty efficient.
As far as the free healthcare and free education goes, is it really, or is somebody paying?
Oh my
Hello, hello.
Yeah, I'm still here.
God. What?
Oh, I'm
What?
sorry. I'm sorry. My question was, as far as the free healthcare and the free education, is it really free, or is somebody paying for that?
Mm, well, I mean, there's going to be a taxation, of course.
So it's not really free. I mean, people are paying for it, right?
But I mean, well, no, I mean, like everybody's tax, so like their taxes would go towards the education
Yeah, yeah. Not everybody's
and
taxed
health.
though. It's some people are taxed and others aren't.
No, well, for my form of socialism, everybody's taxed.
Oh, okay. You're talking about your version. Oh, okay. I got you. I kind of went
My kind
down
of
a
version, I kind of believe that everybody should be taxed. It's more equal. That's what socialism is all about. I'm more for equality and stuff.
so
Not everybody,
so
one person is gonna be lazy and slacking off because I don't. In my kind of form of socialism, I don't accept any slacking off people or because I really want to get people right there and I want them to be planned ahead. And I'm gonna say, you know what, if you don't get to this spot, I'm gonna cut off your welfare and you're out and you're on your own. Simple as that.
wow. I mean, you sound to me like you sound really conservative to me, man. Honestly. So you're more like the Texas
I like
version
to
of
save.
socialism.
I like to make people's lives more efficient. I want the people. I want to get people going. I don't want them to slack off and be lazy than most people are because soon as people get lazy, they're going to become more efficient. And they're going to start to depend on whatever program they're on. So if you look at Obamacare, that was not really socialist at all. It was kind of a failure because not everybody had it. It was only like some people could have it and all this other bull crap, and necessarily it just pretty much made people more lazy. Because now, if you look, since Trump, if even people got rid of Obamacare, people would be more lazy and not even get a job. So I mean that the Obamacare was a failure, failed health program. So it kind of screwed the country up pretty badly. Like
Yeah, no, it did,
really
and you know what?
bad.
I'm glad that you realize that. So so you're saying Obamacare was not a socialist program. I mean, what kind
No,
of program was that?
it
Because
was not.
it's pushed as a socialist program. Subsidized healthcare.
But I mean, as I said, that Obamacare was not really socialist at all because it wasn't universal. It wasn't for everybody. It was only for like some people, and even it didn't work efficiently because it only brought people more into poverty and brought laziness, and people were too dependent on it, so they thought they could just slack off. And then another thing was if like for work here for my family, I gotta say, for in my opinion, my father, he pays like the amount of money he needs to pay for his health insurance and all this other stuff. But if you got like some kind of broken leg, guess what? The health insurance wouldn't cover crap. So it's kind of a not fun system how it works.
Yeah, it sounds like a big ripoff. So
Even if he is off, even if he took off health insurance, everything's gonna start to become more expensive. It's kind of a kick in the ass.
no, yeah, it really is. It really is, man. So in your version, okay, so I'm kind of starting to understand your version of socialism, the version you think would work. So, what version of socialism are we dealing with today that leads to this massive welfare state? What is this? Is this real socialism, or is this something else?
Well, I mean, some forms of socialism are better, as I said, but I mean, it's pretty much what would it be? Social democratic, social, yeah, I think because that's more capitalist. It's on this. It's like not really not socialist at that point. It starts to turn into capitalist.
So if I'm getting what you're saying correctly, you're saying that it's actually capitalism that leads to a welfare state. I mean, can you explain that?
Not necessarily. I'm just saying that some like when it comes to like some parts of socialism and different countries have different parts of socialism and all this other stuff. It kind of confusing in a way.
Yeah, because from my understanding, there's a lot of different versions of socialism, and one of the more popular ones, from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, but from my understanding, one of the more popular versions was the redistribution of wealth version of socialism.
My
So you mean
brother, I
so you mean
chose
Marcus?
him. So bye.
I really wish I could that her phone wasn't breaking. I really like to hear what
There
she's
was
saying.
Well, pretty much the famous um
And
the
here's
famous smart the famous socialism is Marxist Leninism. It's pretty much the most popular one back then when socialism was on their eyes.
So can I ask you a question? Why nowadays? Why do a lot of people equate socialism with mass murder and genocide?
Well, I mean, yeah, it did pretty much. I gotta say that
I guess I
that
was
is true because Castro, he kind of murdered when he was done with the revolution. He murdered the people that were opposing him and all
I
this other stuff. And then for Stalin, he killed uh, necessarily other people that opposed him, or I guess were called Kulak people, I guess, in a way. And
Okay.
I think they were kind of more, I don't know, I guess like rich people, and I guess, or something like that. Like they were farmers, but then they would like somehow become rich or something. And then there was, what was it? Oh yeah, Yugoslavia. Tito executed the fascist. Lots of fascists who opposed him as well. So, but I mean, socialism did have its executions of opposing people, but I gotta say, even capitalism has its executions of people. Like if anybody opposed the country or state or anything, they would execute, people to keep it running.
Yeah, there's been execution on both sides, which I don't condone personally, because I understand that there has been dictators on the right and the left. I'm not going to be intellectually lazy about it. Well, I guess I don't condone that kind of action from somebody from the right, and I'm assuming you don't condone that kind of action, from somebody from what we would call the left either, right?
But for my opinion, I wouldn't necessarily execute people. I'd probably well, it would just matter for like whatever crime they were sentenced or anything like that. You mean if they're like a mass murderer who killed like 20 people in the street, then yeah, they should probably get
I'm,
like the
well,
pill or something to
I'm talking I'm
execute them.
talking I'm talking more like, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm talking more like a political dissident, right? So say if I was in your country and I was a political dissident, would that be terms for execution?
No, I wouldn't execute you if you were against the state, but probably would sit and probably have some kind of probably have something like the gulag. So you would have to
Oh,
work.
okay. Okay, so it'd be like a work camp. And so would that go for so that would go for anybody who like say spoke out against, like say if you were the leader of the government, say you were like the president or whatever, and there was a political uprising that was against not a violent uprising, but just like a First Amendment
Well,
freedom
if
of
it
speech
was well, if I
uprising.
mean, well, I mean, you mean like, is there like, so is this like freedom of speech, freedom of protest? Is this like peaceful, or I mean, I need to see the more of it. Like,
Yeah, no, I mean peaceful
well, if
because
I mean, if
even
it's peaceful, I'm not gonna literally send them to like a prison or anything like that. I mean, they can peacefully protest. I mean, it's always good to hear the people's word.
okay.
But I mean, if they're like, if they like threw a grenade at the police or like something like that, then they probably should be sent to prison
Well, yeah,
for
exactly.
violence.
That's different. Well, yeah, no, and I agree with you on that. Yeah, no, I agree.
There's just that certain points that they need to be this or this, or if there's like, I'm kind of more of that person with law of what should happen or what should not happen. It just
So,
matters
so,
on what
so
the
in your
person did.
like uh, in your socialist country, like if you had your own socialist country, would you have like a constitution similar to the United States, or like what would your type of laws would you have for like freedom of speech, right to bear arms,
Well, I
no
probably always first off
procedure?
have the human rights and all that because there's like an international thing where there's human rights. So I would probably have that first of all, but necessarily I would always try to protect the workers and the people's rights and make sure their rights are obtained and are not necessarily taken by anybody. And then there would be a representative government that would come up from like a city, state, or whatever.
Interesting. Interesting. Well, you know what? I'll tell you right now, you're probably one of the most honest socialists that I've ever talked to on here, and one of the least authoritarian ones that I've talked to.
Well, I mean, I love to have like some kind of good military, but I'm not necessarily much of an authoritarian government. I mean, I'm kind of more, you know, peaceful like, but I mean, I'm still gonna have like some kind of police force or some kind of, you know, make sure that there isn't people trying to do terrorist attacks or anything like that.
So when you talk about like your version of socialism, you agree with the people owning the means of production. How do you give the means of production back to the people?
Well, I mean, they got a democratic. Well, you mean democratically? They pretty much it's sort of a direct democracy within the workers owning the means of production, which they get to make the decisions and like they get the vote of where their production should go, and there are like people that they speak up at a meeting or whatever, and then there's like union managers or whatever, and make sure their conditions and rights and stuff are protected and stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say right now, you took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say it sounds kind of like a union.
But otherwise, yeah, I kind of like that with socialism that the workers' rights are protected and they have good working conditions and not poor working conditions, and I like that there's more equality, and I'm kind of for that.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure what country you live in. I mean, I'm assuming you live here in the States, but I don't know. But I mean, what if I were to tell you that those laws are already in existence here? As far as workers' rights and
Not
whatnot.
not necessarily. I mean, socialism pretty much focuses on that. Nothing really much else. Like, I mean, pretty much they try to stop, people that are trying to get in with through wealth and trying to become more powerful, which the government can take down those kinds of people that are trying to take power or like, try to take over the government or some sort of like thing like that.
Interesting. Yeah, no, hey, I'm enjoying this conversation. This is cool, man. I mean, you're
But I'm
you're
not
probably one.
saying I'm not going to go disagree with all socialists and all that stuff. I mean, they had an efficient ideology, and they could probably today make it way better than ever because, as Lenin once said, we must like learn, learn, learn. So I mean, lots of socialists that are Marxist Leninists could possibly learn from others' mistakes and maybe make socialism more efficient. Because they probably could make it more efficient and learn from others' mistakes and stuff.
So when you say that as a socialist you believe in equality, do you believe that the United States has inequality?
Well, I mean, there's always problems with I gotta say that the blacks are kind of getting more and more superior and saying you whites are so racist, you white bastards, and all this other bullshit. I kind of don't like that. I mean, I love to have just a perfect in my kind of ideas and stuff. I always imagine that someday that would all stop and we would all get together, have smiles and all this other stuff rather than having hate and discrimination, or like if you're gonna go buy something, you're not gonna suspect people saying, or I'm gonna say this other stuff and start fights and all this other stuff.
Interesting. So I mean, so you do believe that there is inequality in the United States, like among the races?
Yes, yes, there are people that try to be more, you know, like they think their race is more important. There are white people that are doing that, but there are different races that do that.
Well, I mean, who do you think in the United States would be like, if I, it's kind of sounds kind of cliche, but who do you think would be the more oppressed in the United States?
So you mean like the one that's getting more down and all this other stuff and then there's one race that's trying to be more powerful.
Yeah, correct.
Well, mostly I'm thinking whites are becoming more oppressed now because, pretty much blacks seem like they're becoming more and more getting more support. I kind of disagree with it. There shouldn't be that kind of thing. But I'm not saying whites should be more powerful. I'm saying that there should be a stance, a balance of everybody's equal. I don't like that there's a black man saying I should be more powerful, or the black people should get more rights or anything like that, or like any religion, race, nationality, and all this bull crap and all that. I mean, I kind of just like inequality. There's like nothing unbalanced, but there is just an unbalance with equality here, and it's so terrible, and it's starting riots, and people are hating each other, and I mean, it's not fun.
Well, what if I told you that the Constitution tried to ensure that equality?
But necessarily, constitutions never really followed usually, because still,
And I,
still, people's rights are still violated by police officers and all this other stuff, and there's still rights being violated. Like, I mean, it's that crazy. I mean, I know there is like, you have the right to freedom of speech and all this other stuff, but the problem is that, like some people say stuff which they shouldn't say. So, for example, I sort of read upon reading the Constitution of the freedom of speech is that you can have freedom of speech, but there is like sort of that limitation, that limit where the police officer can arrest you if you say, "Okay, everybody, we're gonna start shooting the cops." They can arrest you like right there. That's a thing I saw, or if they say they're gonna say blow up or go crazy, anything, the police officers can arrest the speaker or the person making the speech. But necessarily, there are times where police officers have arrested people for no reason, or they were never even part of the conflict.
well, and that's a real interesting thing you bring up as far as the whole freedom of speech, and kind of saying that there really is a limit to our freedom of speech, because like if I say that, for example, if I say that I want to assault somebody in the government, the Secret Service can come to my door and arrest me, right? So there is kind of a limit to our freedom of speech. Now, do
But
you believe that there should be limits?
I kind of do believe there should be limits. But if you say that you hate the government or anything, I think that's freedom of speech. I mean, you can say that the government has done this to many people and all this other stuff. I mean, that's freedom of speech. I kind of like that because then the government needs to learn their mistakes. The people need to express their ideas to the government and say, we want this to be more better. We want this to be more efficient and all this other stuff.
And you know what? I agree with what you just said. Now, can I ask you? You were talking about the police and the police violating people's rights. Can you give me an example of the police violating people's rights in a way that would be like a civil rights or a human rights violation?
Hold on. Let me think of what happened. Oh yeah, I think it was can't remember what case it was, but this person wasn't read his rights, and I can't remember what exactly the case was until like they started to have that kind of thing where they have to read the rights to you when you get pulled over or arrested. But I can't remember exactly what the case was. It was a Supreme Court case, but now it's still like officially the thing is that officers have to tell their rights. But that's like one example of like, well, there was many examples of people's rights being taken away.
Yeah, no, yeah, no, I agree. So, I mean, do you think that the police um like target minorities in this country more than anybody else? And I mean, what do you think about that?
No, I don't really think I think some police officers, like some officers, different officers, they can have their kind of different beliefs and they might go after some people or, believe that they say, oh yeah, that Muslim is going to blow up the airport or something like that. Some officers are going to be like that, but some officers are just going to have to. Some officers, I mean, they don't really, they think everybody's equal and, anybody could be a terrorist is pretty much some officers are. And yeah.
So to me, I mean, you don't really sound like the typical like social justice warrior type of people that I deal with that are like pro socialism. You sound a little bit different to me.
I mean, I'm like, not necessarily, I'm partially like a social justice warrior, but not really much.
Well, can you kind of explain to me because I'm a little bit older. I'm in my 30s, and this wasn't around when I was coming up when I was younger. Can you kind of explain to me what social justice is? Because sometimes I have kind of a hard time understanding what it actually is.
I guess like it sort of means, for my opinion, I think social justice, um, I guess, kind of means, kind of wants to protect people's rights and stuff in society and stuff. Is what I guess I'm thinking of the term of social justice.
Is it just certain people, like certain races or classes, or is it everybody?
I think it's like everybody.
Okay, I was just wondering because sometimes it seems like social justice warriors they're more for like Black Lives Matter or
Oh no, oh no. Well, some are, but I mean, there's like different ones that are way different. I'm not like I don't really agree with Black Lives Matter. That's a stupid thing. I mean, it shouldn't just be Black Lives Matter. It should be all lives matter. It's just more common sense.
yeah, and then you know what I agree with that actually.
But some people might say, some of my comrades have different thoughts or different um like ideals of it or whatever.
So could you tell me like just kind of give me like a rundown of like how you would implement your version of socialism and how it would be fair for society?
So if I like actually brought it to power or like actually to work.
Yeah, because it kind of seems like you're saying that your version would work better than the other versions tried. So like how would you implement your version to like make the masses accept it? Because a lot of people are like vehemently against social.
First you need to educate the people of how it should work efficiently and teach people how to work in society and all this other stuff so they can work efficiently. But otherwise, if I was ever to have this kind of type of stuff, I mean, I would go into the government first off and then democratically speak and talk with people, speeches, and then I have to have get people, teachers and stuff to teach people, how it works and how they should work within this society. And then when I come to become elected president or whatever, then we can start this more efficiently because we plan this like ahead and everybody's perfect. Hey,
Yeah.
comrade. Hey, there's comrade. He's from Vietnam.
Actually, I would kind of like to hear what he has to say. I'm really
But he
interested.
but he, he doesn't really want to turn his mic on though.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, I believe he could probably just chat. I don't know if it will, but I mean, there are some socialists that are way smarter than from my point of view, because I'm still learning um, history of socialism and all this other stuff. Even I gotta say, North Korea isn't socialist. This is pretty much a dynasty. It's kind of not a. It's not even socialist. It's kind of a dynasty, and necessarily, I wouldn't say it's pretty best. Well, I mean, probably Kim Jong Un is probably making North Korea like the worst of right now, but the people there are probably nice and everything else. But I'm just saying, Kim Jong Un is pretty much, you know, yeah, it's not fun.
So can I ask you if North Korea is not socialist, why does everybody say it's socialist? Where do they get that misconception?
Well, for my opinion, I don't know where they got it from. I seriously don't know. I think it's just Western propaganda who say that that's the real socialism and people want that, and then they say Venezuela. Um, say People say that Venezuela's socialist, but it's necessarily not even socialist. It's pretty much capitalist
Venezuela's capitalist. So can you explain to me how Venezuela's capitalist? I'm kind of confused about that.
because it's pretty much there's private stuff that has it over and all this other stuff. I could actually send YouTube video explaining why Venezuela is not socialist at all. I just gotta look
Yeah,
through it.
yeah. Go ahead and post that in the Google Hangout if you don't mind, because I was under the impression that the government took they pretty much seized personal
Yeah, but I mean,
property.
yeah, pretty much the current leader was he started to kick people out of seats and started to decrease the government to be much smaller. You know, kind of have it at that level of there's like only like 4 people that are loyal to him and all this other stuff, and that kind of it's turning into a fascist government.
Yeah, that sounds like just straight dictatorship all
It's
around.
pretty much turning into a fascist kind of economy and stuff. It's literally pretty much just not even socialist. It turned.
Isn't now correct me if I'm wrong, but I was under the impression that socialism is ownership of the economy by the state through the people.
So you mean Marxist Leninism because their bureaucracy, which they believe that what is right for the workers, that's a Marxist Leninism if you're talking about that.
Isn't that kind of what happened in Venezuela?
Necessarily no, not really.
Oh, okay. I was under the impression that
But
the
I think
government
that's more of a
seized,
corporatism. That's
seized
more of a
everything.
corporatism, in my opinion, because fascist governments turn into corporatist kind of states and stuff.
Yeah, kind of corporate communism or something like that.
No corporate fascism, or well, I mean fascism pretty much is what I'm saying because Benito Mussolini had corporatism in his fascism.
Oh, that's interesting. Corporate. Okay. So in fascism, I mean, can you kind of give me a definition of fascism? Like in your perspective?
It's been a long time since I've talked about fascism because I used to have been an ex-fascist, but I left it.
I think
And
fascism is really like really centralized control, isn't it? Well,
yeah,
not a whole lot of rights.
it's pretty much authoritarian and nationalistic.
Yeah, very very authoritarian. But you do believe in individual rights though.
Yes, I believe that there should be rights. There should be what are they called? The international they're human rights, I believe. That the I don't know what it's called, but yeah, there should be internet the human rights that should be still be allowed to the people.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I mean, and I'm pretty much to the right, and pro capitalism, pro constitution. I agree with that. Me and you
But I
actually
mean,
a lot of things
but I
say me and
mean,
you
for
actually.
me, some socialists like me are like we're still socialists, and we just we're more democratic feeling, and we like to have more freedom rather than having more authoritarian. But I'm not saying that's bad or anything that people or there's authoritarian is always bad. I mean, Yugoslavia was authoritarian and it kind of was efficient with Tito being in power, but there was a republic. But necessarily, it was still authoritarian, but still worked efficiently.
You mean efficiently as far as economically?
Yeah, pretty much economically, there wasn't necessarily like riots because people felt, they loved it there, even with the authoritarian and stuff. I mean, it was still good.
Now, can I ask you a question? It's like in a lot of these like socialist countries from the past and even communist countries from the past, I always hear people say that, well, if you were to go back and ask the people, they would say that they supported it. My question is, at the time, did the people support it because they knew if they didn't support it, they'd be thrown in a prison camp?
On Ruhi.
Like, I mean, does that make sense? What I'm saying?
Wait, hold on. Wait, what was your question?
My question is I've heard a lot of people that are pro socialist and pro communist, and I'm not trying to bunch you guys in the same category because I know you're not. But I've heard people that say they're pro
We have
socialist.
similarities, but
Yeah,
we're both different.
yeah. There's similarities, but I've heard both sides say that in the past, during socialism and communism rule in certain countries, that the majority of people supported it when asked, like when polled. My question was, did they support it because they really supported it, or did they support it because they knew if they spoke out against the government, they'd be thrown in a prison camp?
Not everybody. Well, I mean, some people had to support it, as you said. That is true for some people, but I mean, some people they loved it. There was this woman from the Soviet Union, and she said she loved it. She never even spoke about it because she said she could get a job at like a man and was treated like a man. She loved that she was like equal and everything. But I mean,
So
she didn't like wasn't forcefully. She didn't wasn't like forcefully as you said. But some people were forced to love the party and all this other stuff. Otherwise, they would be probably sent to some camp or something like that.
yeah, so well, that's an interesting thought that you brought up about a woman being happy about being treated equal. Do you believe that
Because
women are
this
not
was this
treated
was a
equally?
Soviet woman.
Okay, so a Soviet woman. Okay, so do you think that people here in the West, that women here in the West, are not treated equally as far as pay and everything as men?
Mm, it just comes at that point of what country we're talking about because they're more equal than others. But I mean,
Well, let's talk about the
some
United States. Let's just talk the United States. Do you think that women are not paid the same in the United States as men?
I think they're perfectly paid, but I mean they should probably be more. I don't know. Well, actually, yeah, I guess they are pretty much paid better, but I don't know about some parts. I want to have it fully because some parts of the there's different places how they work with women, and sometimes men are more. They don't really love to pay their women as they want to. They're kind of more still having the women being more property and stuff.
Kind of like Bernie Sanders, wanting $15 an hour, but then he pays his receptionist $12 an hour.
I haven't looked into that because I keep hearing people talking about that. I need to look more into that.
Okay, well, it's just a thought. But I mean, actually, well, can you tell me, like here in the United States? I mean, are you from the United States? If you don't mind me asking.
Yes.
Okay, so can I ask you, like here in the United States, like what would you change about the system here? Because actually, me and you, we agree on a lot of stuff. There's a lot of things that I agree on, with you. Like, what would you change here?
Well, probably first things first, I would get rid of the like kind of the U.S. military bases and pull out the troops because they're not necessarily there. It's kind of more of imperialism. Second thing is second thing, probably what I would do is start getting to have more unionists and all these managers, and they're gonna have to set up and make sure there's factories and businesses and all this other stuff, and they got to make sure that their workers are fully in good working conditions. They have rights. Then I would probably have like more equal right. I would try to set kind reforms of um, rights of equality and all this other stuff. And then I would probably have officers would have to wear like patrolling officers would probably have to wear like every one of them would be required to have a camera on and turned on and couldn't turn it off. Um, it would just come down to I think I know what I would probably do like right away, and then I would start waiting until I get you know people telling me like some of the people from the representation and all this to say what they got to say for the government and what should be changed and all this other stuff. It would be a radical change, like pretty big change.
So the first thing you said was that you would make the military smaller.
No, 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 no. I'm not saying I'm not gonna make the military smarter. I'm taking military bases out of nations. They're not needed. It's just imperials.
Oh,
Because
okay,
there's
okay.
about 1,000 U.S. military bases that are like around the world. That is like heavily insane, and that's just paying a lot of money.
Well, can I ask you why are those military bases where they're at?
Well, I mean, for some of them, I don't even know why they're there. They shouldn't even be there. And even most of all, they shouldn't even be there. Even look at Cuba. There is a U.S. military prison camp, I think it was, and people are saying that Cuba is violating human rights, but there is human rights being violated at the U.S. military base on Cuba,
You're talking
and
about
that should be
Guantanamo Bay?
removed. Yeah, that should be
Oh,
removed.
Okay. Well, I mean, Guantanamo Bay is where, that's where our military sends like convicted terrorists for prison
But
sentences. I
they
mean,
shouldn't be sent there. They should probably be sent within like the U.S. like borderline. There shouldn't be like near like Cuba or anything. Because I mean
okay. So it's not
that
necessarily.
should
It's
be
not
directly owned by the Cubans, not by the United States government or
okay.
anything.
Well, I follow you. So you're not saying that you're necessarily against imprisoning, terrorists
No,
that
no,
want to
I'm
kill us.
saying the terrorists need to be in prison, but I'm saying they need to move out of there. It's just imperialism. If you have a military base or whatever kind of structure you have, that should just be removed and put back in the U.S. It makes more common sense and it's saving more money and making it more efficient. Because some military bases are on an island that's not needed because there's no necessarily threats or anything. It's kind of waste of money because it takes a lot of money to keep the base alive, refueling it, um, feeding the troops, and all this other stuff. It costs us a lot of money, and I'm thinking of kind of making it more efficient and decreasing more of the military bases, decreasing more of military spending, and spend it on more of aid and kind of helping other, um, putting into health research and all this other stuff, and helping
Well,
humanity.
when you say aid, do you mean like aid to foreign countries?
Yes, aid to foreign nations that need it, like that directly, like some of the people that need it, like um, yeah.
Does that include foreign nations that hate us and want to kill us?
Mm, well, necessarily, I'm not saying that it should be going towards like the state or anything. I'm saying the aid should be going to the people, the poverty, the kids are in poverty that are uneducated, don't have any form of getting help or like health or anything. I'm kind of for that. I'm not saying we should help the government like get back up. Otherwise, unless if I was ever to do that, it would just matter if they're socialist or capitalist. I mean, if they're capitalist, I would not necessarily help them at all. I would just want to help the socialist nations that are starting to rise, and they need some help. I would kind of do that, but I would stop as I said, I would stop helping them at a certain point because I'm kind of saying I'm not gonna let you depend on me as much, and so I'm gonna leave you.
So you're anti-welfare state. Well, and that's good. And as far as helping out foreign nations, I mean, those donations, I mean, a lot of times they go through the government, and
But
that's
I mean,
where
our military
I
spending
away.
is way crazy, and it should be decreased about like how much? I mean,
How
it's
much?
like
How much? I'm not sure. I mean,
I can't remember what the exact number was. It's like, hold on, let me look at our military spending right now.
what if we're protecting assets overseas? I mean, like American companies that are working overseas.
Well, we need to pull them out then, because I mean, we shouldn't necessarily defend a company. I mean, we should just be defending our nation and everything, because the company, they can pretty much they can hire their workers can be armed and everything, correct? Yeah, they should be able to have weapons and stuff, and then there's like defense and stuff they still should have.
So you sound kind of like you're saying America first.
Well, most likely I'm not much of a nationalist or anything. I'm kind of just saying, we shouldn't be having imperialism, and even those companies shouldn't be there. But yeah.
Well, can you kind of explain, because I've heard so many different like explanations for this. Can you like kind of explain to me from your point of view what imperialism is?
I kind of think of imperialism spreading borders and lands, or like putting infrastructures on a different nation's land or anything like that. Or like even blockading, or like just moving with military force, or because for example, if you look at the Americans, we blockaded the Cubans and kind of just contained them, and that's what I call imperialism, if it's like military movement, like stopping a nation and stuff, and or spreading borders of a
So
nation borders.
you know what, I hear what you're saying, and hey, I love the Cubans. I'm smoking a Cuban cigar right now. I got nothing against Cubans, but I guess why did we interrupt the Cubans' form of government? Was it because of communism being a threat?
Well,
Because one
it
thing,
was just because of socialism spreading, but necessarily we should interact with the nation's ways of they should just work it on their own. I'm not necessarily saying that we should interact within or like blockade the people and forcefully make them like starve to death and surrender. But I mean, America, we should have left them alone because in 1902, I believe, after the American election was there's two presidents that were saying we should there was I think it was Theodore Roosevelt who said that we should take over Cuba and make it more US, which is imperialism, and we didn't even own Cuba. They were kind of starting to become more independent. And even when Cuba was like more independent and everything, the US supported a dictator named Batista or whatever. They supported him and kind of loved that he was in power. And even the bad thing with him, he was pretty wealthy and he was more selfish and didn't care about the people. There was prostitution was bad. There was lots of drug trafficking. Gangsters were there. Um, the casinos were rigged, and it wasn't fun. But when Castro kind of stopped the Batista and you know socialism was finally in Cuba and was finally at work, kind of made it pretty much. I don't even know. It was a pretty good change of when Castro took in office and stuff.
I hear what you're saying, but I guess kind of my issue with socialism in Cuba was the amount of people that had to die, in the
Yeah,
revolution.
there was execution. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, what do you make of that? Because we're, me and you, we kind of agree on freedom of speech. We agree on, fair trials and things like that. So what do you make of all the people that were killed in the process of implementing that socialism? Is that just collateral damage or what?
but I mean it's positive and negative. I'm not saying that Castro was best, but I mean there is positives and negatives. But we gotta have those positives, but we want to try to get rid of those negatives of socialism and stuff. But there
I
are
see.
reasons why that people are sent to places of what they believe in, or yeah.
Yeah, I see what you're. Well, so let me ask you a question. Going back to imperialism and the military. So, what do you do with a country that requests our presence in their country to help them, say quell a rebellion or something like that?
Well, I mean, it just matters on the rebelling, though, because I mean, socialism. We can help the revolutionaries that are trying to start a socialist nation or whatever. I mean, that's just spreading the word of revolution. Because Castro even did that. He helped the Angolan communists trying to take over Angola and stuff. That wasn't necessarily spread of imperialism at all. It was pretty much Cubans were giving aid to the Angolians and helping them. And even I think Castro even sent troops over, but wasn't really form of imperialism. It was pretty much helping the Angolan communists rise.
So do you think that like the rise of America or like the construction of America was unjust?
Was what?
Was unjust, like how this country was founded? Do you think this country was founded unjustly? Like, would it be outside of like your realm of justice? You know what I'm saying?
But I mean, America was formed on terrorism because we were pretty much going against the British government. So necessarily, America was formed on terrorism because we were going against the government and we were killing troops and doing sabotage and yeah.
Well, so I
And
guess
that,
I guess my question, like maybe let me clarify a little bit. So, the people that came here and started this country, they were fleeing a form of tyranny. So you consider those fleeing that form of tyranny terrorists?
no, but I mean, soon as British troops got there and when they were necessarily still under the UK and all this other stuff, they were called, it was pretty much, they were terrorists.
Well, I mean, yeah, for like the British would consider them terrorists, right? But I mean, I mean, what would you consider them? I mean, yeah, I don't know how long your family's been here, but say, for example, if that was your forefathers, would you consider them terrorists for standing up against the tyranny of the British?
No, I wouldn't count them as terrorists, but I mean, necessarily, it's pretty much true that they are pretty much terrorists.
Okay, I guess I'm kind of confused by that because I mean, from my understanding, they came over here fleeing tyranny, right? I mean, they were fleeing the crown, they were fleeing a monarchy, Catholicism.
They weren't necessarily like out of the place because they were still taxed. And well, I mean, not necessarily they weren't taxed until like they were done with the Indian and French Revolution, or not the French, war, I should say, because the colonies, they asked for help from the UK, but then they had to pay for their debt of war because they got help from the British, and so they had to pay taxation. But necessarily, they were kind of starting to become more under British rule because of the taxation of tea and all this other stuff.
Yeah. I'm familiar with all that. I'm just wondering if you considered like our like on both sides of my family, like we did the genealogies. We had people that came over that on both sides of my families that signed the Mayflower Compact. I had people on both sides of my families that were Native American that intermarried with whites. I could prove it all. I got all the genealogies. I got all the records, the census records, and everything. So I guess my question is I mean, do you consider those first people terrorists? You know, for standing up against this tyrannical foreign government that they broke off of to try to create a new free nation.
Well, I mean, they weren't necessarily. Well, I mean, if they're like Europeans and all that, I wouldn't really count them as terrorists because well, it's kind of a hard thing to say because with that kind of topic, hold on. But with that type of topic or like whatever we're talking about, they're necessarily. It's kind of a hard topic to talk about that though, about if America was formed on terrorism or not. But I kind of think it was because we pretty much had to kill to get our nation started.
Is it a crime though to kill for your freedom? Like if you're trying to start a free nation with a different type of government, do you consider it a crime to come against another nation that's trying to bring tyranny upon you? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Is that? I
but I
mean, is
mean,
that
America
isn't that
was
isn't that
trying
kind
to
of like
break up.
isn't that kind of like a freedom fighter or like a revolutionary, like what you were saying?
But I mean, necessarily they were still killed. They even necessarily even if they killed British troops, they did kill Indians as well because George Washington had troops kill Indians as well.
Yeah, yeah, no, they did kill Indians, and that is a fact. Um, that well, okay, so I mean, what do you think about the Indians? I mean, like I told you, I mean, I can prove like from both sides of my family that we had Indian ancestry. So I mean, you know, what does that where does that put me? You know what I'm saying?
Well, necessarily you're kind of in the middle then. I mean, if you have Indian ancestry and part and white, um,
Yeah, white and Indian. Yeah.
but yeah.
So what I mean, what do you think about Obama? You know, a lot of people in this in the United States, they've painted Obama as a socialist for the last 8 years. Was he a real socialist or what was he? Was he
No, he
something
was just a
different?
Democrat with some kinds of form of democratic views, and because Democrats are kind of different than socialists, and they're kind of their own thing.
But I mean, they're kind of on the platform of socialism, though, aren't they?
Uh, mm, Not really, but they're capitalist, but they kind of have some like social things.
Yeah, they are kind of capital.
Because,
Like I considered Obama kind of a crony capitalist, which I disagree with crony capitalism.
but Obama wasn't necessarily a socialist. He was never. Because I mean, if you could go in my communism community, they would say that they all hated Obama.
Really?
Yes, no joke. I mean, hold on, I gotta look at the poll because I made the poll um about I think it was Obama or Hillary. I don't know who it was. I'll look. I gotta go look at it.
Hillary was just going to, if she would have got elected, she just would have continued on and extended Obama's policies. It would have been another 8 years of
Well,
Obama.
I nickname her Obama Jr.
Well, yeah, no, there you go. Yeah, a lot of people do, even like people on the right, like me, we called her the same thing.
I mean, no, I mean, even some of my leftist comrades even say that she is horrible, pretty terrible.
So, from all the people that were running, I mean, who would you have preferred to be in the White House right now?
Not necessarily any of them, really.
So
But
there
I
was
mean,
really somebody like for you.
I kind of like, I did really like Bernie though, in a way.
Okay, but like if you could have picked somebody, there it would have been Bernie.
Yeah, I've probably been Bernie.
Okay, okay. I'm just curious because I mean, what I think about Bernie is I disagreed with Bernie on a lot of things. I believe that Bernie did um, confront a lot of the issues. I just disagreed with his solution for the issues. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, he was not. I don't know. It was kind of a hard thing because I'm not fully with him, but I did agree with some of his stuff, and I mean I wasn't fully with him. But when it comes to government, I can say I can protest about something, and the government can change that. So I mean, he's not fully in power, and he's not like a dictator or anything. He's stopped by the government, like right there by us, because we are pretty much represented in the government.
Yeah, and that's our Constitution that allows us to do that. It's our Constitution that allows us to stop that tyranny, right?
Hmm.
So I mean, the Constitution is a good thing. I mean, it allows us to stop this type of tyranny. Now, what policies of Bernie did you agree with, and what policies did you disagree with, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, I mean, I did like his free college stuff, as I said. Um, you know, necessarily, I didn't really looked into Bernie yet because I mean, I didn't really focus about him. I was still being taught socialism at the time, so necessarily, I wasn't really focusing on him. So I kind of just kind of I kind of did ignore the election a lot. So yeah.
I see. All right, well, so as far as Trump, I mean, so I'm assuming that you're anti-Trump, right?
No, I'm not anti-Trump. I mean, I don't mind Trump, but I mean,
Oh,
he needs to some stuff that he needs to keep quiet with, and like some
well,
of the stuff that he's kind of radically, he's more of a national conservative, I would say.
yeah, kind of. He's kind of a nationalist. So, I mean, what do you agree with Trump on?
I mean, he was more for he's kind of a like for workers, and he wanted to get jobs back in the country, and was trying to get rid of Obamacare. But there are some things I didn't really like about Trump, though.
Like, what did you not like about him?
Well, I mean, he said he was gonna build a wall, and then he said that he was gonna. Then he was sort of hypocritical about he would like not bomb anything without uh U.S. with Congress approval or anything like that. He just kind of went ahead and
Okay, yeah, no, yeah, I understand what you're saying. So I mean, did you agree with the whole wall thing?
no, I mean, how is he gonna make Mexico pay for it? That's just crazy, though.
Yeah,
And
no, that's kind of a consensus question. I mean, I agree with you on that. Like, how are you going to make? But as far as building a wall, right? I mean, do you think that we should have a border wall, or do you think we should not have a border wall?
what? No, I'm not saying it should be free, open border stuff. I mean, there should be a border with guards and stuff because if you look at sort of what happened in the EU and stuff, it wasn't a fun thing.
Yeah, no, exactly. And you know what? Thank you for being honest. I mean, you're being intellectually honest with me in this conversation. I agree with you.
But hold on, I'll send you something.
Yeah. Go ahead and post it. I'll read it later. So you do believe that a sovereign nation should have its own borders?
Yes.
I agree with that. And as far as like unchecked illegal immigration, I mean, we shouldn't have unchecked illegal immigration, right?
But I mean, if you look at Germany, what they did is that they allowed like how many refugees in, and then for Sweden they allowed like they were kind of having open border fun time, and they brought too many, and it kind of had the rape increase about like how much, like it went like pretty crazily up.
It went pretty crazily up. Is that even a word?
I made it myself.
I like it. I'm going to use it
I
now.
understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, though. I mean, I'm with you on that. You know, the unchecked immigration is a problem. You can't just open your borders up and let anybody from anywhere come
But
in.
I mean, but for open borders, if we open our borders with Mexico or any kind of nation, well, I mean for Mexico, importantly, oh geez, holy God, our crime rate would be like increasingly out of control with crime. It would
Well, yeah,
not be fun.
yeah. Well, I live in Central California. I mean, I can tell you all about crime and poverty and all. You know, I grew up in it, so I can tell you firsthand, like from firsthand experience, what this type of open border policy creates. It creates poverty. It creates crime. It creates a lot of disparity.
But I'm not saying immigrants are all bad and everything. I
No,
mean,
no, no. Of course not.
without immigrants coming into the U.S., our jobs won't be filled, and nobody would have took them, and it would just be pretty much you wouldn't be a successful nation without having immigrants, because necessarily immigrants like do fill in jobs and stuff.
I think if we were, I gotta disagree with you a little bit on that. I think that if we would cut off our welfare handouts, those jobs that immigrants take would be filled, I believe.
Mm. Uh,
And there's also, you look at a lot of you just look at a lot of wages throughout all types of careers and jobs. There needs to be more, it needs to be restructured. I understand there's like free enterprise and capitalism and that but like I'm talking about like through all in all the board, like minimum wage does need to perhaps be raised, but I mean, like, come on, that's the thing. It's like people need to get off fucking welfare and they need to like go and get a fucking job again, even if it's at a gas station, if it's at a fucking McDonald's. Like people need to like suck up their pride if they don't necessarily have a career or a trade to go into.
that's what I said, that there should be like still a plan kind of thing, that there needs to be a stopping point, because the Canadians, they do that. Oh wait, hold on.
Hey man, you're talking to one.
This is yeah. Bob is my conservative Canadian friend, man. I mean, me and him are on the same page on like 99% of
Because
everything.
yeah, the Canadians have their system where they kind of give their welfare, and then they kind of just stop at a certain point or whatever.
It needs to be more vetted. No, it doesn't. It doesn't get stopped as long as you do the job programs and you keep applying for jobs. You can stay on the welfare, but it's like, I think it's like it's been a long time since I even looked into that. I think it's after a certain time, you get like a grace period to be on it, and then it's like okay, now you got to go look for jobs. I think it's after like 90 days.
That's why
3
you
months.
don't depend on. That's why you shouldn't have that kind of stuff like Obamacare, because a lot of people were so dependent on it, and that kind of pretty much turned like so many people dependent on it, and then it just turns everybody. It turned the people that were dependent on it so lazy they couldn't even. They pretty much didn't even want to get a job. They just depended on it fully and kind of covered stuff, and they're
Oh yeah,
like,
but wait. Now we're going into like jobs and wages. I was just gonna say to what you guys were saying about the borders and everything. It's like the whole thing with open borders too. Like to the point Matt brings up, like sovereignty of North America, like especially in the United States and in Canada, more for protected borders. Like you try and go to any of these other countries and try and just fucking walk across their borders.
but you
Hey,
can't even.
you know what, Bob? I mean, I've been sitting here having a conversation with Mr. Bolshevik for probably an hour, and I can honestly tell you, like, probably 75% of what he said. He's a socialist, but 75% of what he said, I think I've agreed with. I don't know if, he's a different kind of socialist from my perspective. I mean, I've agreed with a lot of things that he said, not everything, but a lot.
I think he
It's
hates.
really
Wait,
interesting.
don't you hate Bernie Sanders?
Me?
No, Mister.
Yeah, I liked him, but I kind of there was some parts of him I dislike of him, but I mean, it was kind of more
Was it you in the
iffy.
chat earlier? Wasn't it you or somebody else was like going off that it's because he's a Jew? I was like, whoa, okay. I was like,
Well, I mean, I went for
there's
the
other
National
reasons to
Socialists,
hate a people other than the religion that they were born as. But all right, okay.
but I
Well,
lean, I
well,
lean, but I
let's talk,
mean,
let's talk about that. I mean, if he's a Jew, I mean, Mr. Bolshevik, I mean, if you
well, I mean,
disagree with
well, hold
you
on, hold on. Before you keep talking, I mean, I kind of learned from my National Socialist friend to not trust Jews within economics because they kind of screw everything up and are more biased and
well,
start to
I
become
want to
more
hear that.
wealthy.
I want to hear that point of view. That's why I'm asking you. It's not because I'm trying to argue, but I just want to hear that point of view.
But I mean, I don't really
National.
want any Jew taking over a bank or anything. I mean, that's just going to they're going to become more wealthy. I mean, if you kind of see that,
Hey,
it's pretty
LaSurge,
much happened, and that's kind of what's been
I
happening.
missed you, buddy.
Well,
Whoa.
what's the difference? I guess my question would be, what's the difference between a Jew or a European or an African or whatever taking over a bank? I mean, what's the difference? I don't understand.
I mean, I gotta say that probably a European or any kind of person that's not really wealthy or anything that takes over a bank is probably way better than a Jew. I mean, economically, you don't want any of the Jews to take over economically.
Well,
Is this guy
I'm just trying to understand that because I guess there's corrupt and there's incorrupt people on both sides, right? I mean, no matter the.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's rotten
But I mean, I
apples to
learned
every
that from my
bunch.
nationalist friend, and I kind of agree with them. They kind of do screw things up if they're economically in charge.
Can you post something in the Hangouts like to back that up so I can read it?
Hold on.
This guy's trolling, man. Who the hell is, come on.
Yeah, they can't like the guy if he said that, it can't just be a theory of his
National
without a
Socialist.
facts like to back it up
Well,
and some
I'm
reputable
kind of curious.
sources.
I'm kind of curious about that. I want to
But I
understand where
mean,
he got that
I
thought
mean,
process from.
This
but I
this guy
mean,
goes by Mister. You call yourself Mister.
Mr. Bolshevik. That's Mr. Bolshevik.
yeah.
Mr. Bolshevik. Okay.
You guys were getting along in the
You know,
chat earlier, LaSurge, you and Mister.
I'm just, depends
And
what
that
we're
Connor
talking about,
guy.
right?
Well, that's true. Oh,
Yeah,
hey, LaSurge, quickly. Hey, I was just wondering, do I have to like change my address or anything? Like, the whole spat we got into earlier. Like, as I admit I was trolling you and calling you a pussy, bro,
If I
but ever
expect you.
no, but ever since you said you were gonna slap me upside the head and like you threatened me to like hurt
Oh,
me, like I've been
I
scared,
said
dude.
that's what I would do. Okay, I didn't
No,
say I
no,
was what I
dude,
would do. Okay, which you
like do
understand.
I
Okay,
no, do I have to go into hiding? I'm worried, man.
come on.
No, I'm thinking about changing my address.
Oh, bullshit. Okay, hold on.
No, dude, you scared me straight, dude. I'm sorry, LaSearch. Like I never want to I never want to like troll you or like try and like trigger you because like like today I got really immature. I'm sorry, dude. Like I waved the white flag.
Yeah, you were. I was just trying to tell you one point, okay, that changes everything about the case with Omar Khadr.
Oh, let's not go there, man. Like yeah, it's usually like LaSurge. Here's the thing. Like, can we agree on this one thing? Okay, you know me. Whenever I go, hey, LaSurge, like, can we just move on? I don't want to give this one any thought. You go, most of the time, you're always, yeah, okay, and like we've always, and
No,
like
it was important.
the,
It was important because that's one thing, okay, can change absolutely everything.
okay, you know what? I'm gonna give you the floor. If you actually want to spit that information, I'll give you the floor right now. But it's like it's a subject that honestly, I'm gonna admit it does boil. When the people said I was triggered, I'm like, it's not even that I'm triggered. It's a case that it just boiled my blood as soon as I read it.
Dude, you hold on. Okay, there's social media went nuts over the Cotter thing. Okay, the Cotter, it's the Supreme Court of Canada decision. Okay, now the right wing. Okay, they're crazy, trying to blame Trudeau. Right? It's like, oh, that's all Trudeau's the worst prime minister ever. Okay, and you know, the way that people think. Okay, like even, you know, I on Facebook. Okay, I got you know, these brothers who I went to school with. Okay, now one of them's got a son. Okay, and his son commented saying just that, saying, "Oh yeah, Trudeau's the worst prime minister ever," and blah blah blah. You know, and it's not going to sit well. Okay, that I responded, but I feel obligated when people say things that are technically stupid. Okay, you know, I have to kind of set things straight. Okay, and so, you know, I just commented saying, look, you can't blame the prime minister for a Supreme Court decision. Okay, and the important thing to know and understand about this Supreme Court decision is, you know, this is by the letter of the law. Okay, which they were upholding our rights. Okay,
I know it
it's not
was.
specific
I
to
know
any individual.
Guantanamo
It's
technically
all of
broke
us.
our. I know they broke
Okay?
our rights. Like but
It's our rights as citizens. Okay, and this is what makes us a civilized fucking country. Okay, you know, the decision might not sit well with you, but damn well back up the decision, because that's on our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, dude.
I don't bet.
Okay, which is letter of the
I
law.
do not back up 10.5 million.
Well, that's, you know, that's the same amount that went to you know, the other guy, Arar. Okay, where, you know, Canada screwed him. Okay, this guy, he had nothing to do with terrorism. He got picked up. He got sent to Syria for torture. Okay, which, you know, that's this is one of the main reasons I think why the United States wants Assad out. Okay, because
No. Literally, this is what I'm
they
saying.
want
Is
dude,
I don't.
Hey, hold on, let me finish. Okay, the United States does not want Assad out, dead. Okay, they want him dead because dead people can't talk. So, you know, the relationship between the United States and Syria, okay, goes back a long way. The United States has been using Syria because Syria tortures people. Okay, Syria's been known for that. Okay, that's like a bad place. You don't want to wind up there. Okay, now the CIA basically puts them under their employ as a way of getting around, you know, our legal codes and our legal system, because we can't. Well, even though the Americans do in Guantanamo, right? They use torture, and that's pretty controversial. Okay, but you know, what they'll do is they network. Okay, and they've been shipping people to Syria. Okay, to have fucking you know, Pulp Fiction. Okay, they go medieval on the motherfuckers there. Okay, that's what goes on, and the United States is culpable. They do it knowingly. Okay, knowingly. Now, do they have plausible deniability? It's like, oh well, hey, we didn't do it. You know, they did. This is, you know, serious torturing people. Meanwhile, okay, the United States is shipping people there to be tortured. You know, this is why they want Assad dead. Okay, learn about the CIA renditions, man. CIA's been shipping people.
I look to be honest. The whole American involvement, technically, even though I still feel strongly and I do support America, that has nothing to do with the 10.5 million that us, the Canadian taxpayer, is paying to him.
Well, you know,
I'm gonna finish with like I heard you out. Okay, I heard you out, and then just hear me out on that, and then that can we go forward from that?
Our government, okay, did not protect his rights as a Canadian citizen.
Yes, so me, you, and all the tax-paying Canadian citizens foot the bill for that. Where it's like, okay,
Yeah,
I defend that his human rights were broken, but
yeah,
10 point.
yeah, that's how it is.
All right, well, I heard you out. Let's just move forward on it then.
You know, that's, like I say, that's what's important. Okay, it's a Supreme Court decision, right? It's a Supreme Court ruling, and you know, it's pretty open shut, you know, by the facts of the case. Okay, his actions.
Word. So okay.
Actions,
So wait, can we just move on from it, Research? I heard you out.
His actions in Afghanistan, okay, don't bear in on the case. Okay, it was a question of, you know, rights. Okay, his rights were violated.
And I agree with that. I agree with that. I like when I even read up about the case, they said that under American law, what they did when they got his
Dude, the
statement,
Americans
when they
violated
got
their
his statement,
laws.
they violated his human right laws, like under our codes, to get a statement.
No, not just our codes, okay? Under American codes too.
Okay, well, it did in the article that I read. It was more citing like
I know.
what they
Yeah,
broke in the Canadian. Okay, so
the Americans broke their laws too. Okay, and how
okay,
they treated him. He's underage.
okay.
He was underage. He's a child. You know, he can't. Okay, there's no international tribunal. Okay, that would not designate him as a child soldier. Okay, he's too young. He's too young. He's just, it's open shut. It's that simple. He was 15 years old. Okay, you can't try him as an adult. You can't try him as in a military tribunal. Okay, not even since like World War II, dude. Okay, but in like Nuremberg and shit. Okay, you cannot try a child like that. You know, as an enemy combatant, you can't. They're just too young. It's that simple. Right, and he was tortured. He was tortured. Okay, his confession came under duress. Okay, they held him up and basically saying, "Look, we're going to keep you here forever." Okay, torturing you. That's why he confessed. Okay,
I read all those facts, and I agree with you that his rights were broken. But I mean, just the whole. Like I even said to you, Serge, when you torture people, yeah, you're breaking the whole. Like, I remember we talked about it the one time when you got into the whole side joke of the whole Steve Irwin shit. Like, you're going to a place where you're abandoning the law and you're trying to get information out of someone. Like that. So you already know how I feel on that. So okay, so it's just like let's just move forward from this. Because I was even gonna say everybody left. Like as soon as me and you got into our side thing, everybody all left.
Well, did you hear what this Mr. dude was going on about? Okay,
I know, but as soon as me and you got into our side thing, he snuck out.
Yeah,
he snuck out. I know that was weird. I said I just don't like Bernie because I just don't kind of trust him as a person. He was saying because he's Jewish. That's a little
racist.
That's a little.
Sort of.
Well, it's sectarian. It's like they need to come up with like a more definitive term, but it's like sectarianism. Like it's like
Yeah, I know.
Hate on a religion.
Prejudiced.
Yeah, or prejudice. There you go. Yeah, that could work too.
Hey, Serge, can I ask you a question? I mean, I know you were a Bernie supporter. Can I ask you why you were a Bernie supporter? Like, what policies did Bernie have that you agreed with?
Wasn't it the socialism?
Universal healthcare. Yeah. Universal healthcare. Okay, extending higher learning, right? In the public sphere, right? Which has gone on now. Apparently, New York is doing it. There's another state. I forget which state it was. It might be Kentucky. I forget where it was. Okay, but they're using, at a state level. Okay, they're going to use the income coming from state lottery. Okay, to fund public education at a higher, college, university, right? Pay for people's tuition, which is great. Of course.
Well, was that it, or was there anything else? I mean, he had a pretty big platform he was standing on. I mean, what else was there?
Well, basically everything. I don't know of anything that I don't agree with in his platform. Changing just policies and stuff like it's cut and dry. Okay, see, you're voting against yourselves. Okay, you really are voting against yourselves. Okay, it's not just I'm not just saying
how am I voting against myself when I'm voting against being taxed more stuff? I mean, none of this is free. None of it's free, bro.
True.
I know. Nobody see that's one of the big misnomers. Okay, where they say free this, free that. Okay, no, it's not free. It's socialized. Okay, where everyone pools in. Right? And everyone gets out of it. Okay, now some people can pool in more than others, right? And the people who contribute the most they're carrying more of a share for the people who can contribute less. So, that's a good thing.
Well, how is that a good thing? I mean, I don't understand. How is it a good thing to force other people to pay for someone's education or to pay for somebody's health care or whatever the case may be? How is it okay to force me to pay for that?
Well, first of all,
Yeah, if anything, it should be reduced and vetted better.
Negligible. Your contribution is negligible. You have kids, right? Okay, I don't know if your kids go public school or what, okay, but you pay taxes, okay, and for the taxes that you pay, you get, services, you get, everything, like, roads, for example, right? The roads that you drive on. Who do you think pays for that? Who do you think up? Policing. Who do you
check it out.
That, right?
Check it out, man. Here in California, that's not really true, man, because they spend $30 billion a year on illegals, and that's why our infrastructure is falling apart. So I don't really get
that's very true. California's falling apart, I've heard.
Yeah, well, hold on now. Okay, paying $30 million a year for illegals. Okay,
no, billion, not million, billion.
You have to look at both sides of the coin in these sort of things. Okay, where you're saying paying, that's one side of the thing. Okay, as if all illegals are, just sucking off the fucking teat or whatever. Okay, meanwhile, the truth is, no, actually, it's far, far different. In fact, the truth is that most illegals are actually gainfully employed. Okay, the illegals, most of them are working. I was just
what percentage pay taxes? I want to see what percentage would pay taxes. I would want to see that.
Let me tell you, in the state of California, we pay $30 billion. We pay $30 billion a year, and they contribute $3 billion a year. So they are nowhere near paying for what they take out.
On now, okay. What do you mean you pay $30 billion?
So that's a 27.
You're fucking mixing all this shit up, okay? You're just throwing stats out and stuff, okay? Now,
no. Wait, no.
I'm not.
No, he cited that article.
I'm telling you,
he cited that article a long time ago too. I remember that.
I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth.
No, you're not.
LaSurge, he sent you that article. I remember.
Listen,
I remember him sending you that article.
You're saying I'm lying. I'm telling you the truth, man. I'm giving you the numbers.
The truth. You're telling me what you think.
Yes, I am.
Okay, now,
no, LaSurge, you can look it up again. You can look it up again.
Please. Okay, $30 billion is what California pays towards welfare. Okay, now
that's what California pays for illegals. That's not welfare. No. California doesn't pay $30 billion for welfare. That's $30 billion to take care of illegals. Period.
To take care of illegals. Illegals don't even apply for welfare.
Hey, buddy. If you come here illegally, let me tell you something. If you come here illegally, you get welfare if you have children here. You can come here illegally, have children, and collect welfare on all your children.
You're talking anchor babies.
Ooh,
period.
Anchor babies. Yeah, I was just about to say anchor babies.
That's a different thing. Hold on now.
Anchor.
You're changing. You're moving the goalposts.
It's all the same subject. I'm not changing anything.
You're not a citizen. You can't claim. Okay, as an illegal, you cannot claim. You cannot claim benefits as an illegal.
You can claim
and the majority of illegals work.
Here.
You can claim benefits. Listen, I looked at the stats on this. Okay, you know how many? You know how much of the
truth, and you're calling me a liar.
Listen to this.
And you're calling me a liar.
Listen to this. Okay, in bricklaying. Okay, what percentage of the bricklaying industry do you think has illegal people working there?
I don't really care. What I'm telling you is that $30 billion a year
let me tell you,
paid in California to pay for illegals, and they only contribute $3 billion. So $27 billion of those dollars are coming out of taxpayers' pockets to pay for them. I'm telling you the facts. If you come here illegally, if you come here and you have anchor babies, you can collect welfare on every single one of those anchor babies you have. Period. You think I'm lying? I'm not lying to you. I'm telling you the truth. Go look it up.
Yeah, see, anchor babies, that's a different thing, okay? And you know what? I don't even agree with that. I don't agree with that.
It's the same thing. It's not a different thing. It's the same
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's literally illegals coming there, having babies, and then collecting welfare.
No, it's not the same thing. Okay, hold on. No, see, okay, first of all, an anchor baby, okay, first of all, an anchor baby is not an illegal. Okay, unfortunately.
Yeah,
according
they
to
The
are.
law.
parent is.
No, they're not. No, they're not because they're born in the United States. Yeah, the parents are exactly. Okay, thank
The
you.
parents came
Okay,
here
Bob,
illegally,
for
had a
being.
bunch of kids because they knew they could game the welfare system and collect welfare on all their kids. Okay, it's the same thing. Period.
See, look, I looked at the
You're not paying
statistics.
attention. You're not paying attention. We pay
I
$30
am paying
billion
attention.
a
I am
year
paying attention.
in
You're not paying
California
attention.
for
Okay, now
welfare
listen.
handouts to illegals.
Listen.
Okay,
Listen. Okay.
that's
A
just
vast.
illegals. That's not even talking about
Listen.
anchor babies. That's illegal.
Listen. A vast majority of illegals are employed.
They pay $3
Okay, they
billion
work.
a year and take out $30 billion a year.
Yeah, bullshit. Bullshit.
No,
Not
I would
bullshit.
want to look. I would
Bullshit.
want to look at their taxes.
30
But
billion. Listen,
That's
listen.
facts.
The state. You want to bet that's facts? Okay, the facts
Yeah,
are
I
the
want to bet
state of
that's fact.
California.
I'll bet you $100
Okay,
right now.
it's
I'll bet you
not.
$100 right now what I said
Okay,
is a fact.
absolutely. You're on.
Yeah.
You're
Okay.
on.
I'll bet you
all right,
$100
all
is a
right,
fact.
Absolutely.
all right.
Just like-
Somebody
just like
link
you-
this in the hangout.
You
I gotta
bet
see this.
$5,000 that
Okay.
Hillary would win the election.
In the United
You didn't.
States, California, okay, pays the most towards welfare out of any
Tell me
state.
all about
Okay.
how California
And
is,
it's
Canadian.
35 billion.
Tell me
It's
all about how
35
California
billion.
is. Because you must know how it is. 'cause you live
35
here.
billion, dude.
Yeah,
Dude,
you live here, huh?
California
You know exactly what it's like to be here in California, don't you?
California pays 35 billion towards welfare, and you're trying to say that 30 billion is towards illegals.
They only pay 30.
Bullshit.
They only pay $3 billion in
Bullshit.
taxes.
You make this shit up. You make this shit up.
Oop, I don't make it
You
up.
make this shit up, okay? Or someone makes it up.
Your socialism is a failure. Get over it, Lasserd.
Oh yeah. Therefore,
Your
socialism is a
failure.
failure. What? Because there's people on welfare. Therefore, socialism is a failure.
Yep. Because
Okay,
your
welfare
socialism
is,
creates
you know,
welfare.
Welfare is something separate from socialism.
Your
Okay, I don't
socialism.
think
Your
you
socialism
know,
creates
you don't
welfare.
even know what socialism is.
Your
You
socialism
don't even
creates
know what
welfare
it is.
Your socialism
Really?
creates a welfare
Okay.
state. Yep. Sure does.
Listen. You want to know something that's socialized? Okay, public schooling. You want to know something that's socialized? Fucking fire department.
Oh wow!
Okay.
You throw out a couple of things. Oh yeah, that's
Yeah, you know what else is
Hey, guess
socialized?
what? There was a time in this country when people didn't pay taxes to pay for all that stuff, and we still had all that stuff. There was a time when we didn't pay taxes to have schooling. We didn't pay taxes to have a police department, and we still had police departments, roads, schooling. We had all that
Are
stuff.
you kidding? Oh, really? It paid for itself.
So let's
did
get
it?
back to the subject of illegal immigrants. Illegal immigrants suck up $30 billion a year in welfare, and they only pay $3 billion in taxes. Those are facts. Go and look it up. I know.
Dude, you
I know,
just said
I know the
something
facts hurt.
absolutely-
I know it hurts your socialist ego, but those are the facts. Get over it.
Dude, you just said something absolutely ridiculous.
No,
All I
you
can
said
do-
something absolutely
I just
ridiculous.
laugh. I just laugh. Okay, that's ridiculous.
No, you're
Right?
ridiculous. You're ridiculous because
Oh.
you won't listen to facts.
Yeah,
Because you know
okay.
everything. Lasserd
The
has
police,
127
the police weren't paid for by
he don't
taxes.
listen to
And,
anything, and he knows everything. And we're a bunch of idiots. Even though I live here, and I'm telling him how things are here, I'm the fucking idiot. I don't know how things work here. No, you're an idiot. You don't know how things work here. Shut the fuck up because you have no clue what I'm talking about.
What the fuck?
Period. Shut
What
up,
the fuck,
Lasserd.
man?
You don't know
I'm
everything.
looking at this
You
shit
don't know
right now.
everything.
Okay, wait. You guys want to hear this? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. This report is a companion to a recent report published by the Center for Immigration Studies looking at welfare used by all immigrant households in the state of California based on Census Bureau data. This report separates legal and illegal immigrant households and estimates welfare use using the same Census Bureau data as that study. This analysis shows that legal immigrant households make extensive use of most welfare programs, while illegal immigrant households primarily benefit from food programs and Medicaid through their U.S.-born children. Low levels of education, not legal status, is the main reason immigrant welfare use is high. Among the findings, an estimated 49% of households headed by legal immigrants used one or more type of welfare programs in 2012, compared to 30% of households headed by natives. Households headed by legal immigrants have higher use than native households overall, and for cash programs, 14%
Well, what do you
versus
know?
10%.
Hey, look at that.
Food programs, 36% versus 22%, and Medicaid, 39% versus 23%. Use of housing programs is seen.
So far greater
No,
share is
use
towards illegal immigrants. What do you know?
you-
And
you-
meanwhile,
use
the
of
entire
housing
state.
programs is similar.
Meanwhile,
Wait,
the entire state spends $35 billion on welfare, Okay, so here's Matthew trying to say that 30
Not
billion
the entire
is going
state.
to
The state pays $30 billion in handouts for illegals, not all
bullshit.
immigrants. Illegals. Get it right.
I'm calling bullshit. I'm calling
Go ahead,
bullshit
prove
on
me
that.
wrong. Prove me wrong. Go ahead and prove me
Okay,
wrong.
from what from the stats that he's giving out, okay, he's saying that legal immigrants, okay, and this is just immigrants, okay, this is exclusively immigrants, okay, as that excludes citizens also, okay, so
Yeah,
you factor in
that's
all
legal immigrants. I'm actually sorry. I'm actually gonna look for
he
one.
said specifically, he said immigrants, okay, both legal and illegal, okay, and that's exclusively immigrants. That's not natural born citizens, okay. Now how many natural born citizens are using welfare also? And the entire state of California spends 35 billion on welfare. Okay, so the fraction of that, okay, it might be, I don't know, maybe 4 billion or something being used by illegal immigrants, which is still a fair chunk of change. Okay, but to say 30, fuck off. There's no fucking way. There's no way it's that high, right? I know I can do the math, okay, and there's just no way. Wherever you're pulling these numbers out of your ass. That's what I'm saying. Okay, I'm not going to buy it for a second that there's $30 billion being spent on illegal immigrants through welfare programs. I'm not going to buy that for a second.
Oh shit! Damn it!
Right, because that's the thing, and this report is exclusive to immigrants, both legal and illegal. Okay, like I say, now you got to factor in actual citizens.
Yo, I gotta go back because that was a report from 2015.
Well, that's modern. That's recent.
Okay,
that's
wait,
very recent.
wait. Okay, look at this one. It's from www.fairus.org/news. Washington, D.C. Illegal immigration costs California taxpayers more than $25 billion a year.
Yeah, well, that's that would be on whole. And how are they calibrating those figures?
Okay.
Right.
Washington, D.C., June 19, 2014. A new study released by the Federation for American Immigration Reform, FAIR acronym, finds that providing education, healthcare, law enforcement, and social and government services to illegal aliens and their dependents costs California $25.3 billion per year, according to FAIR's reports. The fiscal burden of illegal immigration on California taxpayers. The state's
Hold on, just a sec. Pause. Okay, please, before you finish. Okay, now let's not forget that illegal immigrants who are working, and most of them are working. Okay, they do contribute to the taxes.
You're missing the point.
Directly, even if they're not directly taxed through income, okay, they're still taxed through sales taxes. Okay, and that chips in.
Wait, that was in 2014.
So California, the state of California, is actually generating revenue from illegals also. Let's not overlook
$3 billion. $3 billion for their $30 billion that they suck up. Okay, I found the story. I found the story right here. Illegal immigrants and their children cost California $30 billion a year in net cost, $7,352 per alien. Okay.
That's 17.7% of the state budget.
No, I know.
Given the California state budget is, hold on.
Yeah. Well, can I just say something first? Okay, I just want to tell you how.
I'll read the whole article to you, and I'll find several different articles that back it up.
Yeah, listen, I only care about truth and fairness and all this.
Illegal immigrants cost California $30 billion a year, and they pitch in $3 billion in taxes that they pay.
Well, sir, it is his page. Let him rap. This shit
is not disputable.
Listen, okay,
it's a fact.
I didn't know it would be nearly so bad in California. Okay, when Yesenia said something, okay, I was like, no way, right? No way, fuck off. Okay, and I look it up, and I was shocked.
Okay, yeah.
I misread the stats. Okay, where I thought it was 35%.
No.
Okay, but it's not percent. It was 35 billion, is what's being spent on welfare. Okay, and that's a good reliable statistic. Okay, now the thing is and there's California stands out like a sore thumb for welfare recipients.
Exactly.
And, there's no question there's going to be abuses and stuff like that. Okay, Now the thing is oh shit, what was I gonna say? Oh, god damn it! Someone catch. Oh, I don't. It's a problem. Okay, and I understand it's a problem, but you can't be lacking objectivity, right? Like you have to look at both sides and not be just jumping down the throat. Okay, while I recognize that it is a problem. Okay. There's going to be a lot of people who aren't a problem, who are contributing and stuff. Okay, and good people. There's going to be illegal immigrants who aren't drawing at all from welfare. Okay, there's going to be illegal immigrants who not only are they not drawing at all from welfare. Okay, they're there making money. Okay, they're contributing. Okay, where they're performing work and everything, which has an economic impact. A lot of them, okay, are
not most of
really good people. A lot of them are. Okay, a lot of them are criminals. Okay,
most of them send their money back. Most of them send their money back to the country of origin.
Exactly.
At least
that's what I was
going to.
Yeah, and not just but think about it. Okay, think about that. Okay, where them sending it back to help their families. Okay, a lot of them are young people coming up to send back to their fucking starving, impoverished families. Okay, now that hurts the American economy a little bit. Okay, but think of how good it is for their families. Like these are people; they got to live, dude.
Look. Okay, when you get to the humanitarian part of it, I understand what you're saying. Okay, I'm not bashing people that try to come here and have a better life. I'm more against the politicians that are allowing people to come here and suck off of the taxpayer. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's policy. And the thing is though is
it's fucked up. Hold on.
Yeah,
sir. Come on, man. $30 billion a year. Yes. We spend in California. Yes. Listen to me, dude. Listen to me. Just listen to me for a second. Just for a fucking second. Look. We spend in California, we spend $30 billion a year to take care of illegals. They contribute $3 billion a year to the economy, dude. That's a big loss, man. I'm not against people. I'm not against people trying to have a better life. But goddamn, when does it get to the point to where we can't afford this shit?
I mean, come on. True. I don't think that's true. Okay, I don't think those figures are.
It's indisputable, dude. Economists and everybody in the state. This is state. This is from the state.
Yeah,
this shit is from the state.
I don't think that's
what up,
true.
Cap?
What's going on? Hey, Matt, just think.
Captain Dan.
When we stop the
main man
in California, you guys are going to have to pay your sanctuary cities through taxes. So
exactly.
Florida attracts
for all the federal dollars the sanctuary cities lose, guess who's going to get taxed to make up that fucking money? It's going to be
all the taxpayers.
Fucking Democrats, man.
I mean, goddamn, we already spend $30 billion a year for illegals. Now I got to fork out more money for the fucking sanctuary cities, man. Come on.
Hey, Matt, I got a question for you. When's the last time you heard a Democrat come out and say anything they're going to do positive for the American people?
I haven't heard shit in the state of California since as far back as I can remember.
Not a damn thing out of their mouths about Americans. Nothing.
You're hardly forking out anything. Okay, first of all, right? You're just working class, Joe.
We got the highest goddamn cost of living in the fucking one of the highest cost of living in the country, and you got the nerve to sit there and tell me I ain't forking out shit.
Yeah, that's prices, dude. Okay, cost of living has to
vote for Omar.
Illegal immigrants. The illegal immigrants jack up the cost of living because they are in the market competing for jobs and housing. They are jacking up the prices in the economy, dude.
Think about like when the two illegals come over the border, have their little anchor baby, and then little Jorge gets a runny nose, right? And then they call the ambulance. He gets a free ambulance ride to the hospital. He gets paid translators, gets free medicine, and the dumb American goes to the hospital for a basic fucking visit and has to pay $1,000. Still doesn't pay shit.
Well,
exactly.
I'll tell you, okay, a lot of the illegals that come into Canada come in through the United States too. Okay. And
and Trudeau just told any of them if they had any problems in America, they feel free to come to Canada. That's great.
I wanted to respond to Matthew, okay, which is to say that when these policies are enacted, okay, they don't have illegals and stuff in mind, okay, where illegals come up, okay, and these people are exploiting these policies and programs which are put in place for the actual citizens. So it's not really fair to blame the people who put these policies in place for the people coming from elsewhere to exploit them, right? That's not fair. You can't do that, okay? And they're good policies.
Yes, you can.
We're talking social safety net here. Right?
Dude, let's just say in America, if there's 10 million people, that's 1/3 of our population, LaSurge. Just think
So let me.
think of those, like, we're not talking
What?
small numbers.
Whoa.
America's so huge. Like,
Whoa, what did you say? What did you say? How many? What?
I said,
1/3?
in America, I would say across the country, I'm gonna say on the low end, because illegal immigrants, like undocumented people that aren't paying
Yeah.
taxes and everything, I'd probably put a rough estimation around like probably 10 to a dozen million.
Yeah, that's actually spot on according to the statistics. Okay, but I've seen stats as high as 20,
Okay, so can we be safe to assume, and I'm sure like Matt would agree to like this type of shit, it's like California, I think, has a high proportion of them.
Oh, it's huge, astronomically. They aggregate, okay, towards more liberal leaning locations. Okay, now the top two states are California, number one, okay, and number two is New York. Okay, then Florida. They go and Texas. Okay, and Texas. Now the rate, okay, yeah, now the percentage, okay, the amount of illegals, okay, that are coming into the United States and where they're going, where they're settling, okay, Texas is spiking up right now. More and more in Texas. They're focusing on Texas more. Which, I looked at the statistics.
But to say that the numbers still aren't going up in California, I'm sure they're still going up there. I'm sure they're still going up in New York, and
They're going to go flock to all the liberal places.
They're going to flock to them. Yeah, that's true.
Okay, the vast majority of them are Mexican. Okay, and now looking more at this. Okay, I look back statistically. Okay, over the last 20, 30 years. Okay. Now, in the in the 80s, okay, there was hardly any, maybe 2, 3, 4 million, okay, and it was NAFTA. When NAFTA was signed, okay, there started a huge climb of illegal migrations from Mexico into the United States. Now, that's a direct result of the impact that NAFTA had. I think NAFTA played a big role in this. Okay, because it changed.
Shitty trade agreements. It fucked us and Canada.
No, dude. Okay, the thing is, hold on. This trade agreement benefited the United States more than anyone. It really did. Okay, there's going to be
how many jobs have we lost? How many jobs have we lost since NAFTA?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but how many people are migrating out of the United States?
So then, how did it benefit? How did it benefit us?
That's the biggest thing I've ever heard.
We ship jobs out. They ship jobs out. They take in more people and more illegal, undocumented immigrants. How does that work out for a country?
Without working citizens, the country falls.
And how does that work for all the natives and the legal immigrants?
Yeah, you're at all-time low for unemployment. You're at you're at under 5% unemployment. Okay, now that's not okay.
That's because millions of people have dropped off of the unemployment rolls because they can't find fucking jobs, dude.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's exactly.
That's why they've dropped off unemployment because they can't find jobs. That's why our unemployment rate is so low.
Yeah, hold on. Okay, a far better indicator is the.
That's under Obama. That's under 8 years of Obama, who wrecked our economy at 2% GDP, less than 2% GDP for almost a decade. He wrecked our economy, just like the Democrats wrecked our economy with the housing market crash.
The Hillary was making money the whole time.
It's all bullshit, Serge. It's all bullshit. Everything you're saying is bullshit, Serge. I'm sorry. It's all bullshit.
Bullshit. What are you fucking talking about?
Okay, so why is our unemployment rate so low? Why is our unemployment rate so low? Is it because that everybody found jobs, or is it because all those people dropped off of the fucking unemployment rolls because there is no fucking jobs?
Well, I have a question because I have 2%. I have a question because I haven't seen it in my state. What industry came back to the United States during Obama's reign?
Listen, I still haven't made the point. Okay, I've been trying for a goddamn minute now to finish what I was saying. Okay, which is the far better. is the
Oh, go ahead, Lester.
employment.
I'm sorry. I interrupted you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Like I say, the far greater indicator of job and labor market is the employment. Okay, and in the United States, there's around 184 million who are gainfully employed. Okay, so that's good. That's like 65-70% of the population.
There's 90 million working age adults that are unemployed in this country, right? That's almost a quarter of this country.
Probably more, yeah, that or more, yeah. Well, I
that's
guess
almost a quarter of this country.
The exact number is 93 million.
Yeah, 93 million. Almost like a quarter of this country that are working age adults are unemployed. That is fucking unacceptable. A quarter of this country is on the welfare dole. How the fuck is that sustainable, LaSurge? Come on, man.
Oh yeah.
You're insulting my intelligence with this shit.
No. Oh, that's easily sustainable. Are you kidding me? Since
Are
the
you
industrial
fucking serious?
revolution,
That's easily sustainable. A quarter of the population of working age adults is unemployed, and you're saying that's fucking sustainable?
Absolutely,
dude. You're
absolutely.
high. You're high, bro.
No, I'm not high. Listen. Since the dawn of the agricultural revolution.
No, that's since Obama. That's since Obama. That's since the Democrats wrecked the economy. That's since the Democrats wrecked the economy. That's how it's been.
Listen, since the dawn of the agricultural revolution, human productivity has gone up.
Oh goddamn, we're going back 1,000 fucking years. Come on, man.
No, going back about 250 or 300.
Yeah, whatever, dude. 300 years. I mean, come on, dude. That has nothing to do with Obama and the last 8 years of wrecking our goddamn economy. What the fuck does 200 years ago have to do with that?
I won't just say Obama. I'll say Bush too.
Yeah, Bush too. Fuck Bush too, man. He was in on it.
Yeah, both of those fuck nuts can kiss my ass.
Yeah, but it was mainly the Democrats. It was mainly the Democrats with the fair housing mandates under the Community Reinvestment Act that wrecked the fucking economy back in 2007. They started that shit in '93. They forced banks to make loans that were subprime loans that people couldn't pay back, and they created a fucking housing bubble, and the shit fucking blew up. And people couldn't pay their fucking mortgages no more.
You could have went to a strip club. You could have went to a strip club in those times and met a stripper, and she would have said, "I'm going for my third fucking house." Literally, and that's not exaggeration. That's how bad it was, man. I was in construction when it hit the fan. That was some bad.
Hey, LaSurge. Hey, LaSurge. Did you see? I think yesterday I posted a picture in the Google Hangouts. Fresno, the city of Fresno, shanty towns in the city of Fresno when the housing bubble fucking collapsed. Did you see that picture of the fucking shanty towns in Fresno?
I did see the meme that you posted.
The favelas.
That the
shanty towns, dude. Shanty towns in Fresno. Shanty towns in Fresno.
Okay, hold on.
After the fucking housing bubble collapsed, dude.
Straight up, that's
what the Democrats did to us, bro.
Okay, listen, straight up, I have to ask: is climate change real?
Climate change. Yes, climate change is real. It happens naturally. It's natural. It's a natural process. The question is it man-made?
No, it's not. No, it's specific man-made. Okay, and yes, it is. It's not natural.
Bullshit.
Well, you're going against
LaSurge.
So why did you go from economic problems to the goddamn climate change? I'm fucking.
Yeah, and I was even just gonna say quickly. You brought up the agricultural revolution. We've only been in an industrial revolution for maybe 200 years now. Like, are you trying to say that in 200 years we've done that much damage to the planet?
Yes, pretty much.
Bullshit.
Are you kidding? Okay,
I mean, I believe we've done damage, but not to the rate it's been exasperated to.
Israel. Okay, it's like Mesopotamia area. Did you know that that desert? Okay, used to be actually a forest.
Fuck, man.
To show the impact of humans on the environment. Okay. Which goes back like a long way there. Okay, now
humans can impact their environment that they deal with on a daily basis. But how the fuck do they impact the global impact when the Earth has natural climate change cycles that it goes through? How are you going to blame human?
Yeah.
We can all have an impact on our local economy. Like I can go out to my yard and I can say I'm going to grow weed, and I could grow a fucking crop of weed, and that's impacting my environment. But how the fuck does that impact the global environment, dude? I mean, the global
Everything does.
the planet has a natural cycle of warming up and cooling down, man. Come on, dude.
Listen,
Yeah,
I'm going to use an example to explain how low these people go. I was watching a football game on Fox, and it was during September, and it was a Tampa Bay Buccaneer game, and a rainstorm or thunderstorm popped up with 2 minutes left in the game, and they postponed it until it went away. And they went back to the Fox crew, and Howie Long said, "Yep, there's proof of global warming because a thunderstorm just popped up."
That's normal in the South. That's normal in the South.
Exactly.
Yeah.
With tropical weather. Now, see, here's the thing. Now, somebody in a state like fucking, let's say, Montana, never been to Florida, they'll believe that shit.
You've got to be shitting me, okay? Because of some fucking announcer.
You did that to me a couple weeks ago. LaSurge, you did that to me a couple weeks ago. A couple weeks ago, I told you how hot it was here in Central California. That it was unnaturally hot in June. It was like 110 degrees, and you said, "Well, there's global warming." Are you fucking serious? Do you remember what you told me a couple weeks ago?
Well,
you did the same shit.
Global warming is happening. Okay.
You did the same shit.
What?
Dude,
The hell are you
a couple weeks ago, me and you were talking about how hot it was here in Central California, and you told me that was proof of global warming. That because we're having it like a unnaturally hot summer early.
It's gonna happen.
That's just the fucking desert. That's just the fucking desert that I live in. Sometimes it's hot as fuck. Sometimes it's cold. That's the fucking desert that I live in.
People down here right now are bitching. Oh my God, it's hotter this year than last year. I'm like, no, it ain't. If you look at the temperatures last year and this, it's the
same shit.
Oh, really? You want that? You want to bet?
Yeah, I do want to bet $100 fucking dollars. I want to bet $100 fucking dollars right now. I want to bet. I got $100 on this shit.
All right.
I got 5 on it.
This is great.
And
you know another funny thing.
5 on it.
I hope are you guys gonna pay me or what? Because I've been on this.
If you can prove, okay, so far I owe you $200 on a couple different subjects. If you can prove that shit unfucking deniably, I will send you a fucking check for $200.
Hey, if all these oceans have risen because of the ice melting, how come I haven't seen the ocean rise?
Well, it is actually slowly rising.
I haven't seen it. I mean,
it is rising. Dan, it is rising. Just
not only
it is Dan. It is rising. You're just too fucking stupid to see it.
Yeah,
it is rising slowly.
It's 6 inches. I'm like, listen, I would see 6 inches.
Hold on. Okay, let me explain. Okay, we they made projections. Okay, with climate models. Okay, expecting it to go faster than it is. Okay, now why isn't it going as fast as they were expecting? Well, it's because we understand that, and we're making moves to remedy it. Okay, now the thing is it's still going up.
That is a pseudoscience. That is a pseudoscience, and you know it.
No, I have a new strategy to combat it. Everybody in the world takes a pot of ocean water, they boil it, and they drink it a day, and we're solved.
Do that. No, man.
I have an even better proposition. I have a better proposition than that, Bob. What we need to do is we need to do a global carbon tax. We need to tax motherfuckers to breathe. That's what we need to do.
More taxes.
And that'll help the water go down.
Years ago when Al Gore was like, the state of Florida, most of it's going to be underwater by 2014. Well, it's 2017, and not a fucking inch has risen on the state of Florida.
I was going to say that we should pay Al Gore to go yell at the ocean and scare it.
Who lives in Florida.
Hey, listen, don't you come up on the land.
Stop rising, you son of a bitch.
Okay, in a very low-lying area, and there's insurance companies won't even fucking insure his house for floods, okay, because, it's like, sorry, you're going to have to do it, dude.
Hurricanes, that's why.
Can I ask you a question, LaSurge? Can I ask you a question, LaSurge? Was there an ice age?
Of course, there's been plenty of ice ages. Okay, now the thing is by the natural cycles, natural cycles of the Earth. Okay, we should actually be going into a cooling phase.
Natural cycles.
Judging by those natural cycles, it should actually be getting colder right now. Yeah.
Natural cycles.
But it's not. It's getting warmer.
Okay, so maybe they were fucking wrong about the prediction on the natural cycles. What do you motherfucking do?
No,
Okay,
Wait
you
a
were
minute,
saying
it
about the
didn't
ice
warm.
age.
Wait a
About
minute.
the ice age.
It's getting
Well, that's-
warmer, but I remember this past winter it was cold as shit in a lot of places for a long time.
It was
Yeah.
cold as fuck here too. Out here in the desert, we were freezing our fucking balls off.
Yeah, I mean, like I have family in New York still, and they're like, man, the winter lasted forever, and the snow was crazy.
That's Dan.
Like,
Dan. That's man-made climate change. Shut your mouth, Dan.
Here we go.
hold
Good
on,
lord.
Paris climate will help save
NASA.
us.
Do you trust NASA as a source on the environment? And you know what source do you trust here? I hope you trust actual scientific ones.
Well, okay. So tell me what NASA. Tell me all about what NASA said of the surge. You know what? Honestly, dude. Honestly, when it's dealing with a theory that hasn't been proven as a fact, I don't trust it. But I will look at whatever evidence. So tell me the evidence. Post something in the fucking Hangouts I can read. Come on, man.
Here's what it says. Okay, the world is getting warmer, whether the cause is human activity or natural variability, and the preponderance of evidence says it's humans. Okay.
Oh fuck.
This is from NASA. Thermometer readings all around the world have risen steadily since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution.
How much have they risen? How much have they risen?
According to an ongoing temperature analysis conducted by scientists at NASA's Goddard Institute for Space Studies, the average global temperature on Earth has increased by about 0.8 degrees centigrade or Celsius. 1.4. Well, and this is the global average, dude. Okay, they've got
8. Well, let me ask you. Let me ask you a question.
How many degrees is that?
That's the global average.
It's fucking 2 degrees. It's fucking no degrees.
Okay.
So why
2/3 of the
scientists that come out that said since the 1600s, because England was the first to measure temperature, that says from the 1600s to today that we've only risen 1.5 degrees.
In 500 years? No.
Now, let me read on. Okay, it says, but why should we care about 1 degree of warming? After all, the temperature fluctuates by many degrees every day where we live. The global represents an average over the entire surface of the planet. Okay, the point that I am making. Now, the temperature we experience locally and in short periods can fluctuate significantly due to predictable cyclical events, night and day, summer and winter. It's hard to predict wind and precipitation patterns.
Predictable
cyclical events mainly depends on how much energy the planet receives from the sun and how much it radiates back into space. Quantities that change very little. Okay, the amount of energy radiated by Earth depends significantly on the chemical composition of the atmosphere, particularly the amount of heat-trapping greenhouse gases. Carbon. Okay, and it's not just carbon. Okay, it's clouds. Okay, and cloud covers. Yeah, because when the sun's light, okay, hits the Earth.
What else produces carbon? What else produces carbon?
Well, we're talking greenhouse effect. Now, are you familiar with greenhouse
carbon? What else produces carbon?
Oh fuck, I don't know. Listen, this
like everything on the fucking planet produces carbon.
They say one volcano eruption can produce more CO2 than what we could do in a 14-year span.
No shit.
Yeah, and I did that. Okay, and furthermore, okay,
that's all you want, but there's 31,000 scientists who say that's true
because he didn't read that and he didn't like it. I mean, come on, man.
Because there's 97% world scientists who are under the government take says no.
You know what? If anything, volcanoes have been doing more damage to the Earth since fucking man. We were running from dinosaurs a long time ago.
Furthermore, the natural contributions to the carbon emissions are factored into this. This is exclusive to the human impact on the planet. Okay, you think they're fucking stupid? They calculate for that shit. Okay, they're scientists. They know what they're doing. Okay, they're more. They know more about
scientists and falsified
ecology than all of us combined. They're specialists. They fucking spend their entire lives studying on this crap. Okay.
And they get paid and control.
So they figured out that life on Earth produces carbon. No fucking shit. How do you think that the fucking trees produce oxygen? Carbon dioxide. They soak in carbon dioxide and they produce fucking. So let's tax everybody to fucking breathe. Let's tax everybody to produce carbon so that the fucking trees can create oxygen.
You know what's
That's
funny
retarded.
is 97% of the scientists in the world who keep backing up the whole global warming, climate change deal, they won't argue or try to debunk what Russia did in 2014 when they dug down 5 miles in Antarctica and shown that the heat comes first before the CO2.
I was not aware of that.
Yeah, they won't bring that up. They won't talk about that. They won't try to debunk that one.
What's that?
Oh, well,
Russ-
dude, why would they do that? They make a lot of money lecturing about, you
Of
know,
course.
global warming.
The world scientists,
Well, yeah.
in the theory,
Captain Planet.
Government
Captain
take.
Planet. Earth, wind, fire. Captain fucking Planet. I mean,
Wait,
come on, man.
what's this? What is this? I was looking at all the graphs where, of course, every single
We should
graph
shoot
shows
Al Gore into
question.
outer space to fight like global warming. Since he wants to save the fucking planet so bad.
Guys, do you understand that you're arguing against what is known, documented, okay, taught in every fucking school around basically the whole planet?
Kind of like how you fight and argue against. Kind of like how you fight and argue against every statistic that I post about illegals or the failure of socialism, and I give all these articles, and you turn around and fucking argue with it like I'm full of shit.
But you were full of shit on 30 billion being paid out.
Okay, so then you're full of shit on fucking man-made global warming.
No, not me.
Oh.
NASA. You're controversial.
So you can argue all my sources. You can argue all my sources, and you can argue all my sources that I'm a fucking retard. But I can't argue any of your sources because you're
Are we
right.
talking about the same NASA that got busted with all that cocaine?
Listen, I put the link. Okay,
Come on.
I went to my source, which is NASA. Okay, and NASA isn't the only source. So what is your source?
Hadouken!
NASA who got busted with all the cocaine?
Hadouken! Hadouken!
Lesurge. I have no source on global warming because I don't fucking take it that seriously, dude.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Okay, you reflect the view of a significant
Donald
minority.
Trump.
Okay?
Donald Trump.
No.
Well, no. Actually, I don't because how many? Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. All those scientists that believe. Look, I didn't say that I don't believe that climate change isn't happening. I do believe climate change is happening. I just disagree with the cause of it. Now, how many of those scientists also disagree with the cause of it? How many say that it's man-made? How many say that it's not man-made?
Basically, none.
I'm not in the minority.
Yes, you are. You're in an extraordinary minority. Yeah,
Barely.
roughly 3%. No, about 3%.
Barely. That's bullshit.
Yeah, we're the entire 3%. Me, Matt, and Cap. And we're sticking to our position.
Listen, okay,
you can't prove that it's man. You can't prove that it's man that's making the climate change because we know the Earth has cycles where the climate changes. It's a natural cycle of the planet.
For Christ's sakes, you're disagreeing with fucking NASA here. NASA's climate changes.
So you're disagreeing. You're disagreeing with economists when I tell you about the cost of illegal aliens in California.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about you disagreeing with all.
Dude, it's the same shit. It's the same. I'm telling you, yeah.
No, it's not the same shit.
I disagree with the scientists because all 97% of them are under a government take. That's why I disagree with them.
You got to be shitting me. Are you fucking retarded?
See, that's all you got.
They literally get paid to write their theories.
Now Dan's retarded because he disagreed with Lesurge. I'm sorry, Dan. How does it feel?
I'm asking. It's a question.
That's okay.
Lesurge, don't make me go pull out the pussy again.
They're on fucking conspiracy. You got to be shitting
No,
me.
it's not a conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy for us to question. For us to question is not a conspiracy. It's natural, dude.
I want somebody to tell me right now what government isn't dirty.
Every single one. Hey, Lesurge, let me ask you a question.
And who's funding these people? The dirty governments. Come on.
George Soros. Hey, Lesurge, can I ask you a question?
Hey, George Soros want to pay my rent?
No, he doesn't.
If you hold up the sign. I
I'll
said
go-
no problem.
I'll punch a Trump supporter to pay my rent.
Government conspiracy. You think global warming is a government fucking conspiracy?
Hey, LaSurge. Hey,
I don't think
LaSurge,
it's a
can I ask you a
conspiracy.
question?
I just
Can I ask
think
you a
it's a
question?
great moneymaker. It's good business.
It is.
LaSurge, can I
Companies
ask,
like GE,
can I ask you a question,
they're making
LaSurge?
money on it.
Can I ask you a
Yeah.
question, LaSurge? Okay.
Yeah, I'm dumbfounded by what comes
Yeah,
out of
dumb. Yes.
like I don't know if he's trolling or fucking retarded.
I'm not.
No,
Hey,
it's
I'm
called reality.
I'm asking logical questions, dude. Can I ask you a logical question? Okay, this is my question. Well, it's a statement and a question. My statement is that you say that I'm a conspiracy theorist because I question the cause of global warming. Okay, but don't you
No.
question?
I'm
Don't
saying
you question?
But
Don't you
apparently-
question?
Okay, sorry. Okay,
See,
yeah, go on.
you just want. Can I finish my fucking thing, dude?
Yeah,
I mean, come on, man.
I was saying it about Dan, but if you agree with him, then yeah, you fall in the same category.
Well, you know what? I do happen to agree with Dan. So let me finish this up. Okay, you call me a conspiracy theorist. You call me a conspiracy theorist because I question the cause of global warming. Well, you question every single thing that anybody else says about anything. You question documents that I provide that economists have talked about and articles that they've written. Does that make you a conspiracy theorist just because you question something, or does that make you a critical fucking thinker?
No. Yes. At the end.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So then we're critical fucking thinkers. That's it.
No.
Yes.
No.
No,
You're
but
unreasonable.
Todd,
If you were a critical thinker, okay,
Oh,
then
God.
you would know and understand that every fucking scientist on the planet, regardless of nation, would be in on this quote
Every
unquote
single
American
scientist,
government.
every single scientist on the planet, every single scientist on the planet, really, every I want a fucking list of all these scientists. I want a list of every single scientist on the planet.
There's one way to snuff out the corruption is always to follow the money. And where is the money flowing?
You know what, Dan? You know what, Dan? That's way too logical, Dan. I want a list of every single scientist on the planet, like LaSurge said, that agrees with it. I want a fucking comprehensive list. I want to know what their name is.
Well, Obama said 97% of the world's scientists, so we gotta believe him.
Obama's full of shit. They doctored those fucking numbers, and I've posted shit in the Hangouts. LaSurge doesn't read anything I post because he thinks it's fucking stupid, and I'm a conspiracy theorist. Hey, just because people disagree with you on shit doesn't mean they're a fucking conspiracy theorist. It just means that they're a critical thinker and they're trying to think their way through all this bullshit. That's it.
I was just gonna say, can someone get me a list with a number for crack cocaine and hookers? Please and thank you.
If you come to Central California, I can tell you a street to go down.
Oh,
Okay, it's called Union Avenue. You come to Bakersfield, you go down Union Avenue, you'll find all the crack and prostitutes you want.
I'm coming down there for my birthday. I'm gonna stay at you and Yesenia's place. I'm gonna, you guys are gonna set up a nice little, place in the back, a little summer cottage, and just be smoking crack out there and banging hookers.
If you want to find that here in my town, if you want to find that here in my town, go down Martin Luther King Boulevard.
Yeah, MLK. Yeah, my town too. MLK is another one. Hey, Bob, if you ever do come down to California for a fucking vacation, you get a hold of me, and you got a fucking place to stay.
Fucking hey, brother. Oh man, you know what we gotta try and do? We gotta go to a Proud Boy meeting.
Yeah, that'd be cool, man.
Yeah, they have chapters out there in California.
We should get LaSurge down here too, man. We need to get LaSurge down here too. You want to come stay on the farm for a little bit, LaSurge? Show you how the real world works.
Oh yeah.
Got to churn your own butter, LaSurge.
Hey, LaSurge, would you like to go visit all the towns full of illegal immigrants that look like Mexico?
Yes.
LaSurge, would you like to come visit all the towns that look like Mexico that all my tax dollars would go to? I can take you to a fucking shitload.
Hey, I work with them in construction.
How old are you, Matthew?
I am in my mid-30s almost.
Okay, I'm 42 years old. Okay, don't try to tell me that.
Okay, yeah.
The fucking world works.
Okay,
what talking about where he's from.
What does your age matter to me, dude? I wasn't talking about your age. I don't question your age and how if you know the real world works or not. I'm telling you, things are different from California than they are from Canada, dude. That's it.
Yeah, Matt was saying specifically in his area.
My area, Central California, the fucking poverty capital of the United States.
They're different everywhere. Some places better than others.
Okay, so I try to tell you how things are here, and you tell me I'm full of shit, dude. I fucking live it. I'm on the ground, man.
He can come down here and see our version of Beverly Hills.
Sometimes yes, and sometimes no. What I said was full of shit. Okay, was the statistics that you were giving on the cost of illegals. Okay,
the statistics are that's a fact.
I cited an article in the chat if you want to check that out later.
I did like an hour and a half of video like probably 10 days ago, and I posted it on my wife's YouTube. It is facts straight from the ground in California, dude. The fucking state even looked at it, dude. It's on there, man. But you call it lies, you call it bullshit. I'm telling you, it's fucking true, man. I mean, if you're just gonna say all my sources are bullshit, I mean, dude, I fucking live here, man.
I'm not saying that all your sources are bullshit. When are you giving sources? Okay, I see you spamming memes and stuff. Okay, now one of the memes that you spammed, okay, I debunked personally. Now I heard Dan say something and saying, "Oh yeah, well, this hasn't been debunked." Okay, now I asked him to repeat the statement and he doesn't.
Okay, you know what, sir? Okay. I will admit that I did spam the fuck out of you. I'm sorry for that. I probably shouldn't have did that. I can admit when I'm wrong. I can admit when I'm wrong.
It's not wrong. It's not right or wrong. Okay, that you spammed. Okay, now the thing is that you spammed. Okay, one of them being suggesting that NASA has proven that the polar ice caps were melting, or we're not melting. We're actually expanding.
They're not fucking melting, dude.
And it's not true. No, wait. Okay? No, the Arctic is. The Arctic is. The Antarctic is not. It's expanding. Okay, that was not predicted in the climate models. Okay, but that, what it infers in that meme is that global warming isn't happening. Okay, which isn't true. Okay, which I've just established.
Okay, well,
now, oh my God.
Look, man. Look, I will come. Look, I'll meet you halfway, listeners. Let me meet you halfway. Okay, I was wrong for spamming the fuck out of you. I'm sorry, and I will meet you halfway. That climate change is real. I'm just disagreeing with you on the cause of climate change.
Right at the borderline.
He said all he says is wrong.
Dude, he's trying to apologize to you. How come on, just let him say sorry.
Now you know what he'll do later on, right? The next day or two, he'll tell everybody how he conquered you and destroyed you in a debate.
Yeah, the Surge. Come on, just take the easy. Come on, take the easy way out. Come on.
The Surge. I can admit when I'm wrong. I shouldn't have spammed. Hey, the Surge. I shouldn't have spammed you. Okay, I'm sorry that I got upset with you.
No. Listen, okay?
I apologize.
He said listen.
You're fucking idiots. You think it's
I have tears. That was a sincere apology.
No.
Dude, that was so sincere.
No. I'm laughing because you said no. I apologize. No.
And dude, just the way you said listen, though, it's like Matt's trying to apologize to you, and he was very serious at the start, and yeah, he's turned it into a joke a bit because you're just not. He's literally trying to say, "Okay, I'm sorry. I'll admit when I'm wrong."
Oh, it's because it's meaningless. Listen, it's like it's like fucking.
No, it's not. He's legit, dude. He legit just said he's sorry, and he can. Oh my, dude, you're sweeping the guys. He's trying to say he's sorry, and you're sweeping it right under the rug.
Because he went on to say, "But I do not believe that it is human caused." Okay, at which point I started to speak, because there's no question that it is. Okay, you're wrong about that. It is, and there's no question, and I can prove that to you too. No,
I heard you say the other day. I heard you say the other day. You were on a live stream. You were on a live stream, and you said that the scientists could not agree on what the cause was, and you said like 50%. Thought it wasn't human related, and the other 51% said it was.
Oh shit!
I did not say that.
You said it was like a very small minority that thought it was human related, but the other ones. I heard you on a fucking live stream say this, dude. It was on Corinth. I heard you on Corinth. Oh, goddamn.
Yeah,
Bullshit.
the Surge. There is a few of these hangouts where you have to listen back and like.
No, bullshit. Listen, okay, in Canada, listen. In Canada, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
In Canada, okay, the Ministry of the Environment
I
is
love
no
Canada. You know what? I love Canada,
Blame
and one day I hope to visit.
I'm not
Blame
finished. Jesus Christ, you guys don't even let me
I want to
fucking
visit LaSurge's house. LaSurge, can I visit your house when I go to Canada?
if you want.
Really?
Yeah, you know what? The East Coast of Ontario is actually pretty nice. I could see you and LaSurge getting along, hanging out in front of the house, drinking
Hey, man.
coffees in the morning, just talking about world events.
I think in real life, I think me and LaSurge would get along pretty good. And if LaSurge, if you ever come to California, don't ever hesitate to call me up, dude. I got a fucking fifth wheel you can crash in if you need to, and you can stay the night or whatever, dude. And it's all good.
No worries. I don't really travel because I don't want to increase my carbon footprint because I don't want to raise fucking global warming. Okay.
All right, Leonardo DiCaprio here.
Yeah, except he flies a freaking private jet everywhere.
That's the truth. The amount of travel and transportation, okay, it's the burning of fossil fuels, okay. There's just no way to get around that, okay. This is why we're changing to green energy, okay. Now at the
G20 just take a Greyhound or something.
Calling it the G19+1. Why? Because of Donald Trump. Why? Because he signed off the Paris Accord. Okay.
Good. That is excellent.
Au revoir.
I'm so glad he did that.
Au revoir.
I'm so glad he did that.
Au revoir.
Of course.
I'm so glad he signed off on that redistribution of wealth bullshit. I'm so glad.
Hey Matt, I was watching the news the other day when he was in Poland, and I didn't think about it when he first pulled out of Paris Climate Accord. But they brought up a story how he wants to go to the European nations and present them the American energy deal. And I was thinking about it. I was like, I wonder. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but I wonder if his plan is to pretty much X out the whole entire Paris Climate Accord and get the countries to now funnel their money into the United States.
Oh, good lord!
He's a businessman.
Lord. Okay, first of all.
That would be a masterful move.
Trump throwing around that fucking muscle, baby. Yeah.
Oh,
that would be a major flip on the whole world right there.
Trump's holding The Apprentice with all the world leaders.
If that were to happen,
check
it out. If that were to happen, you know how much better things would be for Canada if we were to prosper.
Oh yeah,
man.
Listen, do you want to know why
Canada, Canada would be so much better off if he were to do something like that. Dude, you guys would prosper with us.
You want to know why he went?
I want to prosper with the Don. I want to prosper with the
north. I want our brothers to the north to prosper.
My brothers to the south.
Listen, my family's from Poland. Okay, I know Poland. Okay, you want to know why it is that you went to Poland?
You know Poland? Have you been to Poland?
No, I've been to Germany though.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Apparently, Poland just rejected their whole migrant thing.
You move your throat Polsku, okay? I speak some Polish. Okay.
Are you Polish?
Well, I don't, so I didn't understand what the hell that was.
Yeah. I'm half Polish. My dad's side's Polish.
Well, hey, didn't you say you did DNA testing with Surge and that you were part Viking?
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I'm primarily Viking. Yes.
That's fucking legit, dude.
So wait a minute. LaSurge is half Polish. Does that mean he's basically Meathead from All in the Family, Rob Reiner?
Yeah, look at Meathead. He was the only one who had a fucking brain, isn't he? He's the one who had a clue. Okay, and Rob Reiner. You know Archie Bunker, right? What's his name? Carol. Okay, now, did you know that Cartman is based on Archie Bunker?
Yeah.
Right? Because why? Because he's right wing, he's racist, okay?
Dude, are you kidding me? Cartman's right wing and racist? Cartman's a genius.
LaSurge, you know you just proven right there that you, a left winger, are actually the racist?
What?
Proved it right there.
By making assumptions, general assumptions.
Yes.
Yeah,
he has
the
racism on the brain right there. And actually, concerned.
Hey, last time I checked here in the United States, hey, LaSurge, here in the United States, the left, the Democrat, that was the KKK. That was the slave owner.
Yeah, and that changed, didn't it?
No, because there was a fucking civil war. There was a civil war that put an end to it. There's no more slavery.
Yeah, because technically, okay, the Republicans were liberal.
Well, they were real liberal. The Republic. Okay, let's clear this up. The beginning of this country, they were classical liberals, which would today be called a conservative. They weren't these progressive leftist socialists that are called
Liberals.
liberal now.
Yeah.
There's a difference between the liberals back then and the liberals now.
Teach them that American history.
The real liberals, the classical liberals, that's like George Washington. George Washington was like a classical liberal. They were all about freedom of speech. They were all about individual rights. Go look it up. Go look it up.
He was a fucking slave.
Look it up. They were classical liberals.
What you talk about, Willis?
And you know,
he may have been a slave owner, but he laid out a pretty damn good foundation.
Too. What the left wingers have been doing since the 1960s, they've been using the blacks and Hispanics to get their votes and promise them everything in the world and then not do a damn thing for them.
And you know what they did, Dan? They hijacked the term liberal and they turned it into something else. Now the liberals in the West are a bunch of socialist progressives. The original liberals, the classical liberals, were nothing like these socialist progressives today. They were more like conservatives.
No.
Go look that shit up. Go look up a classical liberal versus a modern liberal. Google that shit right now.
I got news for you. Socialism is the future, and there's no stopping it.
It's a
Socialism
failure.
is a failure. Socialism is a failure, and there's no stopping it. Socialism has done nothing but fail.
You know what's killing him? He has to watch it crumble right now before his very eyes.
Socialism is the future, and there's no stopping it. You want to know why?
Socialism is a failure, and there's no stopping it. You want to know why?
That sounds very ominous, LaSurge. It almost sounds like very projective. Like
it's just a matter of time.
LaSurge is going to conquer the world.
They say the difference between a liberal and a conservative is about 20 years. Okay?
Okay, so we're 20 years ahead of the liberals? Okay, I accept that.
Wow. What they're saying, what that says is that, okay, in 20 years ahead, okay, the conservatives will adopt what the liberals were saying 20 years ago. Okay, well,
that is nothing but speculation. That's nothing but speculation. You have no way to prove that.
Well, actually, there is a way to prove it.
No, there's not.
Have to look into it. Sure, there is. No, there's not.
Let's have a group hang out in 20 years.
How do you? What are you, a psychic? What are you, a psychic? How do you say in 20 years?
Madam LaSurge, I look at my crystal ball.
Okay, what do you think about abortion?
What do I think about abortion? Okay.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what I think about abortion. I personally, I'm pro-life. Okay, socially, if people are going to get abortions, they're going to get abortions. It's none of my fucking business. But don't ask me to pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
Period. Well, pay for it yourself.
Yeah, but are they allowed? They have the right.
Do people have the right to get an abortion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they do. Just like they have a right. Just like they have a right to have sex with whoever they want. It's
exactly.
No, that's not a liberal. That's not a. Yeah, that is. That's not a progressive position. That is a classical. Well, let me clear this up. That is a classical. Hey, let me finish. That's a classical liberal position. That's not. Liberals were all about individual rights, individual freedoms. You do what the fuck you want. Leave me alone. I'm gonna leave you alone. That's a real classical liberal. That's a conservative modern day. Okay, it's none of my business if somebody next door is gonna get an abortion. It's none of my fucking business. Just don't ask me to pay for it. Pay for it out of your own fucking pocket. Don't ask me to fund that shit. You do it
if you make them pay for it on their own. I'll bet you a lot of those little sluts ain't gonna get pregnant fucking 11 times.
Exactly.
Yeah. Don't ask me to pay for it. You know, in my own household, there will never be an abortion performed in my household because that's my personal belief, but it's not my right to push my personal belief on somebody else because I am a real classical liberal, which would be today called a conservative. Okay, I believe in individual rights. If somebody's going to get an abortion, they're going to get an abortion. It's none of my business. Just pay for it on your own. Don't ask the taxpayers to fucking front the bill.
See, I believe, like, if let's say a woman gets raped, I can understand something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Or if
Like have
true,
a special like fund set up, but like
yeah,
like
which is what Trump said. Certain circumstances, yes. But a girl going out and getting laid and go, "Oops, I got drunk and some guy knocked me up." No, hey, you're gonna have to live with your mistake, or you're
or
gonna
she's
pay for
fucking a
it.
group of like guys and she gets pregnant by one of them and it's just like and she wasn't serious about dating any of them like or ending up with any of them like it's just, these things
And
happen
make her
all the
pay
fucking
for it.
time.
Make her, and if she can get
Yeah,
somebody to help pay for it, let them both pay for it. And I guarantee you they'll think about it the next time.
like you can
I
go
don't know.
keep the same morals but use a fucking condom or get on a
Well, that's what I
fucking
mean. That's what I mean.
get a
If you make
placebo shot
What
in the
about gay
butt.
marriage?
I don't agree with it,
What
but
about gay marriage?
I don't agree with it,
Gays
but
allowed to marry?
again, everybody has their they have their individual rights. Individually, I don't agree with it though.
Did you say gay marriage, LaSurge?
Ah, gays allowed to marry?
Okay, I'll go
Well,
back
they
to.
are. I can't stop it because they are in a lot of fucking states and
Yeah, well,
countries.
I'm
No,
asking your personal opinions.
no,
I'll
I
go.
don't think
Well,
it's right.
I'll go back to my original platform. Okay, if I consider myself conservative. If my neighbor is a homosexual and they choose to be with another homosexual, and there is some law that allows them to get married, it's none of my fucking business.
Dude, one of my best friends growing
And
up, he
that
turned out to
is
be gay, and like I don't agree with it, but I would still like. Here's the fucked up thing. Like I've said to him, I'm like like it's fucked up. Like I'm grossed out by you, but like I would still support like your rights, even though I don't support what you're going for. Like it's a fucked up thing. Like, and I'd feel like that towards all other gays. It's like I disagree with what you guys are doing. I don't agree that you should have those rights, but go ahead and go for those rights because you have the right to go for them. I don't agree that you should get them, but if you get them, I'm not gonna bitch and complain. Like if you guys get the right to marry, I'm not gonna fucking harass you. I'm just gonna say if someone asks my opinion, no, you guys shouldn't have the right to marry. But that's my opinion. I don't think it
If
should
yeah.
you
be
gays want to get
forced
married,
into like yeah, and like
I don't care. It doesn't affect me. But the thing is, though, I don't have to support it, though.
exactly.
Exactly.
Fuck
You don't have to
yes.
support it. You don't
Oh
have
my
to
god,
support it.
that's one of the most basic principles of fucking free speech. It's like, hey, I don't like what you're doing, but go ahead and do it.
Do
I
it,
don't
but I
That
agree
don't.
with
doesn't
it.
mean that I hate you. Just because I disagree doesn't mean that I
Yeah.
hate you. It doesn't mean that I'm gonna fucking petition to have you shut down. That's what the left does. That's what
And
not what we do.
there are some extremists on
So,
the right, and
Yeah.
we like I would condemn them because it's
He
like
says
no, like
no. Let's say yes.
The only reason my great
That's what
uncle,
these
he's
Antifa fuckers are doing, protesting and rioting and bitching out on the streets. They're trying to shut down the rights, freedom of fucking speech and expression. They're trying to shut
yeah.
down everything that's happening in this country. So don't say no. I'm speaking off of personal experience, dude. I don't look, man. When it comes to a lot of
And I've
social issues,
experienced it in chats and shit too. Go ahead, Matt.
listen, as if people on the right don't protest.
people on the right do protest, but they don't burn down their fucking city. They don't.
Yeah.
They don't. They don't. They don't. No, they don't. Show me anywhere in America in the last fucking decade where a bunch of right wing people have got together and burned down their fucking city because
Hey,
an election didn't go the way they
when
wanted.
Obama got elected, did any fucking conservatives burn their cities down?
Exactly.
No,
Did Antifa pop up? No.
no,
No. He
they
just sat there
protested.
and bit the bullet and waited the 8 fucking years until the fucking dickhead got out of office. Now it's time for the
They they
liberal left wing assholes to fucking deal with Trump.
they peacefully protested, but they did
The
not
whole
burn down the
world,
cities. They didn't
the whole
burn down.
world
They didn't flip over
is
fucking
trying
cop
to deal with
cars.
fucking Trump. Okay,
The
this
whole
is
world.
why they call it
Tell me, listeners. Tell me
stank
who? What?
plus plus.
The UK? The
There's one
fucking biggest
nation.
left wing fucking shithole?
Who cares? Who
Listen,
cares?
there's one
And look
nation.
at the rise
There's one
in
nation.
conservatism that's starting to happen in the United Kingdom.
Listen. Okay, try and deal with this fucking fact. Okay,
I'll
there's
deal
one
with this.
nation.
I'll deal with this fucking fact. Give me the fact.
There's there's one nation at the G20 summit that's the odd man out, which is why they're calling it the G19 plus one. What nation
Who's the
is
one
that?
nation?
And what nation is that, and why?
Who is it and why?
You don't know?
You tell me. You're the smart guy. You tell me.
Say America.
You
He's
tell
gonna
me.
say
You tell
America.
me, and I'll give you an answer. You tell me who, and I'll give you a fucking answer why.
Well, it's the United States.
It's the United
great,
States because we're not with you because we're not with the Paris fucking climate agreement shit.
Bingo.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Bingo.
Fuck that redistribution of wealth. Fuck job.
Oh, yeah.
It's all fine because countries like Germany just proved during the G20 summit what the left wingers are all about with their whole anti-capitalism, burning down their fucking city. They're showing their true colors. Okay,
Yeah,
Fucking
and
retards.
Hey, let me ask you a question, Serge. Sitting here in California, why do I give a fuck about what Germany thinks about my president?
Fuck Germany.
Yeah.
Really?
America
Why
first.
did
America first. What do we say? Do we say America first or Germany first?
World?
Let me tell you this: right now, countries like Germany and Britain, they're done. They are submitted. That's it for them.
What?
Raped by radical Islam. They're being raped by radical Islam because of their bullshit socialist open border bullshit, and they're getting fucking raped.
Fucking twin towers. It wasn't their twin towers that were fucking reduced to chip little chips. You know what I mean?
Come on, man! Don't laugh when you talk about that.
Okay, so maybe
thing.
it wasn't their twin towers that were knocked down, but they're the fucking rape capital. They're getting fucked in the ass by these Islamic terrorists right now. Hey, dude, and if you want to go there, with 9/11, hey, let me tell you something. Hey, let me tell you one thing, dude. I'm gonna set down one ground rule on this fucking chat. All right, don't make fun of fucking terrorist attacks. You make fun of 9/11, I'll tell you right now, I will fucking boot your ass off this fucking chat so fast your fucking head will spin.
You're saying that I'm the one making fun of it? Okay, meanwhile,
You
you're
giggled
the one
at the end. You giggled at the end, literally.
Don't even bring up 9/11 because you know what? When it's only a matter of time when a big terrorist attack hits fucking Canada, I ain't gonna be laughing at that shit. I'm gonna be standing behind the Canadians.
Solidarity.
Solidarity behind the fucking Canadians, and I'm gonna have their back. I'm not gonna be some piece of shit fucking laughing at their fucking their fucking misfortune. Okay, don't make fun of 9/11 on my fucking stream. You understand?
You heard about Australia, right? They were going to have a 9/11 size attack in Australia, but thanks to the American intelligence, we stopped that.
Go ahead and fucking remove me from your fucking stream then. Fuck you.
Why don't you remove yourself? Why don't you remove yourself?
Fuck
Yeah.
you. No, you do.
Dude, all he said is don't bring up 9/11 and you're calling him a dickhead? You're the one that was laughing about 9/11.
Games. Fucking threaten me to like I can fucking. Okay, first of all,
dude, you threatened me earlier.
You're the ones who brought up Islam,
earlier, dude.
Okay, listen, you're the ones who brought up Islam. Okay, saying that the radical Islam is fucking Germany and fucking Britain. Okay, all I did was point out where radical Islam was fucking the United States. Okay, and you say I'm making jokes and all this shit. Fuck you.
You literally giggled at the end.
Get your fucking head out of your ass.
You literally giggled at the end.
LaSurge, can I ask you a
question? You literally giggled at the end. What a fucking guy.
No, you can't ask me a question. I'm going to go get a drink. Okay? You fucking upset me.
Yeah, make it a double shot. Make it a double shot. That's what you need with a fucking Xanax.
Liberals are.
Gotta send him that Xanax fidget spinner in the mail.
but Matt, you heard about that, right? With Australia, they were going to have a 9/11 size attack.
And they
it. I did not hear about that.
Yeah, and it was going to happen on Christmas Day, but because of the American intelligence, the whole plan was stopped.
Good.
So, people want to bring up 9/11. Oh, dude, this is happening everywhere. They're going after any Western civilization.
And the Surge, come on, man, you freaking he'll be back in a second. It's come on, man, you're giggling after you mentioned that the tower fell to bits or chips. It's no, that's I don't even.
Well,
dude, if I talk about I don't even care ISIS people getting bombed. I don't laugh. I just say fucking they got bombed.
Listen, Bob. Months ago,
I don't
was
fucking
there when
laugh about
Serge
it.
said that he laughed on 9/11. He said that was his words.
He laughed. Well, okay, well that's fucked up. That's really fucked up.
Yeah, you know what? I want to sit here and say one thing. Okay, if Canada, like I said, if Canada was ever attacked in such a catastrophic way as we have been attacked, I would stand in solidarity with the Canadians,
Oh,
and
fucking
I would
yeah.
and I would let them know that, hey, I got your guys' back, man, and I wouldn't sit there and laugh about it or any of that kind of bullshit. That's fucking pussy ass shit.
Well,
That's fucking pussy ass shit.
I'm from New York, and you know, New York and Boston, we have our rival, our beef. You know,
But you guys, you guys are East Coast cities, and you guys both got hit by major attacks.
And that's the thing. When the Boston Marathon attack happened, I was like, I felt so bad for those people, and all I was hoping and rooting for was that the Boston PD were going to go find those. I didn't know it was two of them at the first, but I was like, go find these fucking people, man. You know, I was rooting for them, even though I hate Boston because of the Red Sox and stuff like that. You know.
It
but nobody
transcends all
fucks with
that.
Boston but us.
It transcends all that. It transcends all that because we're Americans, man. We're Americans, and at the end of the fucking day, I don't care where you're from in my country. If the shit hits the fan, I got your fucking back, and that goes for Canadians too. If the shit hits the fan in the Western Hemisphere, I got your fucking back, dude. And I'm not gonna sit there and laugh at your fucking tragedy and your misfortune. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I was speaking out against the what's her name, Ariana Grande, when her concert got attacked over there in Manchester, and the Hollywood idiots were starting to come out and say, "Well, this proves, about we need to have open borders, no guns, hugs and all that." I'm like, screw that. People's innocent kids just got killed.
Yeah, go give somebody from ISIS a hug and watch them cut your fucking head off and rape your kids.
Go give them a hug and ask them how they feel. They're gonna be like, I feel like fucking you up.
And this is why liberalism is a mental disorder.
Yeah, exactly. Because they think that, because they deny the fact that there's basic evil in this fucking world and that it wants to kill us all, enslave us all.
Yeah,
they deny it, dude, and that's what Islamic terrorism is all about. And this shit has been around. See, these liberals like to sit there and say that, it was Bush invading Iraq. He created Islamic terror. Motherfucker, Islamic terrorism has been around fucking for 1,600 fucking years. It's been around for, you know what I'm saying?
I've been telling people all the time, I'm like, terrorism has been around before the United States even existed.
Yeah, this shit predates fucking the Iraq War and Bush.
Jihad and during the takeover of the Ottoman Empire,
they started their platform. Their platform was fucking jihad. It was terrorism.
Now, don't get me wrong. Like Trump said, we started up a hornet's
crusade.
Nest, out one of the two superpowers in the Middle East because you had Iran and Iraq, and we took one out, and it upset the Middle East basically. That's true. So we should have stayed in Iraq. But like Obama, the dipshit, hey, we're going to pull out and tells them when we're going to do it as well. That's just the stupidest.
Gave him a move-in date.
Oh, dude, that's what I hated about Obama, too. Hey, we're going to go attack this area in the next 3 months. 2 months comes by. We're going to attack in 1 month now. And it's like, why do you do that? The enemy's either going to fortify and give us a fight, or they're going to leave.
He was one of them. Hey, dude, he had an Islamic prayer rug in the background when he would make his speeches.
Who? Obama?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah!
Oval Office.
He thought that bowing down. Oh, he laughs. Go look it up. Go fucking look it up, Serge.
Has anybody? Hey, I got a question.
I bet it's more true than Donald Trump apparently moving out the Martin Luther King thing.
Oh, that's so stupid.
My name's Serge. Go
look I'm laughing like old Japanese lady.
That's so funny. Obama was a Muslim, was he?
He was raised as a Muslim. He was raised as a Muslim in Indonesia. Dispute that fucking fact.
No, he wasn't.
He was raised as a Muslim in Indonesia. Dispute that fact.
Bullshit.
Go look at. Goddamn, dude. I mean, have you even been reading the news over the last 10 fucking years? Where have you been?
Here and there.
Where the fuck have you been for the last 10 fucking years?
I want to see your birth certificate.
Hey, I got a fun fact for you. Has anybody seen Donald Trump bow to any other world leader yet?
Hell no,
Fuck
buddy.
no. Not even those Saudis. Not even the Saudis.
Nope.
He said,
Yeah,
fuck this
did you guys-
G20 pin. I'm putting that American
guys-
flag on.
He
baby."
bowed down. He bowed down to one. He bowed down to one person. It was LaSurge.
Yeah.
Did you see?
You know what the liberals are doing right now? The liberal media. They tried to pull out one picture. See, he bowed, and it was like, no, they're putting a necklace around over his head.
Did you guys see Putin trolling him at the G20? Okay, where they're sitting beside each other, right? And Putin points out at the reporters, and he turns to Trump and he says, "Are these the ones who are insulting you?"
That's trolling him.
That's trolling.
I'm pretty sure that was. I'm pretty sure that was trolling fucking CNN. I'm pretty sure that was trolling fucking CNN.
Yeah.
Why do you?
Of course, he takes the leftist spin of that. It was Putin trolling him.
Why do you think it is that Donald Trump canceled his fucking press conference after the G20? Why do you think it is? And why do you think it is that
I don't really give a
went
fuck.
straight to them?
I was
I
chilling
don't
with
really, I don't really give a fuck. I don't really give a fuck. They canceled the conference.
Out of Donald Trump. It
Popping
was
champagne,
hilarious.
drinking the bubbly.
Everyone was laughing.
You know what's funny? After those met,
Trump.
now Russia and the United States want to have strong relations, and they want to go up against North Korea. Oh, this is the thing that came out of that. France now wants to have relations with Russia.
Trump got his ass owned by Putin. Putin
What
fucking
is
owned.
What are you talking about? Me and Putin.
Putin was
Putin are
teasing
getting along
Donald
great.
Trump in front of the whole world.
What?
Made him laughing stock, man. Made him laughing stock at Donald Trump. He is. That's why I laugh, right? I laugh because he's a fucking.
Serge, when was the last time you had any cameras pointed at
What?
you?
Just
Oh, it's fucking hilarious. It was
Hey,
hilarious.
LaSurge. Hey, LaSurge. Hey, LaSurge. Did you vote for Trudeau?
No.
You didn't vote for Trudeau?
No.
Who'd you vote for?
Well, I vote NDP.
He voted NDP. Oh.
Do you like your president?
We don't have a president. We have a prime minister.
Prime Minister.
Well, whatever the fuck he is, do you like him?
Yeah, in Canada, we have a prime minister, just like in Britain. Okay, it's called a prime
No,
minister.
he knows. He knows
Okay,
now.
that's
He didn't
great.
really care.
Yeah, no. My question is,
Yeah,
do you
well,
like?
that's that's the thing about Americans. They don't often know much about the world beyond their own borders.
Well, dude, to be honest,
God.
like,
Well,
dude,
Serge,
okay,
you don't know nothing beyond
Yeah.
your little fucking town border.
Okay, so because
Serge, like,
I
except for
called because
Britain,
I
America, and
misspoke.
Canada, I don't know if there's like prime
It would be-
ministers or
I don't know
presidents of one
anything.
country.
Okay, when you say you don't know nothing, okay, that's bad grammar because that's a double negative.
Oh, that's bad grammar. Oh, that's bad. Okay, the fucking grammar police over here. So answer the question. Do you like the leader?
You don't come off as being low class and stupid.
Well, Serge is the guy you write down a sentence, and if you don't put a period at the end, he'll freak out.
Hey,
No,
LaSurge, nobody gives. Hey, LaSurge, nobody gives a fuck about your grammar lessons, dude. Nobody cares.
Hold on. The thing is okay, putting a period at the end.
No,
of
the thing is that nobody cares about your grammar lessons. That's what you're not getting.
Oh,
Nobody cares.
isn't
Nobody
grammar,
cares about your fucking grammar lessons. Nobody cares.
That's punctuation. Okay,
Nobody cares. Nobody cares about your grammar lessons, LaSurge.
I mean,
Well, just trying to.
I think he's got a mental
Yeah,
issue.
hey,
Hey
guys,
we're talking
hey.
about common sense.
Hey, let
I've
me
been
ask
through
you.
it with him before, right?
Hey.
Saying that if he really needs to, he can go ask some grade 3 students for help on how to actually construct a sentence. And
I think.
Let me ask one question. I want to ask one question. I want to ask one question to the entire panel.
all right,
Why is it that okay, let me ask a question to the panel.
all right.
Why is it that I can sit here and have a constructive conversation with a hardcore socialist for over an hour, but the second LaSurge comes on, it turns into a fucking shit flinging fest?
Well, me and LaSurge had a little bit of unfinished business. I'm so scared of him. Like, I conceded. Because
Are you scared? Hey, LaSurge, hey, you scared? No, you're not scared of LaSurge. Cut that. Hey, LaSurge.
no, I'm scared. Dude.
LaSurge. Hey, dude.
He said he was gonna slap me.
No, he said he was gonna slap. Dude, fucking LaSurge is not gonna slap you, man. Come on.
I would, if the situation
See?
called for it.
LaSurge,
See?
what if I told? Hey, LaSurge, what if I told you that I was gonna slap the shit out of you? Come on, man.
Well, good luck.
Good luck.
See, he's tough, dude. He's not even scared. Like,
He's tough. He's tough. He is tough, huh?
Well,
Dude.
one time at Newsmax, he told us that he beat up 10 guys at once. So yeah, he's
dude, you guys don't get him riled up.
I got swarmed by 9 guys at once, and I fucking kicked the shit out of a leader. I actually picked him up over my head before slamming him on the sidewalk. Yeah, that's what happened there.
Dude, you guys, like,
almost
legit,
killed
I ain't trying to get fucking slammed on my head, okay? Just fucking leave him alone, okay?
Yeah.
you just blow on him. He's a
Sir.
liberal. He'll fucking cower down and need a safe space.
No, dude, he's gonna come find me. In Western
Surge.
Canada. I don't even want to go back there to visit my family now. I'm scared. Like, I'm
Just
staying
put on
away
an
from East
episode of
Coast.
Trailer Park Boys. You'll be all right. Yeah, you'll laugh it out.
The Surge.
Uh-huh.
Nobody's scared of you, dude. You ain't gonna slap the shit out of nobody.
Well, you know, yeah, I didn't say that I was going to. I said that I would, okay, which is conditional, right?
It was okay. So you said you were gonna slap the shit out of Bob.
He said he was going to slap the shit out of me, yeah.
I said that I would.
Yeah, but he said he was going to slap the shit out of me.
No, I didn't say that I was going to. I said that I would, okay, which is conditional. You understand what a conditional statement is, right?
That's the semantics I was talking about earlier. He says shit, and then he tries to change his fucking wording.
Oh, of course. If this fucking kid came up in my face, okay, this fucking kid comes up to my face, okay, going, you're a pussy, you're a pussy, you're a pussy. I would fucking slap him so hard, okay, open fucking hand, okay, I would slap him on the side of the head, right down onto the fucking ground, okay, and then when he's picking himself up off the ground, okay, I would ask him, am I a pussy?
Yeah,
Right?
that would make you an even bigger pussy.
Yeah, he just said open hand. That's pretty much pussy right there.
Yeah, right.
Hey, LaSurge, let me ask you a question. Would you slap the shit out of me, LaSurge?
If I had to.
Look at me. You see me?
No.
You don't see me on the fucking video. I'm fucking. I got my camera on.
Okay.
Oh,
absolutely.
shit. Matt's looking like a pissed off Steve Austin with glasses.
Absolutely.
Let me ask. Hey, let me tell you something, LaSurge. You wanna tell people you're gonna slap the shit out of them. You ain't gonna slap the shit out of me, motherfucker.
You want to bet?
Bitch, I'm 6 foot.
Absolutely.
I'm
absolutely.
250 fucking pounds. You slap me, I'm gonna laugh at you. Fucking.
You think I back down from a fucking fathead like you? You fucking think so?
Dude,
I would fucking slap you. Absolutely, I would fuculd slap you.
Up.
I would fucking slap you. Absolutely.
So you want?
Yeah. Well, then guess what? Yeah, you're gonna wake up. Okay. When you wake up, okay, then you can think again. Right?
No, man, Matt's a hardworking guy. If you knock him out, he's gonna take a good fucking nap and sleep for a while. He needs more sleep.
Hey, listen, I'm not gonna back down. I wouldn't back down from anyone. I don't give a fuck. I wouldn't give a fuck if you were 6'8".
Younger than you are.
I wouldn't give a fuck if you were 6'8". Listen, I wouldn't give a fuck if you were 6'8".
I would twist your ass into a fucking pretzel, sir.
Nah. Okay. You'd wake up. Okay, and then you think again. You'd wake up and then you think again.
Your big talk on the internet. Your big talk on the internet.
Yeah.
And that's what you do. Nobody's scared of you. Okay.
Well, dude, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I am a bit intimidated.
Scared of you?
Well, true say, I've never seen you hop on the camera, Serge. Matt's right there. He's saying what's up?
I don't have a camera. I don't have a camera. Not on my desktop.
All right, well.
I'm just a point. He's big talk on the internet. That's all it is. He's big talk on the internet. I'm sitting here showing you that I'm a real fucking person. The person you see on the picture is the person. I'm the real person.
Yeah, listen, I don't give a fuck how big you are. Okay, I don't give a fuck how big anyone is.
He wasn't saying how big he was. He was just saying, I'm saying I'm real.
Why are you threatening a 24-year-old? I heard you threaten him earlier. Say you were going to slap the shit out of him. Why are you threatening a 24-year-old? How old are you, sir? How old are you, sir?
Okay, stepping up into my face, okay, like that, okay.
Who says I would have stepped up into your face? Maybe I would have said it from 10 feet away.
Listen,
How
you're
old are
being fuck off.
How old are you, Serge?
I'm 42.
Okay, so Bob's what, 24? Why don't
I don't know.
somebody more around your age? Why are you talking shit to some kid on the internet?
Why is some kid on the internet talking shit to me? Listen, why don't you ask the kid on the internet why he's talking shit to me?
Hey,
Okay?
Because you constantly call me a retard.
Your fucking brain, Matthew.
Get over it.
Brain.
Suck
Okay?
it up.
Do you have a brain in that thick fucking head of yours?
Suck it up. Get over it.
You have a fucking brain in that
Yeah, I was
thick
about to
head.
say, dude, you constantly call me a retard. You constantly call me an idiot. You constantly call me dumb. You mock me for believing in religion.
All the time.
Oh,
Like-
listen to this
I'm
fucking
noticing
mouthy
that
little kid who's going, you're a
left
pussy, you're a
wingers are
pussy, you're a pussy.
angsty and
Yeah,
violent.
you are a pussy.
Point, okay? And the guy won't let me fucking speak.
No, like, dude, like, I'm actually, like, LeSurge, like, in my opinion, you actually are, like, a pussy. Like, you attack people, you call them names, like,
I
I've
am a
called you a
fucking
pussy
in the opinion
all of
a
the one
fucking
time that I
fucking
trolled you, and
5'3"
just there, right now,
5'3" fucking pipsqueak fucking insolent punk bitch kid. That's what you are.
okay. Okay, but I can accept that. Why can't you accept what I'm saying?
Well, there you go. Listen. You were out of line. Okay? It wasn't me. You were out of line.
No.
Yes.
Why was he out of line? Because he disagreed with you on something?
And because
No,
I
'cause he
finally
wouldn't let
said
me-
the one thing that I've been
wouldn't
holding
let
back
me
a lot of the
speak.
times when you insult me, I just decided to let it go.
He wouldn't let me speak. Okay? He's got
Yes,
a bad
Serge
habit with
insults
his fucking
people since
mouth
the
just
beginning.
flaps and flaps and flaps.
Dude, I think I'm letting you speak very freely right now. I was just telling you I adamantly did not want to talk about the Kadar thing.
No, what we're talking about is where you're sitting there going, you're a pussy, you're a pussy, you're a pussy, you're a pussy, you're a pussy.
Yeah.
Okay, now in a situation like that, you're goddamn right. Okay, you come up in my face fucking talking like that, I would fucking
Who said I would have been up in your
I would
face?
fucking slap you.
Who said I would have been up in your face? Serge, this is the funniest thing. I'd probably be standing there and I'd look at you and be okay.
Okay, I would fucking slap you.
Okay, you'd slap me.
You wouldn't slap anything. Come
Oh,
on now.
absolutely I would.
Well, wait.
No, absolutely I
Who
would.
says in this situation I would have been
If
up
he's
in your
calling for it,
face?
absolutely I would.
Who said
You wouldn't slap
LeSurge,
anything.
who says I would have been up in your face?
Absolutely I would. Absolutely I would.
No, LeSurge,
No.
wait.
Oh yeah.
Who says I would be up in your face?
What do you think it is? What do you think you were doing?
I was saying you're a pussy.
Constantly while I'm trying to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah. And have I not spoken to you before?
And you know how many people in real life have filler busted me and made fun of me and I've just walked away? I don't
now.
I don't
Just
get
like
your
you're doing
mentality,
right
dude.
now. Just like you're doing right now.
Hey,
Okay,
hey
which
guys,
is rude,
hey,
fucking
hey,
ignorant,
check it out.
okay,
Check it out.
obnoxious,
Check
okay?
it out.
He's got little man syndrome.
LeSurge,
I have little man
LeSurge,
syndrome, dude. I don't
LeSurge.
smack people that call me pussy. Like
LeSurge, you're like 5'9", 160 pounds, and you're telling me he has little man syndrome? Come on.
Haven't you heard this fucking kid talk?
Dude, LeSurge,
LeSurge.
you've called me a retard and an idiot, and you know what? Because of that, I think you're a pussy, but I don't want to slap you.
Okay, first of all, see, look, this is just
Dude,
the
you
same
call me a
old fucking
retard.
bullshit.
Literally, go back into these live streams, watch
I
them
didn't call you
repeatedly,
fucking
and you call me a
Okay, I
retard
asked, are
constantly.
you fucking retarded?
Asking
No,
somebody
you
if
say
they're
you're retarded.
asking
You'll
somebody-
legit verbatim will say you're retarded.
Well, let me say this. Asking somebody if they're retarded is implying that they're retarded. That's like
Yeah, it's
calling
still
somebody
it's
they're retarded.
semantics. LeSurge is a semantic
Listen,
little
just
like
because, no, it
the
implies that someone
tiny
is saying
dancer has nothing on you.
or has said something that's
You
retarded.
dance around with semantics, bro. It's like, oh no, when I said that, I didn't mean it like this. It's like, dude, just go back and listen to these live streams, like verbatim.
Just say what you want to say. Just say what you want to say. If you
Yeah,
think
like-
he's retarded, just tell him he's fucking
And
retarded.
here's the thing, I take it so often, but I'm not gonna lie, dude. You know what?
Oh, we talked
Okay,
about
you know
it.
what? At the very
You really
core
think this
basic,
kid's gonna join the military?
at the very core basic, if you're not
Of course
pussy,
not,
dude, you're
right?
immature as hell because
You won't.
you
You know what?
constantly
You know
sling
what?
mud.
You know what?
You
Let's
sling mud.
Oh yeah, little
Well,
waifu
research-
boy trying to tell me that I'm immature.
You
Yeah.
are
You
immature.
are.
Dude,
You
can watch
are.
yourself in these
Yeah.
chats, man.
Yeah. Are you stoned? Are you stoned right now?
Whether or not I'm stoned, what does that have to do with anything?
So what's the answer? Are you fucking stoned? You high?
What does that have to do with anything?
Are you
Hey,
fucking
Bob.
high? Listen,
Hey, Bob, what you
doesn't
should
matter
do
whether
is
It's
Hey,
50
when the
50.
person
I
wants
would
to hang
no,
out,
wait.
post an
One sec,
email,
Cap. One
make him
sec. One
mad,
sec,
and
Cap. One
leave
sec,
for
Cap.
like 6 hours. He'll go on about it and fucking cry like a little girl for six
No,
hours.
but
Nobody's
wait,
in the room.
Lesurge, it's kind of 50-50. I was really high, but listening to you is really killing my buzz. No, I'm
good.
not high, Lesurge. What does that have to do with anything? Okay, like it's
Well,
just
you fucking usually are.
well, dude, here's the funny thing. I feel the same way and I think the same way as I'm high when I'm sober. Like I'm of the same
Well,
I'm
no,
of the
actually,
same
don't. Are you
principles
fucking retarded?
and
Are you
morals.
fucking retarded?
See, there he
There he
goes.
goes again. There he goes.
See,
There he
am I
goes
like,
again.
dude,
There he
I
goes
What he
hold the
again.
just
same
said.
You
principles
retarded.
and morals and views when
He
I'm
says he
stoned as when
thinks
I'm
the same
sober.
way when he's straight as when he's stoned. Okay, I guess you don't
Yeah.
know what
Dude, earlier when I was trolling you,
altering
I was
narcotic
stone
does to your
sober.
fucking brain
I
chemistry.
was stone sober and I troll other people when I'm high. It's like I can do both.
Listen, no, you're not the same when you're fucking
Look, Ma, both
stoned.
hands.
When you're straight,
Like,
it's called being stoned because you're not fucking straight. Okay, and there's a difference
oh
between being
my God.
straight and being stoned. Just like there's a fucking
Mm-hmm,
difference between being stoned and being drunk, or being straight and being drunk. Okay,
mm-hmm,
these are differences.
right?
Oh, you just said it's the same, and that's why I asked, "Are you fucking retarded?" Because you just said something that's patently absurd. So I'm not
No,
calling you
you
retarded. I'm
didn't.
saying
No,
what
you
you said is
didn't.
fucking retarded,
Dude,
which it is.
you legit did not say that in response in that principle.
Yeah,
I said, I'm not high right now. Like, did you not realize all
listen,
those other
you
things I
just
said
said
about
that
being
you're
high
the
were
same
jokes?
when you're stoned as when you're straight. Okay, sorry, that's not true. When
Yes,
you're
it
stoned,
is.
you're stoned. When you're straight, you're
Yes,
straight.
it
No,
is.
it's not.
Yes, it is for me.
Really,
Yes, it
that's
is
what you
for me.
think. Yeah, for you, according to you,
And
because
I'm
that's what you
retarded,
think.
so
True. Well, that's like saying you're the same awake
I
when
got
as
it.
when
I
you're
got it.
asleep.
I'm
No,
retarded.
these are different states. These are different states.
No,
Okay,
I get
sorry.
it. I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because, I totally smoke weed when I'm sleeping. I just roll over, roll up a joint, lick it, light it up in my sleep.
There you go.
Yeah.
Problem is, I'm sober every day, all day.
I was just about to say, holy fuck, man, I do need a bong toke now. Holy fuck. I need to be a little bit more retarded.
This is it's been absolutely fucking ridiculous. This talk tonight and shit. Okay, trying to actually get somewhere, absolutely ridiculous.
Dude,
Right?
you're
You
the
just
guy that
go
talks
all
about
over the
slapping
place.
people.
Okay, don't get to the
And you're
bottom of
talking about trying to get
anything.
places.
Oh, for Christ's sake!
Hey,
Listen. Okay.
hey. Then let's get back to a topic. What do you guys want to talk about?
And hey, Lesurge, you're an atheist. You don't get to say Christ's sakes. Come on. That's hypocrisy at its finest.
So you just talk, right? It's just bullshit.
No, that's a good point. Like, you say you're an atheist, but you say Christ's sakes. That's a very weird jargon or vernacular to have as an atheist. Like, why would you
It's a
say
figure
Christ's
of
sakes if you...
speech.
It doesn't
It
matter.
doesn't mean that I'm fucking not
No.
an atheist.
People say for
Okay,
God's
saying,
sakes,
oh
or they
my
say for
God, or
Christ's
dear
sakes
God,
in
doesn't mean that
disparity
someone's not an
or in
atheist.
exasperation.
Listen, it doesn't
I'm
mean
just
that I
saying
believe in God or Jesus if I say fucking
that's what
Christ.
that's what I'm pointing out. That's what I'm
His
pointing out.
name.
Why do you say that as an
No,
atheist?
listen, do you not understand how stupid your argument is?
Yeah, why do you
Retarded.
say that as an atheist?
Once again, I put it to you, are you fucking retarded?
Hey,
Yes, I'm
Lesurge.
retarded, so why do you say it as an atheist?
Okay, there you go. Okay, well,
Lesurge.
that's problem solved. Okay? So now he's
Lesurge.
classifying himself. So he's calling himself retarded. Okay, so we can call him retarded.
What's the difference? Why do you
So
say it as an
we
atheist?
got retarded Bob by his own
Okay,
qualification.
okay.
Okay.
Mr. High Tier, all Lord above me, Lesurge. Why, as an atheist, do you say for Christ's sakes?
Because it's a fucking figure of speech. I already answered that. It's just it's just an
Why would you say for
expression.
frig's sakes?
Well, I could say for Pete's sake too.
Well, I don't
Does that
believe
mean
in
it's
I don't
like
believe in
say Pete or-
racism, so I don't go around and say like calling Latinos or like blacks or like Middle Easterns. Like, I don't go around calling them like by their names. that are racist because I don't believe in it. So I just find it kind of odd that you let those ones slip in there because I don't let that stuff slip in because I'm very much someone that doesn't believe in prejudice. So I just kind of find it odd that you don't believe in religion, but you still use like these figures of speech that are related to religion. Dude, it was just curiosity. Like, I don't know why you got so defensive. Like, I legit was just asking a question.
Yeah, it's not defensive. It's more bewilderment because, you know, it's like just the stupidity of it.
Okay.
Right? You know, just because someone says for Christ's sake, apparently, according to you, that means they cannot possibly be an atheist. Which,
yeah. Yeah, it really tripped me up. I thought that they don't screw with anything with God.
Okay, you know,
or religion.
well,
like they expel that completely from their life.
Okay, well, you know, forgive me if you know, I think you're just, you know, full of shit. Pretty obvious.
Like no, like another thing of curiosity. Like if you're with your family, like is anybody in your family religious?
Yeah.
Like let's say you guys go to a restaurant or you're having like a family dinner and like someone asks to like pray. Well, you'll hold their hands. Like there are questions that I have for atheists. Okay, yeah, like that's curiosity. Is it stupid to ask that question? Like they're just questions because I don't know anything about atheism, so I just ask. Like it kind of sucks that you consider it stupid to be curious about atheism, but all right.
Well, you actually do classify yourself as Christian.
Roman Catholic.
Yeah, and you're a pothead.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So what, you think Jesus is keen on
oh hell
high?
yeah, dude! He gave us this. He gave us this. Trying to tell me he didn't give us it? Hey, I don't think he wants us freaking smoking crack or meth or doing heroin, but I'm pretty damn sure.
When did he show up at your house? With a bag of what?
Well, actually, the guy that I bought from 2 weeks ago kind of did look like Jesus.
So anyway, this is, you know, it's just talk. Like, fuck, you know, you guys are, you know, like, is that what you want to do? Really, seriously, is just, you know, bullshit.
What's so bad about bullshit?
Talk circles and well, it's a waste of time.
Okay, well then you don't have to stick with us or entertain or stay around in bullshit.
Well, you know, I think it's important. I think there's some important things. Okay, like coming to understand, okay, the actual climate science and stuff. Okay, to understand how it's man-made. Okay, there's, you know, overwhelming consensus.
Okay, and you've spit your facts, and we said we just don't feel that they're true.
Yeah, but well, you're wrong.
Oh my God. Dude, all we say is we don't believe the facts that you present aren't true, but we don't tell you you're wrong. Like it's not a thing about like.
Did you even realize that you said that the facts I present aren't true? Like that you don't believe that the facts aren't true?
Dude.
Yeah, so that's actually, that was a Freudian slip, okay, implying that the facts are true. Right?
Yes, even if they're true, dude, I don't believe them. Like, oh my God.
Well,
like
I caught that. Well, no, see, you misspoke. Say was that you.
No, I didn't misspeak. It's just literally like you can present me everything. I don't care if it's real. I don't believe it. Like,
and I caught you misspeak. Okay, which is why I said it was a Freudian slip.
Okay, Lizard, you caught me. Holy crap! You get a prize.
Well, yeah. Well,
Lizard.
Like, I don't get it sometimes.
Lizard, can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
I wanted to ask you because I know you believe in evolution.
Hey, Ronan, turn on your mic.
Serge, I wanted to ask you how you came to the conclusion that evolution was a science or a fact.
It's okay. You know, have you learned evolution? Okay, like, you know, the evolution doesn't require belief, right? It's more a matter of
that's what I'm getting at. I'm not asking you the question for you to laugh at me. I'm asking you the question to can you please tell me, like, okay, you know, evolution believes that we evolved and that we have cousins that are related to primates. So how do you come to the conclusion that we have cousins that are related to primates?
Have you ever noticed the physiological similarities between yourself and the other primates? Like, you know, do you understand that we are a member of the great apes family? Okay. On the tree of life and everything. Okay. Did you know that as far as primates go, okay, our most distant common ancestor, okay, that is shared, you know, the most distant common ancestry is shared with lemurs. Right? hyenas are a primate, right, with the big eyes. Okay, you'll notice they've got the same physiological shape that we have, right? Or damn near, not exactly the same, but we share similarities, like our tailbone, for example. You notice also, some people are actually born with tails still.
Freaks of nature.
So can I ask you? Okay, so because we have some similarities with primates, does that mean that every animal that has similarity with another animal is related? Like say a turtle and like a sea turtle and a fish, they both live in
Yes.
water.
Yes, they are related. In fact, all living things are related, more or less. The genetics, demonstrates, our relationship with other animals. Okay, we know so much about evolution. Okay, like it's stupefying to me that you would even ask these questions. Okay, somehow being in denial of the actual legitimate science, which has been established over the course of several, well, actually centuries now, really. But once we get into genetics, it just goes through the roof for just how concrete it is that this is an indisputable fact. Anyone who could even, to deny evolution is one thing. To question evolution, depending on, whether or not you want to learn more about it or questioning as though it is not a valid principle, things. Okay. And, to not take evolution as a fact shows a profound lack of education. Like, remarkable.
I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to, I guess, because of just your statement you just made. I'm going to go back to a question I stated earlier. Why can I sit here and have a constructive conversation with a socialist and not get insulted? But the second that I ask you about something that you believe in, you got to imply that I'm a fucking idiot.
Well,
what's up with that, dude?
Evolution. Okay, evolution.
Just because I'm asking you questions, just because I'm asking you, say if I'm asking you questions about something that I'm not too versed in, you want to sit there and imply that I'm stupid for asking you questions. So how the fuck are you gonna get people over to your side when you just want to sit there and imply that they're fucking stupid for asking questions?
Sling mud.
Well, you've been misled. Okay, you're like extremely misled by religion, right? You're Christian conservative, right?
Oh my!
Right? Am I right? You're Christian.
Who, me?
Yeah. Do you consider yourself Christian?
That's kind of a loaded question. Well, for the sake of the argument, we'll say yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, or yeah, basically. Okay. What I'm gathering from this is that you're religious. Okay, but you don't want to be, necessarily affiliated with any specific denomination. Okay, but like it or not, okay, in this world, okay, it's predominantly Christianized. Like, do you celebrate Christmas?
No, actually I don't. But just going back to the original question, it wasn't about whether I believe in God or not. I was just asking you, like, scientifically, from I'm trying to view things in an unbiased way. Scientifically, how would you go about proving evolution as a fact?
Oh God, see these questions. Like, there's so many ways. Like, it's
Well, just cite a few examples.
Well, can you cite a couple examples? Well, can you cite a couple examples without implying that I'm a fucking retard?
Well, basically it's common sense. Like, in this day and age, okay, for anyone to even question evolution is like absurd.
So can I ask you
to question that it's to suggest that it's not true, okay, or to substitute like creationism and stuff like biblical. Like, it's ridiculous.
Okay, well, I mean, okay, that's okay, and that's fine if you believe it's ridiculous, no big deal. Can I ask you a question at the core of evolution? Can I ask you about microevolution? How do you explain microevolution?
Well, that's the small scale changes, right? Like,
that's a very big loaded question. You know that, and I know that.
Okay, well, there's mutations, right? Mutation occurs. Okay, now it depends whether or not the mutation is beneficial or not. Okay, there's so many things. Like, what do you know about Darwin? Okay, going to the Galapagos and studying the finches there.
Yeah,
right?
No, I've read about that, but I guess what I'm getting at is it goes to what's going to benefit the species. So What if a mutation occurs that doesn't benefit the species? Why doesn't that species die out?
Well, the species, in fact, does die out, right? You know, that which is more successful, okay, does better, and that which is less successful doesn't do better, right? So over time, okay, it favors the one that does better. Okay, there's these slight changes, right? Now, and the thing is these changes aren't specific only to the organism, right? Like, it depends on the environment. Okay, where a mutation, some change, okay, some subtle difference between two identical organisms. Okay, now the change could benefit the organism more in one environment than the other. It's complicated. Everything, all this stuff's really complicated.
Well, it is very complicated. It is very complicated. I agree, and I guess what I'm getting at is how did the very first microorganisms, how did the very first proteins come together to create life?
Oh, I don't know.
That's the $1 million question.
I mean, it's just, and I'm not saying that, I mean, dude, I believe in science. I love science. I think science is great.
Yeah.
And I embrace science. I'm just trying to, in my head, I'm just trying to put together how the very first, microorganisms or the very first proteins all came together.
Well,
In that first instance of creating life, how did all these things come together, and then from there, how did they deal with the mutations that created like male or female?
Okay. Asking me these questions. Okay, this is all material that I've been over before. Okay, now can I just recite from memory to give technical, good, complicated answers on all of this stuff?
Yeah.
No,
Go ahead.
really. Okay, what I can do, okay, is direct you to the proper resources where you can learn about it yourself.
Link them in the chat.
Can you post them? Can you post them in the Google Hangouts so I can read them later?
Well, sure.
I really will. I really will go back and read them later.
Oh yeah, no. You don't have to read. Okay, it's videos, right? Videos, documentaries.
Oh, it's like audio videos.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, no, I'll watch the videos.
That's even easier. Just throw in a pair of headphones and kick back.
I've watched thousands upon thousands of hours of like documentaries, lectures, courses. Okay, that's why I spent like 15 years learning all this crap, and
well, it's not really crap. I mean, it's not really crap. It's the explanation of human life.
I know. Well, it's unquestionable. Evolution is absolutely unquestionable. We're technically it's questionable, okay, but like I say, anyone, in this day and age, what in academia understands, okay, no scholarly person would even bother questioning. It's like it's just
I disagree with that. People question it all the time. Because I think
there's even academias that have faith.
Well, I think questioning is normal, and I guess what I'm getting at is like I can understand like the mutations and all these other things, but what I don't understand is like the micro evolution side of it, like how it started, and then I don't understand how like the evolutionary process, like okay, we're gonna evolve. Let's say we're going to evolve sexual organs, right? But because it's all hit and miss, like it's like a mutation. Well, what if the mutation didn't work? I mean, you see what I'm getting at?
Would we have died off? Like,
I mean, and I think these are valid questions, man. It's not like, I don't think you're stupid. And I don't think science is stupid or anything. I think these are just valid questions coming from a community of people that just question everything. And I think questioning things are normal.
I was gonna say, did Dan fall asleep?
I'm not sure. He might have. It's pretty late in Florida.
No, actually, I woke up not too long ago before I jumped on.
Oh, he's alive.
Yeah, I'm alive.
So as far as the whole like the microevolution part of it, how did all those proteins that are needed to create life? How did they all come together randomly and create that life?
Yeah, like
That's what I don't get.
To say randomly, like, it's complicated. It's all extremely complicated. Okay, and for what we don't know, we're still figuring things out. Okay, and there's so much that's already known. Okay, now I'm not a
but what about it? What isn't known?
biophysics or a biochemistry major. You gotta get into biochemistry to get into that shit. Okay, there was one experiment. Okay, big on about amino acids and all this and that. Okay, which was back in the '60s.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm familiar. I'm familiar with that. I'm familiar with that.
The Miller. That's called the Miller experiment. Okay, now I've also read. Okay, and this is going back. One of my favorite websites is called Science Daily. I used to monitor it regularly. Okay, but I've dropped off that probably 3 years, actually more. No, it's about 6 years ago. I stopped checking in daily on that. But even previous to that, okay, where there's all new things coming out. Okay, about nanotechnology, all this kind of crap. Now there was one article that came out. Okay, where it was a Berkeley experiment where they claim to have actually done it. Okay,
Berkeley?
where they from inorganic matter. Okay, creating organic. Okay, something that will grow and evolve. Okay, where and I don't know how credible that is, but that came through a very it's like peer reviewed and all this kind of crap, right? So I'd have to go looking for that article, which we're overloaded with information in this day and age, and the internet. Okay, people sit here, okay, arguing, bickering, yelling, and blah blah, and all this personal drama and shit. Meanwhile, the internet is the best educational resource in the history of the known universe. Okay, and it is so extraordinarily underutilized, morphed and twisted. Okay, and things are getting even worse with Trump. Okay, because of this whole fake news shit. Okay, where and it's so common in the United States for people to question like absolutely everything, and it's causing people to.
Well, what's wrong with that though? What's wrong with questioning things?
Sometimes because some things shouldn't be questioned. Okay,
Like what?
Distance. Okay, like
So
that.
I should just accept evolution without questioning it.
What? But yeah, absolutely.
No. You got to question everything, man.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yeah, you do.
No.
Why
Okay, do you question that your name is Matthew? Do you question that your name is Matthew?
Hell yeah, is my name Connor? How do I know that shit?
How can you question? How can you call yourself a critical thinker and then say that it's not normal to question everything?
Because it's not normal to question everything.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, no, I think it is. I think that's human nature. No. Well, that's how science. Well, look, questioning everything. It's how science came to the conclusion of evolution, because they questioned everything that was known at the time, which was religion.
Do you question that the moon is the moon? Do you question that the sun is the sun?
Okay. Well, of course not. No, because that's known science. That's known science.
It's just, come on. Right?
Well, no. Hear me out, dude. Hear me out. You're saying it's not normal to question everything. Well, how did people that believe in evolution came around? Because they questioned the knowledge of the day, which was religion. They questioned it, and that's how they came. That's how they came about with their scientific.
Yeah, but some things are fact.
So it is normal. So it is normal.
Fact. No, it's not.
Yes, it is, dude. Oh,
you just said it's normal, dude.
No, I didn't. Okay, what I'm saying is, okay, some things, okay, you don't have to question. Okay, and if you're going to construct a proper worldview, okay, it's done on, empirical reality. Okay, that's where you build
You're
from.
Still allowed to question those things, like just human nature. You're allowed to question.
Nobody says you're not allowed to question. Okay, but it's a waste of time, right? Like do you question that that a frog is a frog? Like, do you question that there's certain things you don't have to freaking question?
Well, let me throw this out there. I don't question that humans produce humans, but I do question that primates produce humans.
Well, it's we share common ancestry. Okay,
how do you prove that though? Do you prove that through genetics, or what do you prove that through?
everything, all evidence. Okay, we got genetics, we got the fossil record. Okay, showing this gradual change over time. Okay, and we're still working to puzzle, to piece those pieces together. Okay, but
It's all
to question. Well,
it's all
there's the hominids. Okay, the Australopithecines. Okay, most humans have gone extinct. Okay, we're not the only humans.
well,
Neanderthals were here.
it is all being questioned. And one of the things that I questioned, I remember, when I was younger, I was looking at National Geographic, and they had a National Geographic about one of the missing links for humans, right? And they illustrated this creature, this being that was one of our missing links, and they illustrated this whole creature from. There was a handful of skull fragments that they found. And what they did is they took those handful of skull fragments, and then they built a whole being around that handful of skull fragments. And then when they put the skin and the hair and everything else on it, they made it look like a monkey man. But my question is how do they know that it looked like a monkey man when it was alive? You understand what I'm saying?
Dude, it's like,
Yeah,
yeah. Well,
I mean,
I understand
is that
it's
a valid
5:30
is that a valid question? Is that a valid question, or is that not? When I see them present me with a handful of crushed bones, and then they build a whole human monkey man around it. I mean, is it wrong for me to question that? Like, how did you come up with this whole humanoid from this handful of fragments?
And does that really make us stupid to question that? Like,
I don't think it makes us stupid. I don't think it makes us stupid to question that. I think it makes us human to question that.
Talking and talking. Okay, it's like it's past 5:30 in the morning. Okay,
well, go get some
you're
sleep then, champ. Like, nobody's
really
stopping you.
okay. Yeah, but all these questions. Okay, trying to pay attention and sort out. Like and it's all questioning. Like, what the fuck? Okay, I'm being interrogated here, where you're expecting me to know, like, or provide all these answers and shit. Like, what am I? You're
I don't
fucking.
No, we don't have all the
I don't-
answers, and neither do you. We just want explanations, and like,
Yeah, I don't expect you to know everything, LaSurge. I mean, come on, man. I'm just questioning things that I've been taught. I mean, what? Like I said, what's wrong with that? That's just human nature, dude. We're curious by nature.
Question that 2 + 2 is 4.
No, because that's a known mathematical law.
Okay, exactly. Some things you don't question, right? Okay,
Yeah.
once things are established, okay, and it
but you
fits
still
and it makes sense.
like,
There's no point in questioning that.
yeah, Matt's not saying he goes after
well,
things that are like known facts. He's saying like most things that are presented to him, though, that if it's not a known fact, he questions it.
Yeah, well, listen to my point. I mean, I don't question 2 + 2 = 4 because I know that's a known mathematical law. But I asked you about micro evolution, and you say you don't know, and there's no proof for it. So it's not a known law of nature. So why shouldn't I question it?
Wait, what's not a known law? I have a hard time following.
Micro evolution. I asked you about micro evolution. You said you don't know, and science
No,
doesn't
It was
really
stupid,
know.
and it was stupid for that.
Listen, you're asking me about all this, okay, microevolution and stuff. And now you see, I don't have to question on this stuff, okay, because it's like I already understand all this. Right?
So okay, so then how does microevolution work? I mean, if you understand it, can you explain it to me?
Well, I already have.
No, you
Right?
you even said a few minutes ago that you didn't understand it all.
Listen, no, okay, hold on. I'll give you an example. Okay, now,
Okay.
In Europe, okay, they've been monitoring, okay, the migratory. Okay, they've been monitoring this one type of bird. Okay, and they breed in Europe. Okay, so that's where they nest, they lay their eggs, they raise their young. Okay, now they're a migratory bird. Okay, they migrate to Africa, and they've been monitoring these birds for some 30 odd years. Okay, now what they've noticed is that there's been changes in the overall size of the bird. Okay, where they're getting smaller. Sometimes they get bigger, sometimes they get smaller. Okay, now this is an example of microevolution. Okay, now Now, they got to figure out why it is that these changes are occurring. Okay, so they study on this bird. Okay, and they know that it migrates to Africa. Okay, and they find that when the birds migrate to Africa, okay, that's a long flight. Okay, now it requires a certain amount of energy. Now, to make the migratory flight from Africa back to Europe, okay, it's favoring certain birds over other birds. Okay, this is what's making them a little bit smaller, is because some birds are bigger and some are smaller. Now, the bigger birds, because they're bigger, they require more energy to make the flight. Okay, because they require more energy to make the flight, they've got to consume more insects. And what happens is there's a drought in Africa. Now, when there's a drought, there's fewer freaking plants. When there's fewer plants, there's fewer insects. Now, the birds eat the insects. Okay, so the environment favors the smaller birds because it requires less food for the birds, okay, to accumulate enough energy to make the migratory flight back to Europe. Okay, so the bigger birds, okay, all the birds have to compete for what they eat. Okay, the insects. Okay, and the bigger birds weren't quite getting enough insects. Now the smaller birds eat the same amount. Okay, but because they're smaller, it requires less energy for them to fly back to Europe. Okay, so that's environmental pressure. Okay, that favors the birds being a little bit smaller. So the bigger ones, they can't quite make the flight, and they fall into the ocean and they die. Okay, now the smaller ones can make the flight all the way across and they can reproduce. Okay, so that's why bigger birds perish, smaller birds can keep going. Okay, so that's the evolutionary pressure. That's what we're talking about with microevolution.
Well,
you understand?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, but can I ask you a question about that? Do they have any? Okay, do they have? Do they have any proof that those bigger birds were trying to make the same route as the smaller birds?
Of course.
So then why didn't? Okay, if the bigger birds were trying to make the same route, then why didn't they all just die out trying to make that same route?
Sorry. Sorry. What was that? The bigger birds.
Well, my question is I asked you because you were talking about the smaller birds making that migratory route.
Same.
I said, is there any scientific proof that the big birds were trying to make that same migratory route and couldn't make it? And if they were trying to make that migratory route, why didn't they all die out in the process?
Well, that's what happens. That's what it is. What are you talking about? Like, what, you're asking me these questions. Of course they know that. Like, I remember when I was young, okay, I remember thinking at one point, it's like, technically, we can question anything, right? We can always, and the thing is not all questions are like equal. Some questions better than others, okay? Now, that question right there, okay?
Back in my day.
It's like there's no real point in asking that question.
Well, okay? I think there is.
He's just asking it. He's just asking it.
I think there is a point. I think there's a point because you brought up the bigger birds not being able to make that same migratory route. So I asked, is there proof of those bigger birds attempting to make that migratory route? And if those bigger birds were trying to make that migratory route, why didn't they all die out in the process?
They did. They do. Some of the larger birds would make it, okay, if they got enough food, okay, but it's harder for the bigger birds to get enough food than it is for the smaller birds.
But they can. They get enough food. But they can.
Listen, I use that, okay, to explain the fucking process of microevolution to you. I satisfied your fucking question, and then you ask another question, okay? It's like talking with pardon me, but it's like talking with a kid. Hey, Daddy, why is the sky blue? I said, well, because light reflects. Why? Right? It's well, because of this. Why? Well, because of that. Well, why? Because it's just an endless.
I think birds have a little more questions to be asked about than the sky does. But
say, look, all right, I already answered the goddamn question for you. Like,
oh, there we go again. Now you're saying goddamn.
Oh,
come on, dude.
Off. I'm not, come on, guys, like, seriously, I don't come here to be trolled and shit, okay? And it's not,
well,
like, that's offensive
to me.
Hey, look, Lesurge, hey, Lesurge, I'm not trolling you. I'm treating you the same way that I was treating the other guy earlier when we were talking about socialism. I was asking him questions, and he was giving me the best answers that he could.
No,
And I
no,
think
no.
that's
He was saying
that's all I'm
trolling in
doing.
response to me. He was saying trolling in response to me because I said the thing. But like,
Oh, okay, okay.
yeah,
Well, I was just the whole microevolution thing. It goes beyond birds migrating from Africa to Europe or whatever. It goes into the actual like the very foundation of who we are. I mean, microevolution is like if you can't prove microevolution, you can't prove evolution. Period.
We just did. We just did.
No,
How
you're
many?
talking. Well, no, you're talking about natural adaptations.
Dude, I don't want to play fucking word games, okay, and stupid, cyclical arguments and shit.
Okay, okay, you know what?
It's
That's fine. We'll just move on to something else.
yeah,
all
do
right, all
something
right.
constructive with this. Like, I already did, and then
I'm just trying to be I'm just trying to be constructive and just have it's fine. I'll just drop it. I'm just trying to figure out how microevolution occurred, and then how life started in the water, and then it turned into other life forms that eventually evolved into life forms on land, and then life forms in air, and then
and you're talking on a scale, okay, of roughly, what is it, 4.7 billion years or something, okay? There's 4.7 billion, or no, not 3.7. Sorry, or maybe it's like 4.3. Actually, I forget what it is now. Okay, because they just changed it. Okay, with a huge discovery back. Okay, which is the earliest fossilized life forms ever discovered yet. Okay, which shifted things back. Okay, like I think it's just something like 4.2 billion years ago. Okay, these fossils are 4.2 billion years old. Okay, now that's the planet itself is only roughly 4.8. Okay, so that's over the span of 300 million years. Okay, which is a long time. 300 million years of the planet forming. Okay, and then ping. Okay, life showed up. Okay, now that's only in the first 300 million years of the planet existing. Okay, ever since that first 300 million years, okay, life appeared on the planet and started to evolve over the course of the next 4.3 billion years. Okay, we're talking billion, right? That's 1,000 million. Okay, you know how many fucking years that is? You know how long that is? The scale. Okay, now a lot can happen evolutionarily over that time. Like, for crying out loud, the dinosaurs came and went. Okay.
Word.
Look at diversity of life. Okay, look at watch the videos, man. There's so many great educational videos on this stuff. Okay, and it's the actual science. Okay, and people are so fucking ignorant these days. Okay, to still believe in religion and crap.
Uh,
Oh, it's horrible. It's horrible. It should be banned. It should be banned. Absolutely, it should be
should
banned.
science be banned? I don't think that. Why do you believe that religion should be banned?
Oh, as if they're the same fucking thing. It's another stupid. Are you retarded?
Dude, I'm not saying they're the same thing. I'm just saying should. Oh my.
Right there, okay. Asking a question like that is
This
a perfect fucking reason for why it should be banned.
retarded again with the retarded. Okay, we've already. Okay,
Fucking retarded.
listen. All I'm just saying is I don't see the difference between saying why should this be banned, why should this be banned, why should this be banned. Like,
Yeah, we're not talking about banning anything. We're just asking logical questions.
don't get me wrong. Heroin should be banned. Fucking like, like, oh my god. And I can say that.
I'm just trying to figure out where microevolution comes into play, you know, and how it occurred, and then I'm just trying to put together in my head how we evolved from primates. That's it. I'm not even sitting here saying that, you know, I'm not trying to say you're stupid or you're retarded for believing that. I'm just trying to make it make sense in my own mind.
Or that you should be banned for believing that.
No, of course not. I don't think anybody should be banned for believing anything they want.
I'll just disagree with it and say I don't agree with your viewpoint or your opinion. Let's move forward.
Really, you don't see. You know, you got to watch. Okay, what we say. Like I heard. You know, I just went for tea. Okay, I came back and I heard what Matthew said. Okay, which. Okay, Matthew, you used absolute terminology there, right? You said, I don't believe that, you know, they should be banned, okay, for anything. Okay, now anything is an absolute term, right? Like all or every, okay? Now, when you use a term like that, okay, that's wide open, okay? So, you know, I could provide the counter argument to you saying that, oh, really? So you think that, you know, ISIS should be fine?
Well, I mean, they exist.
Yeah,
I don't think Islam should be banned per se. If people start breaking the laws of, you know, human rights, and they face the
Exactly.
consequences, if they face the consequences for it from governments and laws, and they face the consequences for it.
Well, you know, then you don't agree with it.
Well, no. Well, let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase that. There's about 2 miles from where I live. There's a mosque. I don't believe that mosque should be banned from being there. If they want to worship their God, how they're going to worship their God, fine. But if people come out of that mosque that are radical and they start terrorizing people in the community, then they're going to face the full brunt of the law for violating the law of the land.
Well, you got, you know, I don't know, you know, how it works, okay, in the U.S. Here in Canada, we've got our police, okay, and, you know, our spy agency crawling all over all the mosques.
We do too. It's the same thing.
Well, because, you know, they're not allowed to, okay, to express certain beliefs, are they?
No, they are allowed to express their beliefs, but they're not allowed to. They're not allowed to.
No, hold on.
They're not allowed to break the. They're not allowed to break the laws of the land. The laws of the land in violating human rights.
Dude, that is not true. Okay, they're not allowed.
Nobody's allowed to do that.
Right? They're not allowed to. No, they're not. Right? You know, that's what being radicalized is. Okay. You know what you know. So what you're saying is.
What about radicalized atheists? Should they be allowed to attack people for not being atheists?
There's no such thing, okay? And you know,
there's no such thing.
Technically, I think you know, comparing, okay, you know, in the name of religion, okay, or in the name of atheism, okay, technically, I would say it's less wrong to be radicalized for atheism than it is to be radicalized for religion.
So how many atheists?
No, they're both wrong.
How many atheist dictators have there been that have murdered, mass murdered people in their countries?
Another retarded. He says. Did you hear what the retarded thing he said? Did you hear that?
How's that retarded? It's a question.
It's
a logical question. It's a logical question. It's just a question that you don't like.
Yeah. Well, I said one is less wrong than the other. Okay, which of course implies.
So how is a radical atheist? How is a radical atheist less wrong or more wrong than a radical Muslim?
Because one of them, okay, has actual reality on their side, Okay, well, the other one is a fucking crazy person.
So it's cool because the radical atheist has more reality on his side. It's cool for him to mass murder people, but it's not okay for the
Yeah,
radical
it's not
Muslim.
okay for the Muslim or the Christian or the
It's,
or the Jewish.
okay. I said it
There's
was less
radicals. There's radicals from every side. There's radicals from every side. You know that. I know that. That's historical fact.
less wrong. Yeah, I say
Oh
it's
my
less
God,
wrong.
no! Oh my God, dude. So if they mass murder people, it's literally
Who was
less wrong.
what
Absolutely.
was
It's
what was?
less wrong.
Well, let me ask you a
Yo,
question. Let me ask you a
yo,
question,
this
Serge.
guy literally just said to kill people, it's less wrong if you're in reality. How are you in reality if you're mass murdering people? Like, where's your basis of reality if you've gotten to the point where you're mass murdering people?
Exactly. That's my point. That's my point. So let's look at Mao. Let's look at Mao's China. Mao was an atheist. Mao
Listen,
was an atheist.
is it
So was
is it less
Mao less wrong? So
wrong?
no. Let me get this. Let me get this out. Let me get this out.
Uh,
Let me get this
my
out
turn.
real quick. Let me get this out real quick. Just one question, real quick. Okay, a statement and a question. A statement and a question. Mao he was an atheist. Okay, he was an
Oh,
atheist. Mao was an atheist and a communist. He murdered.
yeah,
He,
probably.
he took part in murdering 40 million people of his own country, his own countrymen. So how is it
No, he didn't.
less wrong? How is it less
Lie.
wrong?
That is a
How
lie.
is it less wrong for Mao
That is a
to
lie.
murder people than it is for a radical Islamist?
Mao murdered 40 million people. That would make him the most prolific serial killer in the history of all humanity. And no, Mao did not murder 40
Actually, he's
million
not the most prolific. Actually, he's not the most prolific. But back to what I was saying. So him as an atheist, how is it less wrong for him
Listen,
To do that.
than it is for a radical Muslim?
You are radicalized. You're like fascist radicalized. Okay, you're like radical fascist fucking pro Trump.
What?
Anyone pro
What?
Trump, yeah. Oh, pro Trump. If you're
You
pro
see,
Trump, you're a radical.
Hey Bob, you see what I got to deal. You see what I got to deal with.
Bro,
I
I
asked him
deal with
about.
this too, Lasurge. Like, dude, like this is what I'm saying, dude. Like, you sling so much mud at people, dude. Like, dude, you need to listen back to this in like 10 or 20 years, man. Like,
I don't know, because no, I'm so tired. Okay, it was quite some time ago. I reached the point of no fucks given.
bro, I only reached that like earlier today when I trolled the shit out of you, but like, come on, man.
Oh, you're trolling? Really?
Yeah,
You're
I did
trolling?
that way earlier, and you tried to say
Oh,
that your
I don't
generation
think
invented it,
that's
and obviously you didn't because
right.
you got you got way more into it than I did. Like I'll even admit sometimes when I talk very
You
hyperactive,
did.
but I'm
You're a
never like
fucking little
emotioned
punk.
or in my or triggered or
You're
like
being a
off a
fucking
base.
punk.
Okay, I'm being a punk. Okay,
You were being a punk.
I was being
I
a
didn't
punk.
say you are. Difference. You were. You were being fucking belligerent and all insolent and shit.
No,
Okay,
I
not
was
being fucking
trolling
with.
you.
Okay, yeah, but I don't treat you that way. Okay,
Yes, you
and
do. You
if
often
you
do.
can't expect to be treated with
You
respect, if
often
you're
you
not fucking
often talk over me. You often name
listen.
call me.
You cannot expect to be treated with respect if you're not showing it.
The search I showed you respect so many times. Like I've even said, "Hey, can you not call me retarded?
Come on,
Can you not call me an
come on.
idiot
Sitting there
there?"
fucking name calling, constant. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking
Dude,
kidding
through
me?
our first few dialogues, I would say through our first 4 or 5 dialogues, I've never slung mud or literally name called you.
That's not what we're talking about, though, is it? We're talking about when you were, right? Which is earlier today. Okay,
Yes?
right? Now I don't treat you like that. Why are
Yes,
you
you
being
do.
fucking?
You talk over me constantly in conversations and you call me
Oh, shut
names.
up! Shut up!
See, you're telling me to shut up when I'm just
Yep,
stating what I
because you're
feel.
fucking full of shit. That's why.
I'm full of shit. All right, I'm full of shit. Anybody that's listening to this right now, I invite you to go back to multiple of Yesenia's live streams
Yeah,
if you
and
would
listen
like
to
to
this kid going, "You're a
to
pussy."
compare that.
When
Yeah,
I'm
in
trying
one
to make
live
one
stream
point
earlier.
to set the record straight on Omar Cotter,
Yes, one
because
instance.
fucking
And
you
like I
got it
said,
wrong.
I invite anybody that's listening to this dialogue right now to go listen to the multiple hangouts that Yesenia has uploaded, and where LaSurge constantly talks over me, does not let me get points out. When I try and get a point out or add a side point, he'll talk over me and call me stupid, tell me to shut up, tell me that I'm talking in circles, and I deal with it and I go through it. And today I trolled him. Yes, I did. I'm guilty. Guilty as charged. Like,
come on.
Well, I mean, do you see what LaSurge does when he doesn't have an answer? He results to name calling. I ask you a valid question.
The word you're looking for is resorts.
I've been asking you valid questions. You said that it's less wrong for an atheist to mass murder people than it is for a religious person. So I bring up Mao. I bring up Mao. No, listen what I'm saying. I bring up Mao, the atheist, and I tell you, so it's less wrong. It's less wrong for Mao, the atheist, to mass murder people than it is for radical Islam. And then all you can do is
Okay. LaSurge. Let's say if Mao killed 10 fucking people, is it still any less wrong than what a terrorist did? Like, no, it's not.
Possibly,
they're all fucking they're all fucking murderers.
Are you kidding me? Hold on. Okay,
what's the difference between a person that murders one fucking person and a person that murders hundreds of people?
You're interrupting me again right now, which is apparently something you claim that you don't do. Okay, now I ceded to let Matt speak. Okay, and now we're back around to the point that I was going to make.
Go ahead.
Which is that? Okay, now is it wrong to murder an innocent person than it is to murder a murderer?
That's kind of an asinine question. Where are
you talking? Dude, you literally said it is less wrong for an atheist to be radicalized and killed than it is for a religious person to be radicalized.
Respond to the question that I asked. Right? Is it wrong? Is it more wrong to kill a good person than it is to kill a bad person?
What is your definition? What is your definition?
No, literally, like a bad person.
Relative comparison.
Well, let me ask you a question. What is your definition of a good person or a bad person?
Well, look,
what's your definition? What's your definition of that?
Come on. Okay, you're
somebody. Let me ask you. Is somebody
the difference between good and bad? Okay.
Well, my definition might be different from your definition. Is a religious person?
Matter. Fucking sit here, okay, talking in circles and bickering and shit. This is not productive. It's just this is
debating. Come on, this is debating.
This is debating.
No, this isn't debating. This is
yes, it is. This is debating.
No, this isn't debating. Dude. Listen,
what is your definition of a good person?
Here. They asked me to join the debate team in high
school. What is your definition
of a good rules for it? Okay, it's called the rules of constructive controversy. Now, there's a reason why they use the word constructive. Now, is this a constructive fucking dialogue? No.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Okay, it's talking in circles.
What is your definition of a good person? This, dude, you're just dodging. You're dodging the subject because you don't want to talk about it.
How is it more wrong, or how is it any less wrong for an atheist to get radicalized and mass murder people than it is for a religious person to be radicalized and mass murder people, or one individual? Whether you want to scale it down, like it's just.
Yeah, what's the difference? And what is your definition of a good person versus a bad person? Is your definition of a bad person someone who believes in God?
I would say that it's better to kill in the name of atheism than it is to kill in the name of religion.
There you have it. There you have it. Well, thank you for your honesty.
Yeah,
so you're saying that atheists are justified in their mass murdering.
Nathan had a question for him.
One is better than the other. I'm not justifying murder at all.
Okay, Nathan. Well, Nathan had a question. Nathan had a question. Let's let him ask his question. Let's do this.
Right? Yeah. Well, of course.
What's the
because
Nathan, you got to speak up a little louder.
Hey, LaSurge. We got a new person.
Because science is better than religion. Truth is better than fiction. That's why.
All right, you guys should be able to hear me now much better.
There we go. There
There
we
you,
go.
there you go, Nathan. Hey, Lesurge, let's let Nathan talk. He's new. Let's let him say let's let him say his piece.
It's all good. I got this. Yeah. So, like, what's the actual difference? You got like atheists killing people, non-atheists killing people. What's the difference? Still killing people.
Oh, shit, Nathan.
Well, the difference
Good
is the person doing it, okay, and that's why I was stressing, right, in the name of, okay, like, you know, the reason for killing the person, right, like establishing the person who's doing the killing, okay, doesn't establish motive, right, you know, but, you know, technically, okay, as far as a motive, okay, the motive of, you know, atheism is better than the motive of religion.
How is it better?
Why is there a good-
Well, explain how it's better. What's the difference and how is it better?
Fact is better than fiction, because truth is better than bullshit.
Yeah,
Right?
but that's
Because
just
honesty
truth
is
being
better
better
than
than
deceit.
bullshit. Like, killing someone in the name of truth is still killing someone just as much as killing them in the name of bullshit. What's the difference?
Yeah, you're still killing someone.
Well, the difference is the do you not know the difference between truth and bullshit?
Yeah, but what's the difference between killing someone in the name of bullshit and killing them in the name of truth? You're still killing someone.
Yeah, his point is
Yes,
his point
of killing
is
someone, but in the name of is the difference.
Lesurge. His point is what's the difference between killing somebody in the name of bullshit? And somebody,
I answered.
what's the
answered.
difference, man? That's a good question. That's a good question.
I already answered on it.
Well, someone still dies. Like, why?
Yeah,
the
someone
difference?
still dies.
So it's okay. So
Why is it-
let me get this. So let me get this right, Lesurge. It's okay. It's okay for Mao to kill 40 million people because he was an atheist, but it's not okay for radical Islam to kill 40 million people
He's
because
obviously not
they
saying
killed in the
that.
name of bullshit.
People. Okay, and yes, okay, like I say, yeah, it's better. Okay, in a for truth, you know, it's better to
That is what he's saying.
liar.
Nathan.
It's
That
better
is what he's saying.
for an honest person to kill a liar than for a liar to kill an honest person.
See, that's what he's saying, Nathan.
Why is that better? Why does it matter? Why does it matter if that person is
Really?
a liar versus
You
someone
don't
who's not a
think
liar?
what you here? Okay, Nathan. Hey, Nathan. You know the best line. Okay, the best quote I ever heard from Aristotle.
Like to be honest, never mind Aristotle.
Hold
quickly,
on.
Lesurge. No, I'm gonna interject
Okay,
quickly.
never mind.
I've never met a liar that's a killer, but a
I
killer
got
deserves
stepped
to
on
be
by
killed.
the kids.
Oh, you did.
The kids.
Go ahead.
stepped in
Speak
again.
Aristotle.
He apparently, allegedly, never does. Okay, well, it's fuck it. I don't care.
No. Finish your thought, man. Let Serge finish his thought.
Okay,
Yeah,
true
you were saying
equality
something.
exists. True equality exists in the treatment of unequal things unequally.
What does that mean? Sorry.
It means what it means. Think
It
about
means
it.
what it
dude.
means. No, like I'm.
Your peers.
I'm trying
right?
to dissect
Think
it.
about
I can't kind of.
Well, think about it. True equality exists in the treatment of unequal things unequally.
No, why would it be unequally treating things? Unequal things unequally. Why is that equality at all? That's just like admitted bias.
To treating things unequally. But on
Yeah, like
both
different-
True
sides.
equality exists in
Like
the treatment of unequal
yeah,
things
so literally
unequally.
murder on both sides, whether it's atheism or it's religious, it's still inequality to like both sides. Like it's murder no matter what. Like what
Is -1 the same as +1?
is that the same shit as
Look,
murder?
enough of this shit, right? Look at
And
it
a
like
life
this.
loss?
There's equality there, as far as the integer.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's the same thing in the spectrum that you're talking. So -1 is the same thing as +1 in that spectrum that you're talking about. But what we're talking about is human lives.
That's the point. Well, I'm making the point. The point is that no, it's not the same thing, right?
Okay, so people
Well,
like
it
kill
is.
each other
Different sides of the
all
same
the time,
coin.
right? Every time you hear about like a murder story and it's like this was his motive, do you sit and go like, oh, all right, well that was his motive. It was better than that other guy who murdered someone.
Or do you go,
Like, do you-
hey, if
you
I was in
like,
that
think
same
about that stuff?
scenario, I would have murdered that person the same way he did.
And I do think
Hey,
that
I got a
that-
question from B Full of Care from the chat. Her question
Oh,
is to Lesurge. Would you
Go figure.
Would you stop an atheist from killing a religious person?
Oh, that's a fucking
That's a
stupid
good
question.
question. That's a good question. Thank you, B.
Dude, I think
I
Lasurge is
don't
gonna kill
know.
me, you guys. He said he's gonna slap me. Like, I'm scared he's gonna slap me so hard I'm gonna die.
It's better to stop a religious person from killing an atheist than it is to stop an atheist from killing a religious person. In general,
Ooh.
all things considered equal.
Wow.
All,
I'm actually
We're
really
talking
surprised
about
you answered it in
people.
that way.
We're talking.
I thought you'd just go with the route of like, yes,
all
I'd stop
other
that person
listen,
from
I haven't finished. Okay, all other things considered equal.
You said any
All other
religious
things
people. You
considered
didn't say
equal, yes.
radicalized religious people. You just said religious people.
Yeah.
I would
Like,
condemn that it's wrong for a religious person to kill an atheist person.
I'll just condemn that someone's killing someone. But what does it
Yeah.
matter?
And on the same.
Oh,
Sorry, I got a train that comes by my house late at night.
Oh,
You guys
me
can
too,
hear that?
dude. Me too. I live by the tracks too. I live on the right side though. He's, I think he's on the wrong side. Almost for sure.
All right, so
Lasurge, I think that's an asinine argument, Lasurge.
Look, isn't a life equal? Well, do you believe like every life is equal, or do you believe some aren't?
See, there you go. Right, that's the thing. No, right? And are you and I equal?
In terms of our value, essentially, yeah. I mean, do you do
Across
something
the board,
particularly wondrous?
It's a yes or no
Yeah,
question.
do you commit horrendous acts and harm to others? Like, do you plot on it? Do you plan to do it? Like, then no, you're not as.
Are any of us here truly equal?
I mean,
Yes,
I guess,
because
yeah.
we're all
Like,
pretty.
what
Like,
terms? What's
I'd
your
imagine
criteria?
we're all pretty good-natured people. Like.
No.
Or what's
The
explain
answer
that?
is no.
Yeah, why?
Well, are any of you me?
No.
Well,
Why
there you
not
go.
equal in terms of value?
Well,
Yeah, like in
equal
value
is
and
like
moral
identical.
standpoint.
Well, that's what equal means. Equal means, identical, right?
Yeah, we are identically worth the same. Why would we not be?
No, we're not. No, we're not.
Well, why are you worth more? I mean, I'm saying, like, come on, tell me.
Well, I didn't say I was
Maybe
worth more. Why do you presume that I'm worth more?
Well, why am I worth
Are you
more?
religious?
No, I'm not religious.
I didn't say. Okay, well, I don't know.
So you don't know why it is that one of us could be more worth.
Well, it's complicated.
Okay. Is there any way you can shed light on it? Otherwise, why would you?
I presume that you're younger than I am. Okay, so
Yeah,
that would go in your favor. So that's the thing.
Okay.
Looking forward, okay, to the world and what you can contribute to the world and everything like that, you probably have slightly higher value than I do.
All right, I get where you're coming from, but that's kind of shit, though. Like, do you want to see it that way? Like, yeah, age is what matters the most.
That's just kind of how it is, man. Right?
So then,
They're just like that grumpy old guy. It's like, get off of my porch.
No, he's saying it how it is. Like, younger people are technically worth more because they're younger. They got more potential than someone who's
exactly,
being younger.
In a good
yeah,
faith,
okay, but like, you are still of the same value. Like, you can contribute the same, like, to the conversation. You can be just as good a person in your community, amongst your friends and your family. Like, that's kind of what we're talking about when we mean like value as a person. Like, I would think that's what most people judge it on. Like, everybody can look different, be more appealing to people, be more funny, engaging, make more money, like have a better lifestyle, be more healthy, not drink, do drugs. Like, it's all different up and down the board, but like, you could still be variables of all those things and still be a good person or a bad person. Like,
how about compare Hitler against Martin Luther King Jr. Right now, are they equal? Of course not. Right? You can't consider everything equal. You can't. This notion of equality, okay, is
no, they are
flawed.
legit equal, but then they are in their value to people, they differ. But they are equal at their basic, like, just core value. Yeah, like, as far as human thought and what they could have contributed, they are equal. But
Really?
what people value, what they contributed.
The choices aren't equal.
Yeah, it's how
Not
you
really.
see it, and it's up to
Not
your
really.
opinion.
They're not really.
Like I could
It's
have
okay, I'm a
legit
social
chose.
worker.
Yeah,
Would
I
you
could.
say that?
Yo, I could choose to see them as equal, but I don't because of the way that their lives went. But if it
Yeah, but
maybe it went a different
people have
way,
different.
maybe they would.
Have
I would have
different
still
innate
looked at them
value.
as equal.
Yeah, but people have different innate value.
Well, on the basic
Some
just
people
core, on the just
aren't.
basic core, I look at two people and I go, oh, okay, I'm gonna trust that they're both good people, but I'm gonna decipher both of them and judge them. But
Well,
I
other than
present
physical,
you present me two people, I'm gonna judge. Yeah, I'm gonna judge you as equal. Like one might be taller, one might but you're equal just as a person. As a person, you're equal. Now let me get to know you, and that's where I'm gonna pick who's of more value.
like past physical characteristics, like height, fucking how well you can avoid sunburn or whatever, age, all
How
that
well you
stuff.
can dunk, shoot a 3-pointer, like
Like past physical, what makes humans better than each other?
Well, that's a bit tough because physical kind of extends to mental also, right? Because we got like duality. Technically, if I could say, I like saying certain things. Okay, getting
man, you know
some.
how many bitches have a short dude fetish?
Well,
I get mad chicks.
I just want to say, okay, don't forget that.
Do you know how many don't have a short dude fetish? Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, that.
I'll still
Okay.
take my minority.
No, keep going. Sorry, I threw you off.
Yeah, sorry, we were just kind of rapping back and forth, joking. Sorry, Desert.
I'm just really tired. It's like 6:15 in the morning now.
Yeah, I know you're on
Yeah,
East Coast time, dude. Like,
ages away. It's only like 8:17 here in the
dude, I
PM.
have work in like
Wow.
fucking 4 hours. I'm gonna get up and go do
It's
that, bitch.
8:17. Where the hell are you?
On the West Coast, dude. BC.
No, not you.
Oh,
Nathan.
I'm
Oh,
Nathan's.
Nathan. Yeah, I was gonna say, dude, you couldn't tell he's a wog.
Oh, yeah. So
uh,
okay, no, he's. Wow. So you're probably south coast on the east side.
yeah, kinda. North
Yeah.
Coast ish, like midway.
Oh, okay.
East
Yeah. Well,
side.
east. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of east side. East side.
East
Is when you.
side.
Okay. Right on. So like so was Victoria area,
Fucking Queensland.
Queensland. Yeah. It's just,
The
um,
capital city of where I'm from is actually Victoria.
Common sort of name.
I knew a guy from that area actually. He was an oyster farmer. A neat guy too.
Wait, are you talking about Australia or Victoria, where I'm from?
Yeah. No, Aussie.
Oh, okay, I was like, what?
From right around there. Okay, right on. Oh, geez, I almost made the mistake of thinking you were British.
No,
I was
dude,
thinking
no,
that when I was like doing
no,
the hangout.
Yeah.
you,
I was thinking like
Not
someone is
you,
gonna do it.
Bob.
Someone's gonna reckon it's British.
no, dude,
Yeah.
maybe him, but not me. I could
Yeah,
tell it right
you're right
away.
on foot.
Well, dude, my family's from Northern Ireland and shit, so I could tell the difference between like a
Okay.
Scottish, British, fucking a Welsh, Irish. I can tell it from the north or the south.
Well,
What were you guys saying about evolution earlier? I couldn't get
oh,
into
good
enough of
lord.
that.
These
Someone,
Christian
someone doesn't believe in
conservative
evolution, hey?
Americans. Yeah,
Yeah,
they question
you guys
evolution. Like, are you
you're
kidding?
blinded by your religion a little bit. Like, there's just so much fucking evidence, and you guys are like, nah, Jesus did it. It's okay.
Yeah, I
No,
know.
hey, if the evidence makes
Careful,
sense to me,
okay?
I'll accept it, but I just still
You know,
choose to believe in my
yeah,
religion.
choose to believe. Hey, okay,
All
you
right.
watch
What
your
is
step, Nathan.
is
Believe
By
that
the
that's
way,
a stupid
if
thing
you
to do.
let them
dude,
know
what?
that they're retarded, okay, they're gonna be upset with you.
I mean, I'll do it as respectfully as I can. I don't intend to hurt feelings, but
You,
like, I mean, yeah,
it,
I can kind of see like
I'm
what you're
past the
telling me.
point
Like,
of
I
giving a
will
fuck
look at the
about their
fact.
feelings.
Like, I will look at the fact. I will see it for
Yeah.
what it is, see how true it is, and go like, nah, I'd prefer to believe this other shit. Like, doesn't that like make sense? That'd be kind of stupid to do. to look at factors.
Well,
No, I'm
hey,
not
hey,
doing
you
that.
know what? You know what? You're free to that. You're free to that opinion, man. You're free to that.
I'm asking your opinion.
See,
Is it
okay,
Oh,
smart
okay,
or
okay, okay. Whether it's smart or not, I look at it more at a belief of, or sorry, I look at it more of my belief gives me not wisdom or intelligence. Like, is it smart? It gives me a moral
comfort?
center. It gives me comfort. Yes, thank you. It strengthens my belief. It gives me joy. It gives me love, and it just it's a lot of emotion mixed in it.
What do
kumbaya.
you think about What do you think about social justice warriors?
What do I think about them?
Yeah.
Uh, all in all, they just use it as a fucking excuse to get violent.
Oh no, let's not
Hey,
look at the whole
Nathan.
Antifa thing. Look at the whole fucking trigger spaces, all that
No,
shit.
man,
What
that's
about?
where a lot of it's coming from. Like, if you look at it right now, like
I'd
it's
actually be willing
that's
to argue a lot of the Antifa stuff,
Hey,
but
Nathan. Nathan,
yeah,
can I ask you a question?
go.
oh
Did you know that your banking industry used to be nationalized?
No. Oh, actually, well, not
Ah,
really, but like, I did
you
remember
do
one
now.
time on an
You do
excursion, I
now.
saw the
Okay,
national
you know, do you know what happened when your banking industry became privatized? Do you know who bought up the majority of the Australian banking industry?
Was it Rupert Murdoch?
No, he owns media,
Yeah,
but
that was
you're
just
not
fucking.
far off.
No, who was it?
Yeah. You know, you know even Rupert Murdoch's mother couldn't stand the guy?
That's funny as.
Yeah, his own mother couldn't stand him. She hated him.
Wow.
crazy.
Yeah, yeah. Well, not so crazy. There's a lot of reasons to hate that prick.
I'm just saying crazy for him. Like, he
Yeah,
must have
I
been,
know.
yeah,
Bigger speech.
crazy. You know, mom should love her son.
So anyhow, I'll just give the information, okay, and who it is that bought up the majority, or I'm not sure, near
Oh wait,
majority,
Nathan. Wait, sorry, Nathan. Are you done with your questions for me?
is
Or?
was the American banks. The Americans banks, the big American banks bought up the majority of the Australian banking industry. Just so you know,
Okay.
yeah, that's
All right.
true.
Sick.
True.
I mean,
Yeah, I looked into that and it was like, isn't that interesting?
oh, do you mean like the banks that we have over here are like the same people? They just
Yeah,
got like different
you've
names and
got
stuff.
yeah, you got something like the Big Four or something like that. Okay,
Yeah.
it's complicated, right? It's really complicated, a lot of history. And initially, you had a central bank that was issuing the currency, okay, and the currency was distributed through banks, okay, which were state owned, right? Actually, like you got what? You got the six states or six provinces, okay. Now, initially, okay, there was the four big
Oh
banks.
shit, yo! I didn't even look at the time, yo. You guys, like fucking yeah. I do have fucking work in like 3 hours
It's
actually, so I gotta go.
stuff.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Fuck, you should sleep.
The Americans, dude. It was the freaking
I got like a
Americans.
fucking 8 or 9 hour shift tomorrow. They said I might do
American
some
banks
OT.
bought up
Catch you guys
the lion's
tomorrow.
share
Yeah.
See you
Good luck.
later,
of the.
Hopefully you
Yesenia,
get out on time.
Dan, Matt, Serge, Nathan. Catch you guys on tomorrow.
Hey, take it
Hey, see
easy.
you later, Bob. Hey, you have a good day at work tomorrow, man.
Oh, it'll be rough, man. But
Yeah,
I'll
later,
make it. I'll make it. All right, I'll catch you guys later. Have a good one.
later, man.
Yeah.
It's funny too because one of my teachers in school always used to call me Nathan by mistake. My name isn't Nathan, but I'd always get called that. Yeah.
Yeah. I had teachers do similar stuff. Only someone else's name
Yeah.
that looked like me.
So, what do you think about social justice warriors?
Oh, I was kind of leading into something there. I mean, social justice warriors are just like shit. Like, it's just kind of like, excuses to censor shit, and that's never good. No, I was leading into the like fact that he's going like, oh yeah, it's provide security, fucking sense of moral, all that stuff, right? It's the same argument that
Yeah.
social justice warriors use.
Yeah.
It is the same argument. So if he used to say
Yeah,
something
but-
like, oh, I don't like him, well, he's doing the same
Well,
shit.
hold on. See this, this term, okay, this SJW thing, okay, that's new. This we haven't seen people saying social justice warrior for any more than probably less than 10 years, right? So it's a new thing, okay. And this is an alt-right construction. Now, I'd ask you, do you object to social justice?
depends on what kind. There's actually two different social justices. There's like the legal social justice, which is not even bad. Then there's like this kind of other like social justice, which has got all the safe spaces, no hate speech, that kind of shit.
Yeah.
I'm against
Well,
that.
what's wrong with that? I think there should be censorship. Okay, I think.
So what's the same
think
thing as me being?
what's
What's the same
I'm
thing,
actually
Nathan?
so glad you came back. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. No.
So what do you
I
think
heard. I heard the trail end.
Oh,
Yeah, we'll
kick
go.
his ass.
It's okay. It's good you came back. So yeah. What do you think of social justice warriors? Honest opinion. Go it.
Like I said, I keep finding a lot of them are getting violent.
No, come on. Just avoid the whole violent thing. Just go with the non-violent narrative. What do you think of their non-violent narrative? Because there's reason to have.
What's it gonna do? What's it gonna do for you?
Well, what are you worried about?
No. Like what I'm saying is like, what is it gonna do? Like people, like I find people, if they are a social justice warrior, which I don't even really care about them. Like what's it gonna do? Like most the things or the narratives that you push don't actually yield any results.
Well, they do with enough people. That's why anyone pushes anything. Once they get enough people on board, it starts to matter.
Well, I mean, like look at like Black Lives Matter, or like there's still lots of black people
What are you saying?
dying.
Black Lives Matter?
Black Lives Matter was just someone that kind of came out and got really violent, but that's not like what most.
No. But like no. Like what I'm saying is just like like narratives. They just sometimes don't help when people like. I don't care. They're not my narratives. I don't pay them attention. So that's why I don't pay social justice warriors mind like any mind. I just kind of I laugh. What do I think of Islam?
Yeah.
I think it's a religion that it's producing, unfortunately, radicalization.
Okay, that's funny.
Because, like I said,
I've Islam. You can just straight up give me an opinion on it. I ask you about social justice warriors. It's harder. You don't really want to give me an opinion because you don't care about those people. Why do you care about Islam compared to that?
What do you mean? Like, well, social justice warriors, they're, like I said, I do kind of care. They're, like I said, they're getting violent.
All right, well,
like,
what do you think about freedom of speech?
But their actual opinions and their narratives that they speak, like they don't really. I kind of hear them and I go, what the fuck? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and most of their arguments are based on feels. Like what it feels like. Emotions and shit.
Or well, whatever they're presenting as facts or debate, I just don't agree with. I don't care if it's your emotions or facts or like it's just I don't agree with the things that they're doing, which is like hitting people, often attacking first. That's why even though like the Surge said earlier, it's not right to question everything, especially like the mainstream media but it's like a lot of these YouTube sites, if you go and you watch them, like throughout, like you're just seeing that like kind of stuff in America. Like me and you are different. Me and you are both in foreign countries, right? Like compared to like where we're kind of like holding the social justice warrior attitude, if you really want to call it that.
I'm just gonna say real quick, like I'm not trying to get
we're in foreign countries, like compared to.
It's not foreign to you, man.
No, I'm saying like the attitude I find of this whole narrative of a social justice warrior came from America. Like it didn't come from Australia or Canada. But go ahead, sorry, Nathan. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
Like, I mean, you gotta. This isn't really about anything other than like I think you should like really consider if it's worth staying up any longer if you got work tomorrow. Like you're already in a really fucked position. I don't want to just talk to you all night and then like you're really fucked.
No. I was just curious because like when I signed out, it was still playing when I took my headphones out, and then you said something at the end that believing in religion is the same as being a social justice warrior. And I just wanted to hear your explanation on that. I was like, oh, I don't feel that, but okay. What does he mean by that, or what do you mean?
Yeah, if you got any other questions, I'm good to answer them. Otherwise, I don't want to keep you like.
Oh no, I asked you, and then you just asked me a counter question. Like you didn't. Like I'm just saying, what
I kind of wanted to get to the bottom of what I was talking about before. That's why I did that. Let's see.
All right.
Let me just get the point to you, for you. Well, yeah, I kind of did get to the point before. It's all about feelings really. It's all about like feelings being important. It's where the arguments come from. I had a feeling you maybe
Well,
like.
here's the thing: when
whole
people tell me
social
my
justice warrior thing.
religion's, when people tell me my religion's like stupid or invalid or like I don't like care. Like I
Yeah, but,
find
like,
these like Antifas or these people that push narratives when you tell them that you don't care about their things or that their things aren't true, they often get violent or very belligerent. Where do you not see the difference in that? Like if you like even
no,
what
no,
you
no, I'm
just
not
said,
saying that.
like you said that I
Yeah.
react off feelings, like I'm more curious. If that's a feeling, I would say that, but like I don't think I've gotten very like aggressive or belligerent
No.
or
Just hear me out, right? My argument with social justice
yeah.
warriors is ignoring Antifa. It's ignoring that shit. It's just going straight up with their arguments and where they come from. I don't care about the Antifa thing, not in this scenario anyway. I'm just saying that like the same way that you care about your religion and the reason that you believe it is you believe it because it's nice. You like it. You like the feeling it gives you, right? That's the same kind of reason why social justice warriors like the things they like is because it makes them feel nice. That's my point in how it's the same.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, okay. If you want to say that they feel nice doing what they do and I feel nice believing my religion, sure, that's fine.
I'm saying they feel nice with the safe spaces and all that stuff. That's what makes them feel
Right.
nice. I'm ignoring the violent part because there's violent extremists
No, no,
like in
no.
every
Okay, if
street,
you're
right?
saying that, hey, if you're saying that, you're making that comparison, fine. Hey, hey, that's your comparison. You're absolutely entitled to that, bro. Hey, no problem with that. I
Yeah.
just heard the tail end, and I was kind of curious how you made that comparison.
No, that's okay. Like, I mean, if I was leaving and someone said something like that, I'd be like, "What the fuck?" and then like come back as well. So no, that's
Yeah,
all good. That makes sense.
hey Nathan, can I ask you to, we understand that you're, sensible when it comes to evolution, or I do at
Oh,
least.
but
And
hey,
then,
okay, I'm out again because hey, Nathan, that was a good explanation and a good little chat. I'll catch you guys on
oh,
tomorrow.
I
That's
was
all good.
trying to
He does have
speak.
fucking
And
work.
listen,
I was
dude,
trying
I
to
do have
speak.
fucking work. I'm a drywaller, man. I gotta get
He's
the
really
fucking
good to go.
sleep. Oh, I do have
Okay,
to go.
so I wanted to
Hey,
ask
Serge, you get
Nathan.
sleep too, you fucking East Coaster.
No, I don't need
Sun's
sleep.
probably out.
I can function without it
You vampire.
for quite some time on caffeine.
Yeah, I'll
Okay,
catch you
now
guys on tomorrow.
take it
See ya.
easy. Okay, Nathan, I was going to ask, your opinion on global warming, climate change, okay, being man-made, right? Now, do you understand global warming and climate change and everything as being, a major problem facing the planet right now?
No, I see it as that.
Yeah,
like,
you do?
Shit's getting hotter.
Yeah. Okay. See, common sense, right? See, why is it,
Yeah.
see, Aussies aren't retarded either. And
Some of them.
some, yeah,
It's just like
but in
I'm like a
general,
particularly intelligent
yeah.
black person.
But
At least I
in
see myself as
general,
that.
comparatively against Americans, I'll say Australians are not, so retarded. Well, see, you do have bogans, but
Like, yeah, look, I mean, people have made that like comparison. Like Americans have made that comparison to me and stuff. I just ignore that shit though, because like, I mean, people like, there's always different people, and whether even if there is like a higher majority of retard in the states than there is in other countries, like, there's not much point in bringing it up, like, because it's not really fair to the people that aren't retarded.
yeah, but change, how does change happen, unless we bring up controversial subjects, right? And
Yeah.
have
No, I'm not saying. I mean, like, you can't change like stupid people though.
no, well, you can't change stupid people, but you can kind of change how stupid they are, right?
I mean, you can
Sometimes.
educate them.
Yeah,
You can
exactly.
educate them on what you want to give them.
Exactly. Yeah,
They're
but
still stupid.
well,
They
that's
just
the big problem in the United States, I think. Right? Well, and not exclusive to the United States, but I think, a disproportional amount in the United States. There's this great quote, okay, from Isaac Asimov. Okay, what he says there's a thread of, in America, there's a thread of anti-intellectualism in the social and political culture, and there always has been, right? Or weaving its way through the social and political culture, and there always has been, nurtured, okay, by the false notion that democracy means that my ignorance is as good as your knowledge. It's a good quote, eh? What do you think?
Yeah.
It is. These people, they tend to think that all opinions are equal. Okay, whether, as if a poorly informed opinion is equivalent to a well-informed opinion.
Yeah, like
right?
like global warming kind of thing. Like people say like, oh, there's two sides to the argument. Yeah, no, I get what you mean. Like that shit's fucking whack. Like, you got people that are like, oh, there's two sides to it. Well, yeah, there's like the retard side, and then there's like the side that makes sense. That's your two sides. They treat it like it's legit though.
It's horrible, isn't it? It's, I'm trying to explain to these people, okay, and I just get I get swarmed, I get attacked like crazy, because
oh no, I've seen that. I've seen that. You were like saying shit earlier, and then like you got all these guys just talking shit to you, and it's like, fuck, I want to get in on this stuff. Like, I kind of want to support the guy who's not like just talking shit, and so I came in. That's why I'm here. I came like my initial attempts to get in here was like seeing you get shit on for like actually not talking shit. So I was like, yeah, okay, I gotta come.
Right on. Hey, good show. Thank you, sir.
It's all good.
Yeah. So, because I've been trying, okay, but they just don't want to listen. They don't want to deal with it in like a mature, from a mature approach where, everyone benefits from actually getting to the bottom of things and getting to the fact, okay, and establishing, coming to agreement, right? And that's what I've been trying to convey, and it's not
I can understand that you're kind of like, you're not really like, because I've heard them say so many times, oh, you come in and you do all this shit, but like then I watch them like fucking poking at you for like ages, and it's like over something like either they started or like something you said but they didn't like, and then they start on you. It's like, well, even if he's doing shit, like you're fucking continuing the shit out of it, and there's more of you guys, so like this is what happens.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's geez, dare I ask what your opinion on Donald Trump might be?
I mean, Donald Trump he was better than Hillary. Like, Hillary was just the continuation of evil that was already there. So why not bring in some new evil that's like not a feminist? That's my idea. Like, just nicer.
Yeah, yeah, and but what do you think of like his intellect? And his personality.
I can't tell if he's a really smart guy who's got like this whole guy's going, or he's a really stupid guy that's able to play people really well. I can't tell.
It's the latter. I can tell. I could tell within about 20 seconds of watching his first campaign speech. Okay, I recognized it's poison to listen to this person, right? I did a. I'm pretty good at judging character, I think, and when it came to Donald Trump, right? Like I kind of knew about him, right? And it's like, well, let's see what's going on, because people change over time and this and that. So I tuned in at the start of the campaign, and within the first 20 seconds, it's like, oh my God, turn it off. It's like I had to shut him out, because it's like I don't want my mind to be contaminated by him. So
yeah. I guess like it's kind of a way of looking at him. Like, I don't look at Trump like, oh yeah, let's get some intellectual shit out of this. I kind of like, I found him entertaining to watch, like really entertaining. And I guess that's why I didn't see like a problem with it. It's like, if you're looking at this guy like he's gonna lead to some kind of good anything, like other than an alternative who can like be there for a fun ride, then he's kind of like could be a bit cancer. There's people who like look at him like he's some kind of big globalist, New World Order smasher kind of character, but he's just fucking not. Like, his his cabinet picks were like clearly like Wall Street bankers and all the people who want to do bad shit.
Yeah, I think, honestly, I think the best way for me to describe how I can watch Donald Trump is, like you put your hand over your eyes, okay, and then you open it just a crack, you know what I mean? So you can kind of peek through. That's how I regard Donald Trump, because it's kind of like watching a car crash or something, where on one hand I'm kind of mildly amused, okay, but I do have a social conscience, and so on the other hand it's like I can't bear to watch, even though it's amusing, and I love laughing at America and Americans, just because I'm Canadian, which I don't know if you understand the whole rivalry aspect that we have going on here.
Yeah, I know it.
Okay.
I've seen it online.
So yeah, I'm bemused and appalled kind of simultaneously, I think.
Well, what do you think of Hillary?
Oh, she's, yeah, I'm not keen on her. It's a really tough choice, okay? And, I admit that. Um, she, okay, because of what happened, okay, because of her screwing Bernie, or the Democrats screwing Bernie over, okay, at least he played his cards fairly well and got, he altered the Democratic campaign platform. Okay, so on that basis, it's like, well, I don't really like Hillary on a personal level and everything. The leader is, not the party, and if she's, it depends what she's set her mind at and everything. And I was willing to actually give her benefit of the doubt. I would actually, it's a tough call as to whether I would rather see her be president than Trump, because this was, yeah, let's face it, a serious lose-lose.
Have you done much research on Hillary?
Yeah, actually, and that's something that played into it quite a bit because of my sympathy for her. She's not the best person in the world, okay, but also, she's a lot of what is said about her is not true at all, right? Like, because of just how.
Name some of the worst ones.
What's that?
Name some of the worst ones about her, like worst stories. They're lies, and don't say Pizzagate.
I don't know. There's really not much. I guess, the only thing that really, really set me off about Hillary was when she was in an interview, okay, and it was on camera, where she first heard about what happened to Gaddafi, right, and her reaction and her response, okay, like that. Yeah, you know that, right? It's, we came, we saw, he died, okay, and her laughter, okay, like, really over the killing of a leader, like, the hatred and all, like, yeah, that's pretty psychopathic, right? Like, so yeah, that really, really disturbed me about her. But I can understand too, it's just, yeah, it's just not a good thing.
Hey, let's search.
Oh,
hey, let's search.
Yeah.
Hey, bro. I'm falling asleep over here, man. I'm gonna call it a day. I'm gonna get off of here, but I'm gonna leave the stream going, man, so you guys can go ahead and have a conversation.
That's good. Okay. All right. Take it easy. Sleep well. Sorry for flipping out.
No. Hey, dude, don't even worry about it, man. Hey, good night, guys. Thanks for coming on, Nathan. I hope you guys have a good night. Talk to you guys later.
See ya.
All right.
Yeah. So, have you seen anything like the interviews with staff of the White House, like Secret Service people who were in there when Bill and Hillary were during their during Bill's term? Any of the stuff they said about it?
I've heard them saying that she's pretty I know what you're getting at. Yeah.
She's physically abused like security people, like Secret Service, and just like a bitch. Like, you see some of the interviews and they talk about how like they couldn't walk down hallways without like completely avoiding eye contact with her, because she could just go off at people.
Yeah.
But she goes she's got this other side that she betrays.
Yeah.
So
well, there is that Looney Tune. Well, and that's true, and that's dangerous. Okay, and see, the thing is, one of the best quotes I ever heard in my life. Okay, and it's so simple, right? The guy says, "Things are the way they are because they got that way." Right now, Hillary, okay, she grew up. Okay, she went to law school, get to be a lawyer, and this and that. Now, I think initially, she's a little bit twisted from the culture here and there, okay, but that most people are generally fundamentally good, and it's not as though she's all bad, okay, but I think being in Washington for so long, okay, like that's a very hellish environment, and especially because of all the slander, okay, and lies and defamation of character that's been thrown at her, and everything she's been through, okay, in the public spotlight in the United States for, in the political scene for that long. So I actually, I feel really sorry for her, but yeah, it would probably be a bad idea to make her president.
It's more than that, just that though. Like, I mean, if you can find some fucking lies for me, then by all means do it. But there is a lot of really true, really bad stuff about it. So if there's lies, there's lies. But there's some bad truth as well.
Yeah.
She stole and broke vases in the White House. So when they were leaving the White House, she stole shit because she could.
Yeah.
And what were they going to do? Were they going to really go pull up the previous first lady for like robbing shit? So she just did it and got into an argument with Bill one time, smashed shit. Like,
wow.
She's as bad as Trump in every kind of personality way.
Yeah.
She's certainly like, there's no reason to think she wouldn't lie to us. Like, when you look at like Trump's campaign promises, he hasn't really delivered on much. So there's no reason to, and like that's just politicians. It's just like people when they get elected, they don't have any obligation to do that shit. So there's no reason to think that Hillary would have been any better, especially on the Bernie shit. The stuff that Bernie managed to cram in there. Like, if she's not even going to follow through with a lot of her shit, why would she follow through on his shit?
Oh yeah, she had her she had her eyes and her heart set on being president. Okay. It's funny, it almost kind of actually reminds me of Marilyn Monroe, right? Marilyn Monroe was a little bit out of touch with reality, right? Now, I'm not saying that Hillary is a little bit out of touch with reality. Okay, it's just, there's the comparison because, see what happened with Marilyn, right? Marilyn and her ego, right? Where, she's gorgeous, okay? America's sweetheart, everyone loves her. Okay, now the thing is, I don't believe in the conspiracy theories that Marilyn Monroe was off. I think she legitimately did kill herself. Okay, and I think it legitimately was depression and everything because I think she literally did believe that John F. Kennedy would leave Jackie O, okay, and that she would become the first lady. That's what I think happened, right? And that's out of touch with reality, okay, where it's like, it's just women, right? Okay, So, so yeah, there's, with Hillary, she had her heart set on it, right? And she's very focused on everything. And,
he wasn't campaigning enough at all. He was just doing like fuck all campaigning in blue states, like shit she doesn't even really have to do. Guaranteed states she was campaigning in. So to think like she really thought she was going to get it anyway.
Yeah.
She must have thought like Trump was just that fucking bad, and she was obviously thought she was good enough. She could just not do that shit.
And it almost came through. It almost came through.
Almost came through doing fuck all. Like if she just put in like a bit more effort, she probably would have got it.
Yeah, they're screwed. America's screwed. Like this was just awful. This is pardon me?
We'll see what happens next election. Like, we don't know what the candidates are. I mean, it kind of is screwed in a way, though, like, because, like, the whole system's fucked. Like, two parties is a scam. Just the whole way it works is a scam. Like, you got to choose between two people. And it's actually possible to rig. Like, you can rig two people. You can set up two people. That's not impossible.
Yeah, it's like false dichotomy sort of thing. Yeah.
If all this New World Order stuff is really happening, like, these people have enough money. They could set up two people. Like that's not like anything like unimaginable.
Yeah. I don't I don't believe in that sort of stuff. I just get lost actually when people bring up NWO, and globalization. To me these terms are too shrouded in like conspiracy culture and stuff like that, and it's just natural evolution of socioeconomics really, like.
Yeah, the reason I reckon that it's not impossible at all is that human nature is to kind of want power, and the ultimate power is to like really control something like the United States. And with enough money, you could do stuff like sway things in your own direction at least a little. And with heaps of money, you could sway it a bit more. And with more friends with more money, you could sway it more and more. So I mean, if I had as much money as some of these people like George Soros and stuff, I'd be doing this stuff. And there's no reason to think they wouldn't be doing it themselves.
It's weird. I don't know. I know practically nothing about George Soros. Okay, I keep hearing his name over and over and over and over. And yeah, there's got to be something to that, because it's, it's like everywhere. And I'm just older. Like I'm 42, so at this point in my life, it's just I don't have the ambition and idealism or what, like the interest to actually learn and study and figure out what the heck is going on and what he's all about.
I can give you a quick rundown on him. I don't know much either.
Yeah.
What I do know,
sure.
He's like basically trying to get like refugees into every single country he can to destabilize every single country he can. There was actually something that happened. He had a university set up in some country, and like I don't even think it had like a campus, but he had like a university, set up there, like name and everything. And it was just a way of like getting students in, like quote unquote students, just like Islamic refugees and shit. So like that was in some small country, and like the actual government of that small country, I can't remember which one it was, but that government was like fuck George Soros, fuck your shit, we're gonna close down your little university. And they had like a big like thing about it. It was over the news for a little bit. It's kind of like a small scale thing about George Soros kind of like doing this thing. It was the first time it got like big attention, but he's been doing it all over, where he just gets more refugees in. And it's obvious that like refugees cause instability, they shit on the economy. This is just stuff that happens every time they get refugees anywhere. So if he's trying to do something through getting refugees into a country, the most likely thing he's trying to do is destabilize it.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't know his plan, but we do know what he's doing and the effect it's having. And you can only assume he knows it as well, so he's wanting it.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily leap to the conclusion that there's some nefarious plot to destabilize, by doing that. I don't know what to make of it, honestly. I just, I wouldn't make that jump though.
But
it could be just that it could just be that he's like some liberal weirdo, like.
Yeah, but to spend so much time and money on it, when the thing is, it actually helps him, because what he wants is globalism. And I'm actually not against globalism, because like just about every person would disagree with me, but globalism is good in that it's going to happen anyway. And the sooner it happens, the quicker we can get like cool technology, stuff like space travel. Like when we start going to space, we're going to have a galactic empire already. What's the galactic empire? That's everyone coming together. So like by the time we've actually built the Death Star and start doing that shit, it's going to be globalism. So speed up globalism, speed up that shit, and that's cool. Yeah. But
well, China. Well, okay, sorry, just to jump in. I can tell you, China is already functioning on that mentality. They've been pitching to the world. They're already thinking globalist. Okay. And they've been pitching to the world, okay, they're leading the way on this, trying to set up a global energy grid, okay, fundamentally based on renewable energy, like green energy, where they want to set up wind around the equator and solar at the poles. Okay, they do want to work, okay, and they're pitching this project already. They're thinking big. Okay, now you don't hear anything like that coming out of anywhere else in the world. Okay, and is it a good idea?
I haven't actually heard about that at all. What's it called? Because that's interesting. Like something as big as that, and like it's not common knowledge. What's it called? What would I search up for that shit?
I don't know. I heard about it, right? So that the question is, of course, thinking about it, right? Like as soon as I heard it, it's like, okay, well, they're going to have to pitch this with the United States. Right, and is the United States going to want to work with this? Well, of course not right now, right? But you never know, right? And as for what it's named, I'm not entirely sure. Okay, but it's it's a big company. There's a big company in China. This made if I heard about it, okay, it's somewhat significant. Just some bullshit news story. I'd have to look more into it. I just kind of heard it in passing and. Put a bit of thought into it because it makes sense. That's a good idea. Also the Chinese got a contract in Chernobyl, okay, to put up a huge solar power generating right at Chernobyl. That's a fucking good idea, right? Like the land's irradiated, okay, so you can't do anything there. You can't have people there. So you might as well make some use of it, okay? And that's a great idea. And apparently, I think they got the contract, right? Here's another thing I can tell you. See, with Trump, okay, like, I know some right wingers and stuff, okay, and they're all pro-Trump, blah blah blah. So, one of the first questions I asked the dude, it's like, do you even know what's in his platform, okay? And he directs me to a website, okay. This was right at the start of the campaign, so I read up on what Trump had to say, okay. And you watch him through the campaign, and he's all, blah blah blah, this, that, okay, making as though the United States doesn't put tariffs, okay, which is absolutely ludicrous, okay. The United States has been trying to make China out as this big monster and how they're exploiting America and whatever, okay, as if the United States isn't already doing seriously unfair trade practices with China, which they are doing, namely on solar panels. And this is a fact, okay? The Chinese can produce solar panels so much cheaper that, they're just good at capitalism. They can produce shit cheap, okay? They've cornered markets on so many resources. Like 20, 30 years ago was when they started buying up all the scrap metal all around the world. Okay, and that's what was driving up scrap prices. It's because the Chinese are buying it and importing it. Yeah, they want it, right? Because they're building. Okay, they know they need it for the manufacturing. Okay, now they can produce solar panels so cheap. There's no way that American domestic producers, manufacturers can match that, okay, in the market. So the Chinese can import it, okay, and undercut on a price by such a fucking margin that the Americans had to put a 900% tariff on Chinese solar panel imports. Okay, literally 900%. Okay, how is that, quote, how is that free market, right? Here are the Americans, okay, the right wing,
China's going to shit on them, though. Like, it's in their own best interest to keep a good economy. And the reason that China's able to shit on countries like that is that they just pay their workers fuck all. Like, they cheapen capitalism and then ruin it for everyone else is kind of what's really happening.
You want to hear something? Okay, dude, I'll tell you something else. Okay, my brother took one of the courses he took at McMaster University here in Canada, which is like, that's one of our like top 10. He studied commerce, okay, and while he was studying, and this was in the 1990s, like the mid 1990s, and I forget what he told me, okay, there was a dissident woman Chinese economics professor, okay, who came in. She was doing a lecture circuit, okay, and she delivered a lecture, and my brother came to tell me, because he knows I'm like kind of leftist, and I'll never forget, okay, the significance of the last words. What she wrapped it up with was, she said, and I quote, "China intends to take over the world via capitalism and then let it fall as Marx predicted." Yeah.
Yeah, I think of my older brother's married to a Chinese bird, and I think she said like similar stuff, like not. I don't think she said the capitalism stuff, but China's planning on taking over the world. Like, she said that like it's just kind of like a common thing for Chinese people to sort of like acknowledge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, they know. Yeah, they got it. They got it. It's in the bag.
What do you think of China?
It's in the bag. They're
their country and their government.
Their growth target is 6.5% annually. Okay, and for the first quarter, okay, we're just past the second quarter, so I don't know what. They're not tallied yet. Okay, but for the first quarter, they came in at 6.9%. Okay, meanwhile, the United States is struggling to maintain 2%, right? So, and apparently 2 years ago, now it depends how we calibrate these, stats and everything, but I saw from the World Bank 2 years ago, by a certain measure, the Chinese gross domestic product came in at 17.6 trillion, while the American gross domestic product came in at 17.2 trillion. So, that was like 2 years ago. So by a certain measure, the Chinese economy has surpassed the American economy.
Like through actual growth in time.
It would, it depends by what measure, right? Like, there's other stats, okay, that show, that China is way, way smaller. They come in at like 13 trillion or something, as compared to America's like 18 or something.
Yeah, I get it. Like,
so,
you look at like different ways, and by different ways it can be seen as different. But like, the reason why that it looks so like good at a certain angle is because China's developing. So when it develops, it's going to see like a massive increase in a short amount of time compared to a already developed economy trying to develop more.
Yeah, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. You know what we hear and things like that. Like, you know, they point out, okay, all these ghost cities and stuff, okay, to make, you know, of course that's a bad thing. That's not economically efficient and everything. Okay, but you know, you can look at it in a different way where, you know, overall their stats are still huge, and you know, they're doing this, which, you know, if they can afford to do something on that scale, okay, and not have it seriously impact the economy, that tells you a lot, right?
Well, yeah, they're emerging though, so they're going to have an increased growth at the moment. At the moment, they are going to be growing so much more than the States has, like at the moment.
Oh yeah.
Because they're smaller and getting bigger.
Oh yeah. Oh, they knew too. You know, they've been anticipating, you know, a slowdown with. Well, they anticipated, dude. They anticipated. There's nothing. That's why it's funny. Okay, listening to Trump. Okay, say, oh, have China designated as a currency manipulator and blah blah blah. China this, China that, China this, China that. Okay. Meanwhile, China was already like one step ahead, where, you know, they anticipated, okay, not having to, you know, or you know, wanting to break away from a reliance on exporting to the United States. Okay, now they went, I think it was the start of last year, okay, and signed a huge trade deal with Germany and the EU. Okay, and furthermore, okay, even sooner, they planned to retool their industry and their economy and everything to manufacture to, you know, for their own domestic market. Okay, so they're, you know, that's like insular, right? It's like this weird kind of form of, you know, isolationism or protectionism, and that's brilliant, right? Like,
You mean making
you know,
their own goods and selling their own goods in their own country?
yeah, their own domestic market. That's what they focused.
Yeah,
okay,
that's
to
what
change.
meant to do. Like that's what
Exactly.
Trump's like talking about.
Yeah, that's just smart. Oh yeah, you know, it's
Yeah.
you know, yeah, yeah. Oh, I totally agree. You know, I think all nations should be as self-sufficient as possible, right? And you know,
most
meet
do.
your own domestic need as much as you possibly can, you know, and then anything over and above that, okay, is where you benefit from export, right?
Yeah, but that's what most countries would kind of agree with, is they do want to do their own stuff and sell it within their own country. It's just, it's harder for others than it is for some. Like, that is what fucking Trump is like talking about. That is what he always talks about, like bringing jobs back, right?
Yeah.
American
Which
made,
is
made in America,
that's
all that stuff.
yeah.
Now,
Well,
I'm not
that's,
saying
you know,
he's
and
going to do any of that, but that's what he's running on,
Yeah.
and there's a reason for that, and that's because it works. It is the ideal. The ideal is to make your own shit in your own country, and he sees that. He knows that other people know that. Like, it's a common thing. Like, it's not like China's this wondrous kind of like thing that's worked out. They're just the ones kind of doing it at the moment, and that's because of the way their economy's shaped. They're able to make so much shit so cheaply. They can throw it at any other nation they want, as well as, like, you know, everything is made in China, so it's not like they're going to get their shit from anywhere else either. What'll happen after China, though, is that stuff's going to stop being made in China. This whole everything's made in China thing isn't going to continue forever. It's because they're going to go from developing to developed. And in the next country you'll see it with is India. And then I don't think there's going to be, I don't know of any other countries that can really kind of do that. But that's what's happening at the moment. China's been doing that for ages. It was Japan before that. I'm sure, like, I didn't fucking grow up in this time, but I know that you would have grown up in a time where everything was made in Japan, right? Yeah, so like that's happened, but Japan's developed. They stopped making shit in Japan, started making it in China. China's going to develop. India will do it. So it's not like a sustainable thing. It's just as far as until the economy develops, that's how long they can do it for.
Yeah, you know, what's sprung to mind for me is what bothers me is like Trump, okay, doing that, which is technically, you know, I'd argue that's leftist, right? It's leftist policy.
What's about
you know,
jobs?
well, it's just, you know, it's an about face, okay? Like, you know, in America, okay, traditionally the politics, the Republicans, right? They're recognized as being the, you know, corporatists, right? Which, historically that's what they are. They're, they were the industrialists, right, in the North, and it's they were the ones who were pushing for globalization and free trade. Okay, like Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was a Republican. Okay, and that's what started the whole big free trade thing, at least with NAFTA. Okay, in the NAFTA bloc. And now, okay, Donald Trump runs as a Republican. Only, all the Republicans, all the right wing conservatives, okay, and Republicans in the United States, okay, for decades now, okay, they've been preaching about how great Ronald Reagan is. Here comes Trump, right, and it's it's the exact opposite, because NAFTA was a cornerstone policy of Reaganomics, which they say, oh, Reaganomics is the greatest thing in the world. Okay. Meanwhile, now here comes Donald Trump with the exact contrary opinion. It's like, oh, that was bad. Meanwhile, someone like me, okay, here in Canada, I was opposed to NAFTA, always, because of, that whole thing about, being insular and taking, because I knew what it would do. Like, it's not in the favor of the working class, right? It's not in the favor of the majority.
It was a bad deal. Same with TPP. That's why he's going with move it, because it was a bad thing.
They view everything, okay, by through this lens of everyone is a consumer, right? And it's all about, oh well, consumer, or I don't know. It's just like, see, I'm tired. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I won't keep you for much longer. It's probably fucking late for you. The thing with people like they say like Reagan was all like great and stuff, and Trump's like doing all this other shit. The thing is, like, as far as what Trump's done, getting out of NAFTA, getting out of TPP, all that shit is like actual good stuff. That is the stuff that Hillary wasn't going to do, Trump's going to do. I don't know if he's done it or not. I don't really keep up to date too much with what he gets done, but as far as that shit, that is a good thing to get out of those deals. So it makes sense for you to run with it, even if it's like counter to like the whole Republican conservative history sort of thing. Like, he's got to run with good things. And people get too caught up with left, right. Like, I'll just call myself a liberal because I like free sex, free drugs, all that shit. Like, that's just good. That's liberal stuff. Conservative stuff is like, fucking keep your wife like, all modest and shit. Like, all that gay stuff that like shouldn't really be. It's just like slows us down. Like, that kind of stuff is like what I'd say like is bad. But past that, like, don't have any kind of policies based on your affiliation with a certain group. Like, you can't like just go like, oh well, this is the conservative value, I've got to go with that. Like, just go with what's good.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, that's, well, you're talking to a Canadian here, right? Big difference between Canadians and Americans in that specific regard, where partisan, it's here, partisanship and everything. And it's kind of bad. We're damn near the same. Like, I don't know if you probably haven't seen my channel description or what, right? One of the things I wrote, and it was geared towards Americans, right? I say we have a two-party system of pathological politics. That's the way I said it, right? And you were highlighting that kind of before about how wrong it is in the United States to only have like two choices. And here in Canada, we do generally have more of I don't know, it's hard to say it without being insulting, right? Like, it's like a less ignorant sort of view towards politics. What was I gonna say? Damn it. Shit, I forget. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I reckon like the reason for this whole divide is probably like north and south kind of thing. Like, this could be a really stupid analysis, but like there was a lot of history between the different sides of politics in America. They had a fucking war over their history. There's not really like that in other countries. Not many others.
Exactly. Yeah.
So that's why people kind of tend to. Yeah.
What I was going to say about TPP. Okay, Canada went ahead with TPP, right? And America's signing out. Like, they don't have a seat at the table, right? They're going very isolationist, and there's winners and losers, right? Now, it depends what side of the coin you're on, really, right? Like, if you're corporate, okay, if you own a business, okay, and you're looking to do business internationally, then TPP is a good thing, right? Depending on your size and
TPP is good in the way it's a trade deal, but as far as trade deals go, it's a fucking shit trade deal for America. So they're better off pulling out of it, just going with negotiating a better deal than it. Just because it's that bad.
Yeah.
Like, it's only good in that it exists. It's not good as far as deals go. That's why. That's a good thing to get out.
Well, it's all it's all politics is so much now to do with nothing more than business and economics. Like, and that's wrong. That's so wrong.
That, like, people's arguments for coal mining and all the fossil fuels like keeps jobs. It's like, fuck. Who cares about jobs when it's going to kill us all? Really? Who cares?
Yeah. Something I can say that's a bit worrying. Okay, there's good things. Okay, first of all, historically, Canada used to be the #1 nation in the world. Okay, on the Human Development Index. Okay, Canada used to be #1. We used to be the place to be.
How long ago was
that? Quite a while ago. That's It was when they were starting it, like 1980s to 1990s. Okay, Canada was ranked #1. Okay, and Canada has slid down to #10. Now Australia has climbed to #2. I don't know if you know that.
Fuck no, really? Oh, that's epic. That's funny as.
Oh yeah. Australia is ranked as the second best place in the world now, only behind Norway. Okay, congratulations, Australia. Okay, and what is and a lot of it has to do with socialist policy, also, by the way. Okay, which is about not just overall living standard, but aggregate in general, right? You don't have poverty and stuff. Okay, you look after your people, and good education, good health, right? Okay, now
good healthcare plan.
Yeah, and okay, the other thing is the two nations that lead the world in immigration. Okay, #1 is Australia, #2 is Canada, which that's a bit shaky, right? Like, immigration can be a good thing, okay, but there's bad things to it too, and I don't think it's a good idea in the long run, right? To
different kinds of immigration. Like, which
kind
do you mean? Like, are you sure they both lead in the same way? Like, because Australia would take a whole heap of migrants, but do they take refugees? Because I know Canada takes a lot of refugees. Do you mean like they take refugees
it's both.
Australia?
Well, it's both. It's far more migrants than refugees, right? People, there's apparently 97% of all new population growth happens in third world nations.
Yeah, there's a
right?
lot.
So there's huge discourse. Well, one of the reasons why I don't like immigration so much is because it's like brain drain stuff, right? We're skimming. Right, we're skimming the cream. We're taking the best and the brightest. Right now, the United States does this too. Okay, with their H-1B visa and all that. Okay, where they take the best and brightest from other nations. Okay, now how are these other nations supposed to develop when all their best people are leaving to go to better nations already? Right? It's like this artificial buoyancy thing. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I guess if you have that many people leaving their country, it would be a bad thing. But as you said, it's only the best and brightest. Like, there's going to be tiers below that aren't like the savages, and they'd be sticking in their countries and doing all right. Like, and like even then, like, that's only looking at it as bad for those countries. That's not bad for the US or bad for Canada or bad for anywhere else that takes those people. That's good for them because then they get those people. The bad part of that is kind of more so like refugees, like people who don't have any kind of merits. They just like come from a war-torn country and then they just come in and start raping people and all that stuff. Those are like the problems. Like, you look at Sweden, they've got heaps of refugees, more like lots of refugees, not just immigrants, but refugees, and lots of rape.
Yeah, I know that it is. It's like it's going a bit far. Okay, and look at Norway, right? Look what happened with Anders Breivik, right?
What was
the guy went on. Well, he went. Sorry.
I haven't heard about that one. Sorry. What did he do?
Oh, you're not familiar with Anders Breivik?
I may
Holy
have. I just
shit.
don't know the name.
That's the guy who went on the rampage, okay, and killed. There's the political party that's dominant is leftist, okay, and it's like generation after generation sort of thing where people who are involved in the party, okay, on the left, they have like a day camp for their kids, okay, and it's like the next generation of leaders basically, right? And it was on this island, okay, and he did a terror attack where he set off a bomb, right, in like Oslo or something, right, at the at a parliament building or something, and that was just a distraction, right, to draw the police there, okay, and then he dressed up as a cop, okay, and went to that island knowing that all the kids were there, the future politicians, the future leftist politicians,
All this weird shit
and
that shouldn't even be happening.
and
that
he
just
went
sounds
berserk.
like
That's
lineage of fucking
Yeah.
politicians. Like
Yeah.
that sounds real weird. Like,
That's-
I mean, you shouldn't have gone and killed those kids, but
Yeah.
like, what the fuck? Like, what other country has that kind of shit?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so he was the one. Oh,
I don't know
no.
of any. Yeah,
I
it
remember
is
this
messed
one
up.
now. Okay.
Yeah, Anders Breivik. Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, I read
You know,
about
in-
him.
in
No, I was
Norway.
thinking about him. Yeah, I remember that now. No, I remember like reading about this guy and being like, well, it was kind of cool. He sort of pulled off something like big. Like it wasn't cool that people died, but like to do something as big
Yeah.
as that, like that kind of takes a lot from a person. So in that way,
Oh, that's hardcore. That's hardcore changing the world. And it's funny, right? You talk about terrorism and terrorists and all that. Okay, like you think like that's terrorism, right? And look at how like efficacious it is, right? Like that is going to have a serious impact on the future of the nation.
I mean, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
when you set up your political system in such a fucking weird way, and then all your kids who are meant to succeed, you get killed. Yeah, it's gonna fuck shit up.
Yeah.
How
Yeah.
does that even work? Is it like an official lineage sort of thing, or do they just like have these kids like trained like you will be elected, you will be the next one, and then like they just kind of like really kind of hope that happens and make its way forward?
The camp that he went to, right? It's it's specific to the political party, really.
Yeah, it's fucking.
So, yeah,
Yeah.
all the kids,
glad you
okay,
told
and
me.
networking together.
I'm gonna look up more like political stuff because that's just heaps. It's weird. Never heard of that. Like in a meant to be developed nation.
It's it's a big thing. I don't have more to say about it really. Like, you're a smart guy, so.
Thanks. You got to be pretty tired by now, huh? What time is it?
7:15 in the morning.
Oh, whoa, that's fucked. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna
That's
go like
okay.
sleep then now?
I sleep all over the place. As far as I'm tired. I got I don't know, half hour left in me or something.
How much sleep do you normally get? Like hours?
8.
Yeah, that's good. As long as you get 8. Because
Yeah.
like I've done a lot of reading. Sleep deprivation is probably the worst thing you can do for your head. Of all the things, like
I know.
even drugs, like if you do meth, right?
Oh yeah.
Like you get worse brain damage from staying up for days than you do from the actual meth.
Yeah. Oh, I think I damaged myself when I was younger. It was when I was maybe 16 because I wanted to just experiment, and I made it for 86 hours. I stayed up 86 hours consecutively. So I experienced micro sleeps, and I can remember, okay, what it's like. I'm so tired, and so I put all my will and conscious effort into. It was just cycling. Don't fall asleep. Don't fall asleep. Don't fall. And then I was right. I was cycling over. Stay away. Gone. Right. Next thing I knew, I slept. I only did it the once. I ended up sleeping for about 20 hours.
Yeah, fuck.
Yeah.
But you kept like doing that for 86 hours. You kept like forcing yourself
I-
to that way.
Well, it wouldn't. It wasn't too hard to stay up for the first couple days. Okay, but after the 60-hour mark was where it started to get really, really tough. Okay, and it only gets tougher and tougher, right? It's like a compounding thing. And yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. Yeah, it's not worth it because for years and years, I wondered, and it seemed to have no lasting effect on me. Okay, but then I ended up having issues. So I don't know if that's what caused it or not.
Well,
right?
I mean, what it is it's just straight up brain damage is what happens with staying up late. So
Yeah.
if you haven't done anything and like 86 hours is brain damage, that's like permanent brain damage. Not like that's something you got to do a lot to like really notice it, I think. But like
Yeah.
that is the time interval it would take for it. But I don't think like you doing that once, you'd have a
Yeah.
noticeable difference in quality of life. Because I reckon.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's
Well,
something you don't
well, I
want.
was still young too, right? So, at that age, we can probably recoup. Like, I don't know if it did permanent lasting damage or not. I doubt it. Maybe.
You would have done it on a
but
technical level, like that's all.
yeah, it's something that I wouldn't do again. I remember, even immediately after, it's like, okay, no, that was not, that wasn't smart.
How didn't you go to like 48 hours and just be like, yeah, no, fuck this? Like, how did you go for 86? What made you think like, I'll go for this long? Like, how did you not just cop out earlier? Like thinking you'd seen enough there was to see of staying up this late, sort of thing.
Like I say, it was an exercise of will. I'm a bit of a weird person. I'm like, a bit of adrenaline junkie, an extreme and all that. Like when I was younger too, and it's like, why go to the moon, right?
Real bad. Give it a go.
Well, because we can, right?
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to see what I was capable of.
Yeah, no,
right?
that makes sense.
I wanted to see. So I was the same way with staring contests, right? Like, as kids, you do that, right? Everyone knows staring contests. You sit and stare, and I got to be really good at it. Where, I found that there was a certain way to do it where I could basically do it forever, right? Like I figured out a way that my eyes didn't actually dry up, where I'd have to blink. So
are you actually able to explain that? Because that'd be pretty cool to like on command be able to like death stare someone without like blinking if ever like you felt like it.
I don't know if I can explain it. What comes to mind is one of Wittgenstein's expressions. He says, "What we cannot say, we must pass over in silence." Okay, just because I can't explain it, it doesn't mean that I don't necessarily know. It's just like impossible to put it into words.
No, that's okay. It's just if it was something you could put in words, I'd be pretty interested in like seeing if I could do it myself.
Right, it's a certain squint. It's a bit of a squint.
Oh, okay.
And,
so you wouldn't be able to like stare at someone like completely like non-blinking, eyes wide open kind of thing. They'd be able to like kind of see that you look a little funny.
Yeah, there's a bit of a squint to it, and it's like impossible to explain. Trying to think. Shit, it just I had a good idea there, but it fell off the tip of my tongue. It's like sweet spot, okay, or in the zone. I'm just I'm capable of that at times, and
yeah, I get what you mean. Staying up late, during contest.
Yeah,
it makes sense.
That's the thing is
testing yourself with shit.
Once you've figured it out, okay, it's easier to do it again. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
it is possible.
You've tried this shit enough.
Yeah, it is possible.
Try to work that way. Yeah.
It's just the kind of person I am. Like, even as a kid, right? I always wanted to push, capable of, figure out my limits. Like, it's like self-experimentation. And as a kid, I remember, in the bathtub, right, holding my breath. Okay, where initially when I was like 6 years old or 7 years old, I could barely do it for half a minute. Okay, and then it's like, well, I can do better, right? And get up to 45 seconds, then I get up to a minute. Okay, and then, keep trying, new things, testing this and that to figure it out. I ended up getting up to the point where I could hold my breath for, right?
Yeah.
So
that's
you just keep.
Anyone can do that shit. It's just you have to do it. You have to have the will to do it. And obviously, like as you've said, you've had the fucking will to do it. Like you just challenge yourself. That's different to a lot of people who just be like, oh well, I can do this. It's like you were fucking wanting to push yourself, and like that's
Yeah.
that's the way people like Bruce Lee are made, you know. Like
Yeah.
Bruce Lee worked out every day. He trained
Yes.
so hardcore,
Exactly.
and kicking people across
Oh,
rooms.
Bruce Lee, a huge inspiration to me. I
love Bruce Lee.
Yeah. Best line ever from Bruce Lee, okay, is at the start of Enter the Dragon, where he's training the kid, okay? And he ends up slapping the kid, right? And he says, "Do not watch the finger, or you will miss all the heavenly glory." Okay? That line, right? That line damn near saved my life. Right? I ended up almost got in a fight. Okay, this was, I think it was 1992 or 93. Okay, when the Toronto Blue Jays won the World Series for the second time. Okay, I was down in Toronto, and my buddy was a drunken idiot. Okay, and with him being a drunken idiot, okay, he garners some attention because he needs to get his fucking ass kicked, right? And he's my buddy, so I got to look out for him. And I saved him from this one dude, okay, which I won't get into that story because it makes me shake if I tell it. So what happened next was there's this Oriental dude, okay, this guy was stacked. He looked like Bolo Young, okay, from Bloodsport, right? This guy. Bolo Young was even in Bruce Lee movies. But anyways, okay, this dude had a thick leather jacket with zippers all over it. Okay, it looked like his leather jacket weighed probably 70 pounds or something. Okay, he has his hair back bandana, okay, and he was wearing tight blue jeans, okay, a belt with a buckle, cowboy boots with steel tips, okay, and he had no shirt on, okay, and you could see, huge pecs, okay, ripped abs with a dragon tattoo on each side of the front of his chest facing inward. Okay, this guy was a bad motherfucker, okay, and he's targeted my buddy, okay, he's gonna kick my buddy's ass. Right, this guy, he's not huge. He was maybe 6 foot, okay, and I'm 5'9". I'm 5'9", 165 pounds, okay, but I was a very good athlete too. So anyway, it's like, okay, I got to get my buddy out of there, right? It's like, okay, I grab him. I was like, go, I'll take care of this. Okay, I turn to the guy, right, to be diplomatic, okay, and it's like, hey, look, okay, sorry, we're just here to have fun, and okay, now. I'll skip a few things. Okay, long story short, okay, this guy was, he's one of those Neanderthal type guys where he's already triggered. He's got one thing in his mind, and that is, aggression and fight. Okay, so there's no reasoning with him, and I came to realize that. And
yeah, he's wanting to fight.
Yeah, it's like my stomach just drops, right? Because I said this one thing, okay, and what he said back, shit. Okay, it's like, no, there's no getting out of this. I've had my hands up and everything. So anyways, okay, like I say, okay, this is about the whole Bruce Lee line. Don't watch the finger or you miss all the heavenly glory, okay? He starts doing this Tai Chi Kung Fu shit, right? He's okay, swinging, okay, and he's moving towards me, okay, slowly moving towards me as he's waving his hands around, and he sweeps his left hand right in front of my face. Okay, now the thing is, thank you, Bruce Lee, because I knew that was, okay, the magician's misdirection, and right. So with him sweeping his hand in front of my face, okay, I know that's the finger, okay, and so sure enough, okay, it was a distraction because he was coming through with an uppercut, right, and. So he comes through and I just barely moved my head back, just a touch, okay, because I was and he literally touched me. He touched me. His knuckle, okay, the front knuckle, that middle finger knuckle, brushed against the bottom of my chin, but he didn't make contact. He did touch me, okay, and see, he thought he was going to one punch KO me, right, and so really quickly I head fake, okay, so I'm going to headbutt him right in the nose, okay, and his eyes go wide open, right, he's scared, okay, and it's like, I just look, right, and I go, right, and I put my hands up, hey, right, and I slowly turn and walk away, okay, and so anyways, yeah, that's, sorry for the whole story, but, that's the benefit, right, because I watched Bruce Lee, and because Bruce Lee taught me that dude missed. He missed. And
he didn't come at you after that? Like after missing, he wasn't like, yeah, let's go this again.
What's that?
He didn't come at you after the whole thing, like, you know.
No, well, and it's a good thing he didn't. Okay, it's a good thing he didn't. Okay, and I'll tell you why. Because as I turned, okay, I had my hands still up in the air, and I kept my eyes on him as I was turning. Okay, so my body was turned before I took my eyes off his. Okay, and then I took my eyes off him, and I started to walk. I turned my back on him, and I walked away. Okay, and I'm paying attention. Okay, and what's going through my head is, if he jumps me from behind, I'm fucking killing him. I'm gonna kill him. Right?
Yeah,
That's
but,
what's going through my head.
Advantage, though. Like, you're just like.
What's that?
Like, you turned around, you're walking away. You know, he's got element of whatever he wants to fucking do to you. Like, that's such a disadvantage. Yeah. Like, I mean,
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, it's hey, I'm sending a message to him, aren't I? Right? I'm sending a message by turning my back and walking away. After head faking him, I could have fucking hit him if I wanted to. Okay. And if I head butted him in the nose, okay, he's blind. Okay, I could have. See, he knew right there. Okay, with his miss. Okay, I only head faked. I didn't want to hit him. I didn't want to hurt him.
Yeah.
Okay, but I could have.
It's like, it's good. Yeah. It is good that he backed down after. It's just like a half measure like that could have gotten you into so much more shit if he's just like, oh yeah, fuck that cunt. I'll just go like, sucker punch him now. Like, it could have gone real good.
He wouldn't have got it.
Like,
he wouldn't have got it.
Take a half measure like that.
He wouldn't have got it. He was wearing cowboy boots. Okay, he starts coming at me. I'm gonna hear his cowboy boots. Okay, and I'm gonna be turned to face him before he even makes it to me. Okay, and then it's on, right? And I don't like fighting. I don't want to fight because I don't want to hurt someone. Okay, but if I'm forced to fight, okay, I'm gonna seriously fucking injure this guy. Like I don't give a fuck, right? I would, I'll chew his fucking.
He's coming at you, like, yeah, that's how I think. Like, fuck people like that. Like, it actually pisses me off to think someone would come at me.
Yeah.
Is pepper spray legal in Canada?
What was that?
Is pepper spray legal in Canada?
Yeah, I've been pepper sprayed by a buddy. My buddy, he's a little guy. Yeah, another story. He's telling me, he's like, I can kick your ass, with pepper spray. And I'm like, dude, okay, even with the pepper spray, no, you can't. Okay, I don't have to see you, right? And he's like, oh yeah, you're really tough guys. I was like, yeah, okay. And he's like, okay, you want to do it, right? Here, I'll take the pepper spray. Okay, I was like, yeah, okay. Right, so I put my jacket on. Okay, it's got drawstrings, so I drew it down so that there's just a slit for my eyes, right? And he's holding the pepper spray up, and every time it's like I cover my eyes, right, and keep approaching him. So he's running like crazy, right? And he runs into his bedroom, okay, and here's where he got me, okay, because he's sitting there at the door, okay, and it's like I know he's in there, so I got to come in, right? It's like a bottleneck area. So I grab the door and I start to push it open, okay, and I peek my eyes in, and he was waiting for it, and yeah. Okay, and yeah, he got me, and it's like, I was like, oh Jesus, it's you don't want to ever be pepper sprayed. Believe me, man, that stuff hurts.
I know. Yeah, pepper spray is illegal in Australia. Doesn't
yeah.
Stop me
Oh Christ, I have been full on pepper sprayed, flush in both eyes. Okay, and it's not so bad so long as you keep your eyes closed. Like, it reacts with oxygen. I know, right? So if you open your eyes, okay, killer. And see, the thing is though, okay, is now he's trapped in his room. Right? I'm stationed at the doorway. Now it was a bedroom, okay, with a little window, okay, and I can hear what's going on. I can't see anything. Like I can blink open for just a tiny little bit. Like I got strobe vision out of one eye, so it's like, okay, I see what he's doing. Right, he's gonna try and escape out the window. Okay, so it's I open up. Okay, I start walking towards him. Okay, so he's like, he knows he can't get out the window now. Right, so he's like, okay, he's gonna try and make a run for the door, but I can hear him. Okay, so I back up to the door. Okay, and he runs and he tries to dive in my legs, and I sat on him.
Oh, not.
Yeah, and now I got him. Right now I got him, and it's like I can't see. Okay, but I told him so, and I was the thing is I couldn't see. Right, so I grabbed him by the scruff, right by by the lapels. Okay, and I started bam, bam, bam off the floor. Okay, and then next thing I know, he's crying. Right, because I couldn't see, and I was hitting him too hard, and I was whacking his head off the off the like the concrete floor, and he's crying and everything. So it's like, oh, you know, it's like, oh shit, sorry, right? You know, I didn't mean to.
I mean, yeah,
but,
like you were just totally blinded in pain, like you're not really thinking
Yeah.
about like
I
you
was-
at the moment. It's just
yeah.
like, fuck, you know, I got you now.
Yeah, I was all right. I was all right. You know, it's like, yeah, I couldn't see. It's, you know, it's just a matter of time, and it hurts and it stings, but you know, it's no big deal. And you know, I just proved to him, like, you know, even if he's got the pepper spray, you know, if he comes anywhere near me, I'll you know, I'll clobber him, right? So
Yeah, but you got to
Yeah.
admit, like pepper spray is a good weapon, right? Like you can't really
Yeah.
beat pepper spray except circumstantially.
yeah,
That,
yeah.
yeah.
Well,
Once you
it's,
get
you
some
know,
of
it's
those,
good.
like they're at the
Well,
mercy
it's,
of what
you know,
comes
it's,
next.
well, you know, it's more kind of defensive though. Like it's offensively defensive. Like, you know, a little person, okay, spraying a big person with pepper spray, okay, you still got to stay away from them, right? You know, it'll help to get away. But
Nah, because
you
it
know,
could
as far
help you to beat the shit out of them as well. Like you could just
Yeah.
pepper spray someone
oh yeah,
and then just bash them. Like there's
Yeah.
nothing that would make that anything other than easy.
oh, I would have given him pepper spray and a bat. It's still right because you know, even with you know, even if he manages to pepper spray, okay, and then he comes at me with a bat, okay, there's a good chance that you know when he swings, it's like you know I'll be able to grab it or what, okay, and then grab a hold of him, okay, and see, well, I was a
You
wrestler.
can't do that shit. Not like it's hard to grab. It's so fucking hard to grab a bat when you don't have like you know lack of eyes. If you got no eyesight, you're not grabbing any bats that come towards you. Like if you got no eyes and someone's got a baseball bat, like that is fucked. Like there's no
Yeah.
real recourse. Like you want to try and get the fuck out of there as best you can with your no eyes.
Oh yeah, oh dude, this he was the son of a biker, okay, and he lived with his mom who was divorced, okay, and then she remarried, right now, okay, now this guy's passed on, okay, I'll tell you the story though. What happened was he was drunk, okay, and they were in the kitchen together, okay, and they get in an argument, right, and you know she says something, okay, and he turns around, you know, and he hit her. And it's like, okay, now that's not smart. Okay, you don't hit a woman, first of all. Okay, second of all, you don't hit this woman. Okay. And so he hit his wife, and she's like, you fucking asshole, how fucking you fucking okay. And right, and he's you know, and he's all high on himself, like, you know, I should, right? And she's like, you fucking okay. She storms off to her bedroom. All right. She comes back with, just as I said, pepper spray and a baseball bat. Right, and he's all drunk and high on himself, right? And she's like, hey, asshole, right? And he turns around, okay, she sprays him, and then yeah, she took the bat to him and beat the literal shit out of him. Yeah, you're right. No, she didn't kill him. You know, she just, you know.
How
No.
badly did he get beaten? Like broken bones?
I don't know. You know, he's a big dude, and you know, he's a biker, so you know, he took a real shit kicking, and you know, that's how it goes, right?
Yeah,
You know,
I mean, like
he's okay. You know, yeah, I don't know how badly bruised. I don't know if anything was broken, but yeah, she put a serious beat down on him, right? You know, she hit him, you know, probably in the head, and he goes down, and then she beat him while he was on the ground too, right? Just you know, because he hit her, right? So she's gonna hit him back.
Like that's like grievous bodily harm over like very minor assault. Like,
well, yeah, but yeah, I don't know. It's you know, it is what it is. That's what happened.
yeah,
You know, good for her.
But like,
Yeah,
I don't
good for
think it's
her.
justified. Like, fuck. I mean,
You know,
like a
good for-
bashing
what do you
like
mean?
that bad.
Good for her. Hey, he hit her.
Yeah, and then she beat the shit out of him with a baseball bat. Like that's
Yeah,
a few degrees worse.
exactly. Well, good for her, right? You know, he shouldn't. You
The
know,
only
who's he
time I'd
think
agree
he
with that
is?
logic, like when it's me, like if somebody attacked me and then I beat the shit out of them with a baseball bat, I'd be like, good for me. But like,
Well,
when I hear
that's
about someone
you're
else doing that,
a dude. You're a dude. That's you know, no, it's different. It's different. Okay, you know, this is a woman against a man, and you know that's different.
Nah, you could make the same argument for a small guy versus like someone bigger than him. Like, as far as strength difference, like,
yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you can make the argument. I don't know. This is a tough call. I still say
reckon,
good
like,
for her.
Yeah, but it's just so bad. Like, I mean, obviously it's bad he hit her. Fucking domestic violence is bad. You don't beat your fucking partner. But like, I don't think it justifies it.
Exactly.
Like a baseball bat.
Exactly.
Like,
You don't beat your partner, which is what he did.
yeah, but like, I mean, we don't solve any other problems with fucking pepper spray,
Well,
baseball bat bashing. Like, you don't solve any other kind of problem like that.
You know, he won't be doing that again, though, will he?
Nah. Well, I mean, maybe. I mean, he could just go, well,
Maybe.
this time I know he's going to get a bat, so this time I'll just be fucking more careful.
Well, you know, if he gets a bat, okay, and goes at her with a bat, she's going to kill him.
I mean, yeah, like, if it keeps on being, like, constantly arced up like that.
She'll get a gun. She'd get a gun. You know, and the thing is, okay, I'm not just saying that. Okay, literally, she would get a gun and she would fucking shoot him.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
that's just
And then
bad,
beat him
though.
with
Like,
that.
there's nothing good about that. Like,
Well,
that's
no,
just
I know.
worse situation.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I know. Okay, you know, two wrongs don't make, but you can't. You know, come on, man. Like, you know, it was. I don't know. It's good for
just
her.
like it.
Good for her.
I mean, yeah, that's what it is. Is you like it. You like the outcome. That's why you argue for it, and that's all right.
Yeah.
Times I hear about stuff that makes it well.
Yeah. What you know? What?
But I do like
Well,
it.
you know, I guess. You know, yeah, she could have. You know, we're talking bikers. Okay, what's she gonna do? Call the cops? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's true. It's kind of like a bikey sort of thing. Like, I mean, yeah, it was solved through violence. It's just like a fucking bikies. Makes more sense that it was solved that way, I guess. Not that it's right, but
Yeah.
it does actually give like a lot of context, really.
I don't know. It seems to me as though justice was served. You know, and I think he agrees too. I think, you know, because that's the thing is like, you know, he was drunk, okay, and he did something stupid, and you know, there's, you know, for every action there's an equal opposite reaction or whatever, okay, and
right.
You know, he knew, right?
Like, what if a fucking
what
if someone's wife fucking smacked some cunt and then he went and got a baseball bat and pepper spray? I can guarantee you would be in a totally different frame of mind with a totally different tune about that.
Well, but that's different.
What's the difference? It's the same kind of violence, domestic abuse.
Okay, wait. No, sorry. Okay, I you know, I didn't follow. Where he's what?
Like,
yeah.
No, it's just same situation, reverse roles. So you got someone's wife punches someone.
Yeah.
And the dude's like, all right, fuck you, goes and gets a baseball bat and pepper spray.
Yeah. Well, that's, you know, well, that is different. Okay, and that's hypothetical, which didn't happen. And you know, she wouldn't do that. She wouldn't do that, and she didn't do that.
No, I'm not saying like these people. I'm just saying if this hypothetical was the case, there is no way the fuck that you would be saying like, oh yeah, good on him. I know that.
No, of course not. No.
Yeah, but like, same shit. Someone got bashed with a baseball bat. Like, same outcome.
Oh, I don't know. That's tough.
It's just fucking male woman bias. That's all it is. You're biased because she's a girl.
Yeah. Well, you know, hey, men and women are different.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean violence is any better or worse against one of them. Like, violence is just bad. I think that the whole men and women are different thing shouldn't really come into play when it comes to violence. Like, violence is just bad. That's a better way of looking at it. It's just fairer for everyone.
That's tricky.
Like, if you condemn everything equally, that's not bad. That's where I'm coming from with it. I don't think it was good that he bashed him with a baseball bat.
Well, okay, I don't know. I can't wrap my head around it. I can't even comprehend, right? Like, you know, where she's drunk, okay, and you know, what does a guy do? What does a guy do? You know, see, you know, because the thing is if we reverse roles, okay, we have to change so many of the parameters of this argument, okay, where she's physically larger and dominant, okay, right? Now that's just not how it was, okay? So, you know, he would have to be, you know, the diminutive, you know, stature, okay? So she would have to be a big, okay, and drunk, and you know, where he's arguing with her, okay,
Yeah,
and she
right.
turns around and just
That's not
calls
what I
him
was
one,
saying.
okay, and then
Go
she's
with
all
that. What if
like, what does
what
he
if it was
do?
a midget who got fucking punched by his normal height girlfriend, and he got a baseball bat and pepper spray, beat the shit out of her?
You know, I don't know. It is
I
different.
think that's a
Okay,
pretty
you know, I
simple
can't even.
like a
I can't wrap my head around that.
midget's
The only thing. Well, the only difference being in that situation, okay, as a male, have to walk away, right? Would have to just
not
leave.
as a male, just like as a fucking as a human. I mean, like that's what I reckon. If you put it as a male, then give girls too much power. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean it as like a detrimental to your life sort of a way. Like to have this aura.
There's differences between men and women. Okay, we can't be considered equal. Like I say, okay, this notion of equality is flawed.
Okay? Why not consider us equal even with our differences?
Because we're not.
We're not equal, or we're not the same.
Do you have tits?
I got like muscle tit, you know. Like,
you know, sorry.
Pectoral tit.
You know, of course. See, that's the thing. This notion of equality is flawed. That's why I said to you, okay, that line from Aristotle, right? True equality exists in the treatment of unequal things unequally. Okay, because we're trained to think of, this notion of equality, okay, and egalitarian and all this, and like I say, it's flawed. Okay, it's flawed.
What's flawed inherently about it? What problems does it cause if we adopt it compared to the pros?
Oh man.
No, it's all right. It's late. This is not a time for this discussion. We'll do it another night.
Yeah. The amount of energy for thinking and stuff is.
I don't want to do that to you. You've been great. I don't fucking so much
waste of your time. It's okay. The pros and cons, listing the pros and cons of the differences from the genders, and
I mean, like pros and cons of the system where everyone's equal. That's the system.
I think. Yeah, equal under the law. I can understand, for a lot of ways. Okay, and the principle of, pardon me, oh God, okay, the principle of equality has its place. Okay, but there's confines to how far we should extend the idea.
But everyone would just live as equals. They would adjust to it, and it would be good. Like it wouldn't throw anything off balance and make it bad. That's what I'm saying.
Well, hold on. Okay, see, there's so many thoughts I've had. Okay, and so many arguments and things. Now, important to recognize the differences. Okay, historically here on YouTube. Okay, going back a long time to like maybe 2007, meeting this woman. Okay, and she was German. I still remember her name, but I'm not going to say it. Okay, and she was a German American living in Arizona, and we didn't entirely get along because just fundamental differences in disposition. Okay, and she was like a third-year forensic psychology student or something, or criminal psychology, and she just rubbed me the wrong way. Okay, so we got into it, and it was like a clash of titans on an intellectual level sort of thing, and well, she was arguing, okay, about relative perception, okay, how basically beauty is in the eye of the beholder, okay, and I was trying to argue that just because perception is a relative thing, okay, there's it's against this notion of equality or what. Anyways. I remember, she was into Carnival Funhouse, okay, and Freak Show and stuff like that, okay, and she described it as beautiful, which I took exception to, okay, because is.
I understand why.
Well, exactly. Okay, now see, the thing is beauty is not exclusively, while beauty may be in the eye of the beholder, okay, there's a consensus. Okay, and the consensus of the meaning, okay, where her argument is actually a perversion of what the true meaning of beauty is. Okay, and I tried to make the argument, okay, an egg, okay, an intact egg is more beautiful than a broken egg, right? and this is what defines beauty, okay, is like symmetry, and there is a notion for what beauty is, and her argument is about a perversion of what the meaning is, right? And so anyways, we went back.
The only way to come to that conclusion, right, is if
you
don't believe in beauty being the height of fucking I'm losing my words. Eye of the beholder. Yeah, that's the only way you can kind of make that argument is if you throw out her logic. So that's probably why she was hesitant. Anyway, keep going.
Yeah, I understood her argument and everything, but she just wasn't conceding to me, right? So it was like an ego battle sort of thing. And I remember how I got her. Okay, what I did, there was this one video that someone uploaded, okay, and it was like a university social experiment where they had they used like makeup and camera tricks, okay, to make a young girl her deformation, okay, and the video is presented where you can't help but to empathize and feel sympathy for this person, and that's important, right? Because this is about empathy and everything. So what this video was is this video you're watching, and it's like oh my God, right? You can't help but to feel bad for this person, okay? Because it's someone's and just talking about how oh, I get bullied and teased, okay, and your heart goes out to them, right? You sympathize, okay. Now the thing is as right at the perfect time in this video, okay, a hand appears with a cream pie, okay, and bam, hits that person in the face, okay. It's just shocking, right? Where it's like, what the right? You get outraged, okay. So to illustrate my point, I private messaged her that video. Right? Okay, now I didn't actually say anything. I didn't actually make an argument, okay, but the point is contained in me sending her the video, right? To illustrate how it's important, okay, to make the distinction, right? And how it's actually innate, right? It's important, okay, because we have to be able to identify and recognize, okay, these things that are worthy of sympathy and empathy, right? People with disabilities and stuff, okay, they're
we don't have to, we just naturally do.
Yeah, we naturally do. Fair enough. Because it's right. It's just right. And to argue, about how it's something great, like, that's what her argument is, which, like I say, I told her, it's like, you're twisted. Lady, you're fucking twisted. You're twisted, you're perverse.
It's just like,
because she's,
it's on a different scale though. Like, if you got someone saying like, see this person, you see that tumor coming out of their head, don't you see how beautiful they are? Like, someone saying that is different to someone saying like, I like circus clowns.
Exactly. You taking her logic, okay, you extend it where, say you're walking down the road, okay, you see a kid running across the street and he gets hit by a car, okay, and then it's like, yay, by her logic, right? Like, oh, that's great, he's so much better off now that he's been fucking disfigured. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Right? Like,
well,
she's
trying
to argue this shit with me.
Like
she does, like really bad she was big on that, okay, and clowns, and okay, now I got in her head so bad. I actually looked to her, it's like, I get to know her and stuff, okay, and what I noticed is, she's favorited all these videos of MMA, okay, and then she shows, and she's German, okay, now I'm German, I'm half German, okay, so, I understand about, Nazi, okay, and, supremacist ideology, which I abhor, okay, I'm against that. I'm against bullies. This is one of the reasons why I don't like Trump. Okay, so anyways, so I see she's got a kid, right? And her son is like a string bean, and she's big into the big muscle dudes and all this and that. So it's like I've started messaging her, and I'm like, hey, if your son, he can start working out. Okay, I can give him good advice on how to. Right, and of course, that's agitating the shit out of her, right? Because I'm exploiting her insecurities, right. So anyway, I don't know. Troll not lest ye be trolled, eh?
Yeah, it sounds like you just kind of trolled this person after you got bored of the
Yeah, a
argument.
little bit. Yeah, it's interesting. I remember, she had a thing for me, and I remember what it was that got her attention in the first place. Okay, and then but getting to know her, it's like, oh my God, lady, you're
Crazy.
Yeah, very. It was like, what got her attention was a comment that I left on another video. We were both subscribed to the same channel, and she read one of my comments, and that's what got her attention. So that's why she messaged me. And I remember the comment, which was in response to a video, and I forget exactly what, but I told a story, right? Because, that's actually the most effective way of teaching. Okay, that's a way of bypassing someone's conscious mind. Sometimes, it depends on person's ego and all that. But what it was, I told a story about when I was a kid, okay, about this dilemma. Because, I was always really curious as a kid, right? I like to, I was always really, really curious. And I like flipping things over, right, to see what's underneath, because you never know. You'll find, animals or whatever, right? It's like, I just got to know. I got to see these things. And, going on a walk through a field, okay, I came across this, an old, piece of wood, right, that was laying down. And so, I got to flip it over to see, maybe there's mice underneath or a snake or whatever, right? And I flip it over, okay, and then I'm looking at the grass that's growing there, right? How it's all white and gnarled, right? And then now I'm stuck because this is an ethical dilemma, right? It was like, what's the right thing to do here? Okay, do I put it back how I found it, okay, or do I leave it exposed so that the grass has a better opportunity to grow? Like, because it was disadvantaged growing underneath this spot, right? So I just told that story, and that's what got her attention, because it's like, what's the right thing to do? I don't know, because, I remember thinking, like, is it cruel of me to leave that white grass now exposed because it's been growing up disadvantaged, and then that's all it's ever known? So is it wrong to, open it up to the light, or is it the right thing to do to, it's like, I don't know. I think, I'm one of those, I'm hyper
question sort of thing.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I'm hyper analytical, and I'll tell you, the decision that I landed on was to leave it exposed. That was the decision that I landed on. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Let it grow. So anyway.
Are you probably getting off now? It's pretty fucking late. It's getting late for me as well, actually.
Yeah, it's up there. I should. I don't know. It's good to make your acquaintance, though, by the way. Oh. All right, we've gone quiet. Yeah.
No, my fucking mic's got this. Well, basically my headset's broken, so I've just got like this mic sitting on my desk while I use Apple earphones, and because the sound doesn't come out of the headset, it just turns itself off at times.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Nah. How often do these streams happen? Like most nights, every night?
They don't. Yesenia's in charge. Yesenia and Matthew are a couple, and they're from California, and they stream occasionally, every couple days or something like that.
Do you reckon there'll be one on tomorrow?
It was just nuts in here earlier, where I get all pissed off. And
nah, I saw like the ginger dude like fucking appearing on camera and stuff. It was pretty funny. I was like, yeah, okay, I've got to get in on this. I really wanted to come in while he was doing all that fucking guest beating and stuff.
Yeah. He's a good guy. He he's he Trump supporter, and very fixed. I think it's not exactly easy for me to have these reasonable conversations. Like, I'm trying to convince him about climate change and global warming, because as you probably know, there's a lot of weird belief in the United States, and like he doesn't, he's questioning evolution. He's questioning, which is typical right wing stuff,
I
right?
heard the evolution thing. I was like, fuck, I want to just get in here. Like that's why I was like trying so hard.
Yeah. Yep, and climate change. Like. They, and because it's American, right? The American attitude is, well, hey, you're entitled to your opinion, okay? Meanwhile, okay, it's not opinion at all, okay?
Yeah, I know. Like it is stupid that people argue like that. I don't know if it's an exclusively American thing. Like, I mean, I run into it with Americans I meet online and just don't see it in real life in Australia. So it must be to an extent.
Yeah.
It's just so like not an argument. Like it's like, hey, that's just my opinion. It's like, well, yeah, you just said your opinion. Don't get butt hurt that I said it's bullshit. It's my opinion. I can't see that. It's like, my argument is that it's my opinion.
I wouldn't say exclusively American, but I might say primarily or distinctly, yeah. Or disproportionately, yeah. So, see, I've known them for a while. Actually, there's more. There's like a whole community here where, people have known one another going back to, a whole slew of different streams. And, the Americans don't exactly like me very much a lot of the time because of things that I do say and have said in the past, a lot of which gets taken out of context, okay, and twisted and spun. And because I also say things where I troll a little bit. So yeah,
they have their own group think, and it's like it's him, the fucking guy who believes in evolution and all that other hocus pocus like global warming. Can't you see that Jesus? Well, you see that Jesus is good, so we're the good guys, and then they just fucking gang up on you.
Oh yeah, most of them are Christian, right? And I've been atheist, well, always, and I say things, and I know it drives them absolutely fucking bonkers, but it's a fact, and I know that, if I sit down and actually talk it out, that I cannot possibly lose the debate, which drives them nuts, right?
Then they actually go nuts, like fucking telling you that you do all this shit, telling you how you fucking keep on coming,
I've had
all this negativity and all this bullshit. But they attack you for so long, and then they're like, "You see, Lasurge, you do all this shit," and it's like, "What? What are you guys doing?"
Yeah. Well, I've got death threats now, on the live streams, okay, from more than one of them. Yeah, they say they'll come and kill me.
Like, I'm gonna beat you up and stuff. Oh.
Yeah, they're gonna choke me to death. Okay, I had one guy, come up, didn't, he was trying to be cool and sly with it, right, and really clever. Okay, so he only insinuated and inferred that he was gonna actually bring a gun and shoot me in my own home. Which, of course, I tried to explain to him.
Stupid, like, you're trying to talk to people on a live stream, you get like these people like, if you'll get my reference to I'm gonna kill him and stuff. Like, it's just like, fuck, do you realize what you're doing?
Yeah, how smart is that, eh? It's like, okay, it's like, if you actually carry it through, it's like you're on, the direct evidence of your intent and this and that. Like, you're going to be a prime suspect and you're screwed. Like, come on, what is with these people, right? It's crazy.
It's just fucking childish, but like, fuck, do I want to be present for the childishness? That's why, like, when I want to come. It was what was it before? Like, but like out of nowhere, like fucking ginger guy turns on his camera and then he's like, saying how like something about like you like not being a threat and all this stuff, and like just like him like amping up all like this talk about physical shit when you didn't even say anything. Like, you said something like Jesus bullshit and like triggered the other guy, like the younger guy, and then he was like, well, why are you like threatening someone who's like 24? And then he's like talking about like how he's gonna like totally beat you up and stuff. It's like, that's what he's doing right now. And like, and you were like, I heard you say like, I didn't say anything about fucking beating up on anyone. You didn't. Like, it was like he was trying to amp you up so you'd say it.
Yeah. I'm pretty guarded with how I phrase things. Sometimes I slip, but yeah.
Yeah, I noticed. Like, they were like trying to get you to say something like that, and you just kind of weren't.
Yeah.
But it's fucked to like watch a live stream of like more than like one person doing that to another person who's just kind of like passive and then getting blamed for all the shit when it's just not their fault.
Yeah. That's ego and all that kind of stuff. And with Matthew, like it depends on how much of the context is taken into consideration and everything. Where it's like I wouldn't just come up and strike someone out of the blue, right? But if someone is coming straight up and I've got the right to defend myself and everything, well, that's a different matter.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to bed.
All right, man. Yeah, same here. Cash my chips. Yeah, good to meet you.
Yeah, no, it's actually been pretty cool. I'll go just to find like things on next and come join again.
Right on. All right.
All right. Gotcha.
Yeah. Good night.